built by us.
I inspected that.
Oh yeah, I framed that.
I built that. I stained that.
I hinged that.
I built that.
I inspected that.
I bought that. I loaded that.
All of this crafted with personal pride, built by us.
Hi, I'm Linda Collier with Young Real Estate. Buying a home can feel overwhelming, but you don't have to do it alone. I'll guide you every step of the way. Let's turn your search into a success.
Please pass the hot sauce. No, none of that watered down ketchup. Give me the heat.
At Southern Bank, we're never not helpful.
Next stop, Spicy City.
Helping spicy grandmas and everybody else.
We're not saying we'll bubble wrap your money, but we do protect it like family. At First State Bank and Trust, your money is safe with us. First State Bank and Trust.
People come in here to shop that are visiting in Dexter. The first thing I always do is ask them where they're going to eat and give them pointers on some of our great local-owned restaurants. We have a lot of good local shopping that I always point them toward. A lot of people like more of the nature and wildlife.
Ribs and barbecue is our thing. That's what put us here to begin with. The Hickory Log name.
Your animals depend on you every day. So we build equipment you can depend on every day. So cutting hay, feeding livestock, and managing land is easier. Loaded with intuitive, innovative features and tech, Case IH equipment isn't just built to work. It's built to work for livestock producers. Case IH, built by farmers. Talk to your Baker Implement dealer today.
I'm Karen Hillis, and I think you'll love what's behind this door.
Unique 3-bedroom, 2.5-bath brick ranch just outside Malden. 2-car detached garage on a double lot.
Let's walk through it together. Give me a call today.
Mathis Funeral Home of Dexter and Bernie strives to provide their community with the accommodations and services needed to relieve your family during times of loss. For more information, give them a call and see how Mathis Funeral Home can help meet your expectations in celebrating your loved ones.
American energy dominance. It's how we secure our future. By harnessing homegrown energy, we fuel our economy, power industries, and drive innovation. At NextEra Energy, we're investing more than any other company to deliver low-cost, reliable energy that powers our country's future. NextEra Energy Resources, ahead of what's next.
At Simo Health Network, we strive to provide caring and affordable health care. We provide medical, dental, OB, and behavioral health services to everyone that may need it. For more information, visit our website and let Simo Health Network take care of you.
In farming, the weather always cooperates. The soil is always balanced. Seedlings always flourish.
But that's fantasy. This is farming. Seed, bred and tested for your reality. Dynagrow seed, for real.
At Bud Shell Ford in Dexter, we've provided sales and service for all of Southeast Missouri for over 80 years. From personal automotives to commercial vehicles, we're here to serve. Bud Shell Ford. We make the car you want easy to own.
At First State Community Bank, our why is simple: to bring a positive impact to every community we serve. We are your neighbors and partners in building a stronger hometown. We work side by side with our community to help local businesses grow and families succeed. Our team takes the time to understand what matters to you, combining personal services with the latest technology so you can bank your way. Stop by one of our locations or visit us at fscb.com.
What does it take to stand tall? To let curiosity take root? To let your dreams take flight? You have to be fearless. Carve your path without permission. Turn your grit into greatness. This is your small town with big ideas. This is where you find your fearless. This is Simo.
At Focus Bank, we understand your community because it's our community too. With branches across Southeast Missouri and Northeast Arkansas, Focus Bank offers services such as fraud protection, really free checking, and mobile banking that lets you bank simply and securely, anytime, anywhere. Stop by any of our branches or visit us online to open an account today. Plus, you'll receive an awesome free gift just from opening your really free checking account. And when you refer someone who opens an account, you'll both receive a gift. Focus Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Agriculture is not a fad, and it's not for the faint of heart. Long days become long nights, sacrificing time away from your family, even on weekends, just so you can get the crop in and get the crop out. This is your way of life. At Farm Credit Southeast Missouri, we are 100% bought into your commitment. Because we are customer-owned, it is our mission to be your ag lender, and we intend to be your value-added partner for next year and the long term.
Built by us.
I inspected that.
Oh yeah, I framed that.
I built that. I stained that.
I hinged that.
I built that.
I inspected that.
I bought that. I loaded that.
All of this crafted with personal pride. Built by us.
Hi, I'm Linda Collier with Young Real Estate. Buying a home can feel overwhelming, but you don't have to do it alone. I'll guide you every step of the way. Let's turn your search into a success.
Please pass the hot sauce. No, none of that watered down ketchup. Give me the heat.
At Southern Bank, we're never not helpful.
Next stop,
Spicy City. Helping spicy grandmas and everybody else.
We're not saying we'll bubble wrap your money, but we do protect it like family. At First State Bank and Trust, your money is safe with us. First State Bank and Trust.
People come in here to shop that are visiting in Dexter. The first thing I always do is ask them where they're going to eat and give them pointers on some of our great local-owned restaurants. We have a lot of good local shopping that I always point them toward. A lot of people like more the nature and wildlife.
Ribs and barbecue is our thing. That's what put us here to begin with. The hickory log name.
Your animals depend on you every day. So we build equipment you can depend on every day. So cutting hay, feeding livestock, and managing land is easier. Loaded with intuitive, innovative features and tech, Case IH equipment isn't just built to work. It's built to work for livestock producers. Case IH, built by farmers. Talk to your Baker Implement dealer today.
I'm Karen Hillis, and I think you'll love what's behind this door.
Unique 3-bedroom, 2.5-bath brick ranch just outside Malden. 2-car detached garage on a double lot.
Let's walk through it together. Give me a call today.
Mathis Funeral Home of Dexter and Bernie strives to provide their community with the accommodations and services needed to relieve your family during times of loss. For more information, give them a call and see how Mathis Funeral Home can help meet your expectations in celebrating your loved ones.
The main event for day 2 of the 81st Annual Southeast Missourian Christmas Tournament gets underway this afternoon from the Show Me Center. Jackson Delta lead us off with 4 straight quarterfinal matchups to piece together the Monday semifinals. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back inside the home of the Redhawks of Southeast Missouri State University. Along with Mike Rees, I'm Greg Allen, the entire Aycorp Sports group. A very Merry Christmas to you and a Happy Holidays. The 1 seed, no problem yesterday. There was only one upset on day 1. We'll see them coming up in game 2. That's the Chaffee Red Devils off the 10 line. They'll get a high-flying, high-octane Woodland squad that put 92 on the board. It's Cape Central Scott City in game 3 of the second session today. Cape, Notre Dame, Charleston to wrap up the night. Mike, we haven't had many hotly contested, down-to-the-wire competitive games. Really only the one, you could argue, between Bell City and Chaffee yesterday, to 4-point differential. That was the upset win. I'm looking forward to maybe some better competition here in this second session on day 2. We'll see what it offers. Happy holidays, partner.
Happy holidays, sir. And you and I trying something, completely different for the first time in our careers. 8 games broadcast yesterday, followed up with 8 today. With that said, I will also say the more intense that these games are, the more it's going to help feed what we do after we've been here for as long as we have been. There's no doubt the level of competition, it bleeds over to everybody that's involved if you're watching real tight, intense games, or if the game isn't as close, but you've got a team playing exceptionally well. I found Jackson incredibly easy to watch, even in a completely overmatched game against Oak Ridge that they win 90-23, because I could see what they have. You could see it without them playing a team of their same talent level. You could watch Jackson and know what they had going on. I feel like that they are the best team over here. I think they're going to go out and prove it throughout the course of the rest of the tournament. But I promise you that Corey Toma will be saying, we aren't looking past the opening tip of this game that's coming up right now. There's nothing beyond that. We better be ready when the ball goes up right now against these Bobcats out of Delta.
Jackson comes in 8-1. They are the number 1 seed. They are the defending champs. Toby Hebe is unbeaten, now 8-0 Delta Bobcats. They got a 70-55 win over the 9 seed Leopold. They stayed away from the elimination portion of the bracket for the time being. They would need to pull a major upset in the bracket to continue that into Monday's semifinal. Well, you told me at the outset on the way over here, since we had 8 followed by 8, we've never done that in our 25 years broadcasting together. We've done 8 in a day, never did them back-to-back days. And you said you were going to break this thing up into, what did you tell me, 32... No, it wasn't quarters.
I was going to roll quarters on day 1. So I thought, we've got 8 times 4, we've got 32, and I thought that sounds manageable. But then my head went twice, and I went
64 quarters.
I thought, now that sounds not manageable.
So you broke the 16 games into 4 different quarters,
yes,
and you're up against the last quarter. You got 4 more in you?
Yeah, see, that's just it. And I was just talking to our statistician today, Matthew. I was telling him, listen, I said, we're kind of hitting we're getting that point where you can hit a wall. I said, I'm just going to let you know. I said, if it gets really bad, I'm handing you the headset. I'm doing the stats. Well, he had the same idea. He said, listen, it's 16 quarters. We've got 4 games left. And I thought, well, that sounds, if there's 16 good quarters, we can do this. And hopefully they will be.
8 teams left in the winners bracket. We'll see who comes out and plays in the semis Monday at 6 o'clock and 7:30. Jackson and Delta, they have met 7 times since the start of the 2013 season. All 7 meetings have been in this Christmas tournament. All 7 meetings have gone the way of Jackson. The most recent matchup in 2022, it was not close. Jackson roasted the Bobcats 109-16. They meet for the 8th time since 2013. Mike has the starting lineups.
The Indians come into this one, as we talked about it, 8-1 on the season. Corey Toma, 4th-year head coach, and that win over Oak Ridge in the opening round, 90-23. Got him here. Will Thomas starts, a 6'3 senior, along with Ty Forrest, a senior, 6'1. Jory Thomas, a 6'1 junior. A 5'11 junior is Blaine Reagan, and John Ernst, 6'8, a sophomore. For the Bobcats, 8-0, the number 8 seed. Leopold was their opponent in the opening round. They won it 70-55. Toby Heap, 4th-year head coach, starts. Brian Jeffries, a 5'10 senior. Brian Cox, a senior, 6 feet tall. Skylar Vandeven, a 5'10 junior. Isaiah Berry, a 5'8 senior. And Paxton Hornbuckle, a 6'1 senior.
Thrilled to have you with us on Aycorp Sports. You can also watch coverage from the Bloomfield Christmas Tournament if that one interests you. They should be a little bit ahead of us by about a half an hour as they are into Game 5, and we get a reach-in foul up top called against Blaine Reagan. They see Dexter and East Carter on the floor right now out in Bloomfield. But Jackson and Delta is our interest at the moment. Indians with their first offensive trip, and a ball poked out of the hands of Blaine Reagan, but that's in large part due to a foul called. Isaiah Berry assessed that personal, his first.
Greg, I was thinking about this as this one was getting ready to get started, and the 2 free throws coming up here for Reagan. The number of times across the state of Missouri during the course of any season, the entire state, how often does a Class 1 school take on a Class 6 school? I would think it's a fairly low number of times.
I would agree. We've called a tournament for years with a Class 1 school taking on a Class 5 school. There were no Class 6 schools in our, for 24 years, primary Christmas tournament coverage responsibility. Ryan Jeffries on the move. Delta in the blue, Jackson in the home whites. Nice cut by Skylar Vandeven. Down low in jail, that shot hit the underside of the window, off the hands of Paxton Hornbuckle. Jackson had no problem whatsoever with the 16 seed Oak Ridge, 90-23. John Ernst is a loaded 6'8 to deal with. That basket comes from Will Thomas. He's the club's leading scorer at 16 a ball game. He's got 2, and Jackson leads 3-0. Ball deflected into the backcourt, and it belongs to Delta.
Greg, I'll take my thought just a tad further. I wonder how many tournaments there are in the state of Missouri that have both.
Now, that I thought more of that.
Yeah, both Class 1 and Class 6 schools in them, much less if they ever have a chance to meet at some juncture.
Ryan Jeffries called for traveling, which I think you and I both thought he did as well.
If they would have given me a whistle, I would have blown it with the officials on that one. I thought that was a pretty obvious call.
The 90 points scored yesterday by Jackson, the most in the Christmas tournament since a first-round matchup in 2022 when they scored 109 against Delta. Reagan's got 3. That was a 3-14 matchup that year. 109-16. Isaiah Berry hoisting. Offensive rebound inside for the Bobcats and a foul on the Indians. Will Thomas is first. And a basket for Paxton Hornbuckle. It's going to be awfully difficult, I would think, for Delta to try to consistently. They'll get baskets here and there, just like that last trip. Consistently, they'll score in the paint. Block shot by Hornbuckle. Recovered by the Indians. Great pump fake, but a walk. Waved the basket off for Will Thomas. And Mike, I think, honestly, that, in my opinion, that's the key to this game. If Delta can find a way to consistently score inside, I don't know how much of a chance they have overall to begin with, but that would go a long way to give them a chance.
And I will counter that with, if they can't do that, can they shoot 55, 60% from deep?
Little hook by Berry doesn't go. Up floor pass intended for Thomas, broken up, and the Bobcats get it back.
If you can't get it inside, but you can shoot 55 or 60% from long range and take a high volume of shots, that might be another way to find a way into this ball game.
Here's Ryan Jeffries working his way in the lane. He averages 22.5, and he's got 2. 3 minutes gone by in a nearly stop-free first quarter. Rebound off the miss by the Indians comes down to Jeffries. 2-on-1 the other way. Vandeven to the rack and blocked and fouled. And for those of you that were not with us for session number 1 today, that was the elimination portion of day 2. And you're thinking, Mike, 50, 60% from deep. What is the chances of a team doing that? Well, Meadow Heights was fantastic today. Now, I don't know if I remember off the top of my head the final numbers, but at one point you told me they were like 9 of 13 or something stupid.
Well, if you get a game, and again, they're individual games where you can start to light it up. They finished 9 of 16. There's 56%.
So they did finish 50, 60%. Vandeven goes 1 of 2. We're deadlocked at 5. Delta able to weather the sort of early storm and settle in quickly. That's another key, always for the underseeded team facing number 1. Not just Delta, anybody, any here. At least in some of these early round games. Another blocked shot by Hornbuckle. That's 2 for Paxton Hornbuckle. And if you're able to find a way to score inside, boy, it'd be great to get some defense inside. And Hornbuckle's only 6'1", has done a great job.
I will say this. There's been no reason from the perspective of the Bobcats that they are thinking, yeah, we may not be able to get inside. They've gotten inside and played very well defensively inside.
Loose basketball. Still available. A traffic jam near the timeline picked up by Thomas. Hard to the hole goes Oliver Drum. Missed it twice. Another offensive rebound. Thomas going to try. Blocked on the backside that time by Jeffries. The putback though by Drum is good. He's got 2. And Jackson's got a 7-5 lead. This is session 2, day 2. Ill-advised lob in the post, and John Ernst easily picked that off. 4 Delta turnovers. Run-out layup the other way by Thomas. He's got 4, and the lead is back to 4.
Also, if Delta wants to have a good night tonight, the words you used, ill-advised, better not be used often when referring to their play.
Ernst blocked it, saved to Jackson. And into the scores table go one of each team. They're going to give the ball to Delta. Well, you talked after the finale last night, Mike, on day 1 with Toby Heeb, 4th-year head coach of the Bobcats, and he told you right off the jump of the conversation, we're going back. There's work to be done still yet tonight. We're going to put a game plan together. It was already, 10:30 or something like that, and the coaching staff had work ahead to prep the club for this game. long night for the Delta crew. And a blocked shot. Held ball, Arrow Indians.
I also remember him saying, had a chance to get a good look at him thanks to you guys. So.
I did remember that. Turnover Indians. They throw it right near us, and Delta will take over.
Sixth time. I thought we were absolutely
wiped out.
Yep, that's 6, and we've survived all 6. 4 games to go with us on site to try to get through it. I don't wish ill will on anybody, but if they're going to tear this equipment up, I don't want to be here.
Baseline jumper sticks for Hornbuckle. 4 for him at a 2-point edge for the number 1 seed. Every year since 2008, Jackson has been in the quarterfinals. The last time they did not appear in the semis and lost this game was 2020. They were the number 3 seed. They got upset by number 6 Kelly, 55-51. Paxton Hornbuckle saddled with that personal foul, his first. To the line goes John Ernst. 9 points per ball game for the sophomore at 6'8". And he's got his first point here in the quarters this year. So 2020, the last time Jackson did not make it to the semis. Every year since then, they've played for the title. They've lost it 3 times. They won it once. That came last year, 50-41 over Cape Central. Second shot no good, and Blaine Reagan with a great job to out-rebound Bryce Cox and get another possession. And then on that missed shot, we get an over-the-back call on Jackson. Well, you know Blaine Reagan can jump, playing in the secondary and also as a wideout on an absolutely top-flight Jackson Indian football team. Britt Crowden called for that foul. Free throw good for Jeffries, 68% on the season from the line. Indians have won this tournament 6 different times. First one came in '88. Jeffries has 4. They went back-to-back in '03 and '04. Won it again in the 2000s in '07. And in the early teens, 2013. Here's Crowden in the corner. Ernst forgot the basketball. Jackson turns it over. Delta down by 1. Cox trying to challenge 6'8". Look at this. Takes him in the post, and Ernst just stayed with him the whole time. Led him deep, but didn't let the shot get past him. Nice job by the big fella.
Wonder how much discussion that there was with Toby Heeb and his group about, hey, we're going to go in and we're going to challenge. We're going to make, because every player that's had a chance to go in and try has. It's worked on occasion. It's not worked on occasion.
Jeffries from 3, and Delta's in front. 7 for Ryan Jeffries. A minute and a half to go in an entertaining first quarter, and a light ticky-tack reach-in foul on Isaiah Berry. That's his second. Surprised they called that one, Mike. You know in a game like this, there's going to be a lot more physicality than what that offered.
100% agree. And I'm not saying it's not a foul by
book definition, right?
But there's going to be a lot of contact all night. It's going to be worse than that.
Turnover Indians. The other way's Vandeven. That never got to the rim. Jackson takes it away and quickly turns it around the other way. Drummed the hole. Good job defensively by Rylan Huffman. And then after Hornbuckle starts to head up floor, the Indians called for another foul. Will walk and shoot.
Well, what I like about what Delta's doing here at the outset, other than the fact they hold a 2-point lead with 1:13 to go in the quarter, what I like is their mentality of challenge at both ends of the floor. They've done it from the opening tip. And I like that mentality regardless of how it works out. And right now it's working out just fine.
Paxton Hornbuckle's got 5. He's a 71% shooter at the line. Delta as a club has made 4 of their first 5 from the stripe. That foul on Jory Toma, who checks out. Will Thomas back in. Reagan rebounds that missed free throw. Final minute of quarter 1. The 8 seed in front by 3. Delta is doing a great job to pressure the basketball. And a reach in foul. Ryan Jeffries in the area. Fourth club foul on the Bobcats. Ernst back in. Drew Respondek out.
Jeffries very frustrated because he was just a blink away from having that steal, and then on the second effort got caught for the foul.
Ball fake, Reagan in the corner. Let's go of a short one. Rebound comes out long. Another trip, another shot clock for Jackson. They don't wait for that to run down. Rebound loose and available off the miss. It was missed by Oliver Drum, pulled in by Delta and Skylar Vandeven. They can hold for the last shot if they want it. 23 away from quarter's conclusion. But they've been up-tempo all game. Why change now? Hanging on the rim, long rebound comes out. Jackson's got it with Reagan. It's a 3-on-2. The trailer is Ernst. Right down the right side of the paint. Again, Rylan Huffman, twice in this quarter, has not fouled someone and just been straight up and down. And both times the official said, look, I'm going to let you play like that.
Well, just because there was some contact, he fell hard. The official said the defense was textbook. I'm letting that go.
5 to go. Corner 3. Yes. Thomas with 7 and 13 apiece at the end of 1. Between 1 and 8, Jackson and Delta. Wire-to-wire coverage of the Southeast Missourian Christmas Tournament. Its 81st installment brought to you by Aycorp Sports.
What does it take to stand tall? To let curiosity take root? To let your dreams take flight? You have to be fearless. Carve your path without permission. Turn your grit into greatness. This is your small town with big ideas. This is where you find your fearless. This is Simo.
Please pass the hot sauce. No, none of that watered down ketchup. Give me the heat.
At Southern Bank, we're never not helpful.
Next stop,
Spicy City. Helping spicy grandmas and everybody else.
Such a pleasure for us to be part of this holiday tradition down here in Cape Girardeau. Greg Allen, Mike Reeves, working alongside Tyler Lassiter and Matt Walker. Matthew Williams, our statistician. Brad Halford, Peyton Hartline, Marley Hatton, all on the cameras for you today. An Aycorp Sports production from the Show Me Center in Cape Girardeau. 13 apiece as we start the second. Delta on offense, tentatively, for the moment in the corner with Vandeven. And then I missed the call.
He either stepped on or let the ball hit the end line. Turnover number 7.
Too many bodies in that corner. Couldn't find the right official. Ernst and the Indians break the center stripe. Will Thomas with a 3 to close the first to take us to a 13 all game to quarter 2. That 3 no dice, and hanging on for dear life, Bryce Cox. And the arrow belongs to Delta. Delta's only championship over in this tournament, 1968. The win yesterday snapped a 5-game first-round losing skid. A Jackson foul off the ball. That's Will Thomas's second. Prior to yesterday, their last first-round win came in 2019 when they were a 6 and beat number 11 Leopold. Down in the post, to the basket, no. Foul coming up on Delta's Skylar Vandeven, crashing the boards. Number 1 on Vandeven, number 1 on Delta in the period. Jackson's committed 2. Lob pass up floor, that's Drum. And that time a blocking foul. Shifting the hips. Vandeven again might get tagged with that one. They gave it instead to Hornbuckle, number 2 on him. Jory Toma, nephew to head coach Corey Toma, to the free throw line. First point for Jory in this game. Delta bowed out last year in the consolation semis after a first-round loss to Cape Notre Dame. Missed free throw, rebounded by Vandeven. They beat Kelly, lost to Oran. Tough entry feed. Vandeven's got to get rid of it, and got rid of it to the wrong team. Look up ahead, here comes Reagan, the all-star track individual for Jackson. He's got 5. And a 3-point Indian lead, the number 1 seed in front. Delta's putting themselves in some difficult positions here in this quarter early. Good ball movement, good ball rotation. Hornbuckle can't triple. The Indians' lone loss came to Sykeston in the semis of the Simo Conference Tournament. Since then, they've won 4 in a row, including yesterday's victory over Oak Ridge to get here. Speaking of ball movement, it works as well for Jackson. Ty Forrest misses the 3. Delta's outlet is tipped, but the Bobcats hang on. Vandeven. They get it to the trailer Hornbuckle. Great pump fake baseline. Vandeven up strong. Contact, and he'll get to the line. Well, you were right, Mike. There's a concerted effort to get the ball inside. And Vandeven draws a foul.
Now, there's been no question that if they've got the opportunity, and Greg, what I've noted, it hasn't mattered who. You would think, okay, well, if Hornbuckle can get down there and get low, sure. I mean, but it's been everybody. The guards have done it. We saw it right there with Vandeven as he got down deep into the free throw line.
Around and out, no good for Vandeven, who split 4 foul shots today. Jeffries has tried it. Cox has tried it. Barry's tried it. Vandeven's gone down there in the post. Ernst had the ball taken away. The other way, Vandeven in a 2-on-1. He's got Barry with him, but great job by Reagan to get back defensively for Jackson. Coming up on 3 minutes elapsed, it's quarter 2. Long triple with a man in his face. Ryan Jeffries is primed for this quarterfinal. How about the emotion from that guy right there? 4 in blue. Jeffries averages 22.5. Mikey's already hit 2 massive threes for this Bobcat crew.
He has not missed from the field. 3 shot attempts, 2 of them from deep. 2 free throws, they both went in. 10 points in this one. He scored 11 in that win over Leopold. And I love the confidence he's taking it. Both the threes that he's taken have been quick, catch, let it fly. Both were at least a step beyond the arc. I mean, it was a legit long-range 3. And I don't know if you're a Delta Bobcat fan, if there's much that you've seen in the opening, quarter and a half or so. Is there anything you've seen that would upset you? I can't fathom what it would be. I think you've done exactly what you have to. that allows you to stay in a game like this and have a chance. And the challenge is always sustaining it and making it last as long as possible through 32. We talked the other night, Greg, that it's very rare to see two teams play at their highest level for basically the entire 32 minutes of a high school game. We saw a game in that Park Hills tournament a long time ago, DeSoto and
Arcadia Valley.
But I thought that fit that description. Just from the tip, everybody played as well as you could possibly play, and it's one of the best high school games we've ever seen.
Only 11 yesterday for Ryan Jeffries, already 10 today in this one. Held ball, arrow, Jackson. Not to answer your question, you said if you're a Delta fan, I don't have a rooting interest. If I was a Delta fan, the one thing that just jumps to mind is I feel like they have too many turnovers. I understand the level of competition is way different than what they saw yesterday against Leopold, and you're facing the number one team. They're going to turn you over. Ernst to the basket and an and one. I don't like how many turnovers Delta has.
And that number, to put a number to it, is 8. They forced 6. That helps.
That does help. I agree. That is Hornbuckle's third.
That's a story.
And if he's going to stay on the floor, he's going to have to play composed. And he's not going to stay on the floor. Toby Heeb is going to bring Rylan Huffman back in, who really defensively has been really good in this first half. After the converted free throw, 4 for John Ernst. This is Jeffries with the pill. Right side of the paint, scooped it up high, missed it, loose ball, Delta saved it. Get it back on perimeter, Cox, he'll go inside, he'll flip it up and score. Man, and he went right around 6'8" John Ernst to do it. Tough ask right there in a midcourt travel called against Ryan Criddle. And there's another Jackson turnover. We talk about it a lot. Yeah, you can have 9 turnovers, which sounds like a huge number in a first half, but how many did you create? How many did you get back the other way? And what's that turnover differential?
Yeah, there's a big difference between we committed 20 turnovers tonight. Ooh, that's not good. We forced 23. Oh, okay. You can stay in the game that way. Yeah, you need to know both sides of that stat to fully understand if it's meaningful to you.
Jeffries wants more from distance and didn't get any. Air ball out of bounds.
I thought Jeffries' last 2 shots were forced, and not just necessarily aggressive, but forced.
Rushed.
And I didn't think that happened earlier when he got the ball, let it go. So there is a line there. There's a line that you don't want to cross between forcing it and being really aggressive.
Better than midway through stanza 2, still deadlocked at 19, tied at 13 at the end of 1. A combined 16-1, the records between these two. Ernst rebounds the miss, tries to step through Jeffries and scores. He's got 6. Jackson last year 21-7. Delta last year 16-13. If you talk about how far into the district they went, the Bobcats went deeper than the Indians. Delta lost to the district finals to Richland, the number 1 seed. The Indians bowed out to number 2 Seckman in overtime in the semis. Shot clock at 8. Vandeven, teardrop floater in the paint, doesn't go, volleyed back up. 6'8" is in there somewhere, but instead it's a different Indian and Brock Reagan that brings it down. Dump down pass in the corner, that ball's volleyed and loose, picked up by Forrest. Jackson's not been crisp on the offensive end. They're up by 2 at 21-19. Ernst has a man in front of him and a man behind him. Out for a long 2-point shot, no good from Forrest. There's Ernst right there though, and that's the problem. Even if they can't get him the ball, he is still a huge weapon on the glass, and he just created a turnover as he ran Jeffries out of bounds, and Jackson gets the ball back.
And I think Ernst is taking full advantage of the Hornbuckle foul trouble situation. especially on the offensive glass.
Both these teams go January 6th after this tournament. Delta hosting Advance, Jackson at Farmington. Now Ernst in on Jeffries. Whoa, what a mismatch there. And travel. Jeffries at 5'10" against 6'8" John Ernst. And just kind of shuttled him around from side to side in the paint and got him to travel.
And at times, Greg, with that mismatch, just physically, that may be the best you can hope to do right there.
Jeffries again inside. Not sure if Ernst got a piece of that shot. Jeffries missed it. And on the trip down floor, a foul against Delta. Cohen Palmer grabs his first personal. Last foul for Delta before Jackson free throws for the remainder of the half, which only has 96 seconds in it. They double team out by the timeline and take it away from Brock Reagan. And then Reagan trying to get it back, picked up a foul. And Delta is in the bonus. They will shoot.
And back to turnover and turnover differential. Each team 9. And I gonna think that if the Bobcats came into this one and said, listen, you're gonna be able to turn them over upwards of 9 to 10 times in the first half, you'd 100% take it.
And I beg your pardon, Delta was not in the bonus. Thought they were. Timeout, Coach Heeb. It is only a 30. We'll hold it here with 1:25 to go. Delta basketball, they trail by 4. John Ernst with 8, Will Thomas with 7, Blaine Reagan with 5, the leading scorers for Jackson. Ryan Jeffries with 10, Paxton Hornbuckle's got 5, the top 2 for Delta. A note of caution to Toby Heeb, the lead man in that blue-shirted huddle. We have seen, this is game 13 that we've been here for since the start of the tournament. We've seen more than 7 that have been relatively close near the half, and teams have just fallen off the cliff in the second half, whether it be strictly fourth quarter or the entire second half.
And usually it's fast. It's just 1 minute we got a good game, and the next minute, yep, this
over.
one's, and you know, it's in the books.
Turnover, Delta. Lob pass, Will Thomas up ahead, skip it over the top, open. Reagan, 3 is in the air. Can't get it to go. Ernst with the rebound. And that time a little bit late to get set defensively as Huffman. First on Rylan Huffman. Jackson is into bonus. Thomas has 8. Woodland and Chaffee coming up after this one. The 2-10 matchup. The Red Devils, the only team to pull an upset on day 1. Ernst comes over the top of Huffman and then throws it off of him to continue the possession for Jackson.
I was thinking, backtracking a couple of minutes, that the last few minutes of this half were going to be really huge, especially for Delta.
Skylar Vandeven, his second.
And the last few minutes of the half are not going the way of the Bobcats at this juncture.
Now it's Oliver Drum at the line. 6'3" sophomore. Yeah, this is a key 54.9 to close the half. Ticky-tack foul called on Thomas. That's his 3rd. That's a story for the Indians. And to the line goes Vandeven, where he's split 4. Three for Skylar Vandeven. He averages 13.8. He's a 68% foul shooter during the year. Trying to make it 5. That one strong, comes off the window hard. Grabbed by Respondek. Drum the other way to Ernst, down the lane, got in front of Rylan Huffman. Ernst has 10. 28-20. I was thinking if Delta wasn't careful, Jackson could easily go into the locker room with a double-digit lead. Delta really doesn't have to take a shot before the shot clock runs out. That and the game clock is nearly identical. They could hold for the final shot if they want. Based on the way Jeffries is playing this, they'll do just that. He almost lost the basketball, got it back, goes in on Ernst, flips a shot up that went over the top of the window. And Jackson just going to let it run out. 28-20. Not the way I expected that half to end. 28-20, number 1 seed Jackson leading number 8 Delta at the break. We're back with the intermission report after these messages on Aycorp Sports.
Built by us.
I inspected that.
Oh yeah, I framed that.
I built that. I stained that.
I hinged that.
I built that.
I inspected that.
I bought that. I loaded that.
All of this crafted with personal pride. Built by us.
Hi, I'm Linda Collier with Young Real Estate. Buying a home can feel overwhelming, but you don't have to do it alone. I'll guide you every step of the way. Let's turn your search into a success.
Your animals depend on you every day. So we build equipment you can depend on every day. So cutting hay, feeding livestock, and managing land is easier. Loaded with intuitive, innovative features and tech, Case IH equipment isn't just built to work. It's built to work for livestock producers. Case IH, built by farmers. Talk to your Baker Implement dealer today.
Agriculture is not a fad, and it's not for the faint of heart. Long days become long nights, sacrificing time away from your family, even on weekends, just so you can get the crop in and get the crop out. This is your way of life. At Farm Credit Southeast Missouri, we are 100% bought into your commitment. Because we are customer-owned, it is our mission to be your ag lender, and we intend to be your value-added partner for next year and the long term.
Your ag lender will always be there.
We're not saying we'll bubble wrap your money, but we do protect it like family. At First State Bank and Trust, your money is safe with us. First State Bank and Trust.
I'm Karen Hillis, and I think you'll love what's behind this door.
Unique 3-bedroom, 2.5-bath brick ranch just outside Malden. 2-car detached garage on a double lot.
Let's walk through it together. Give me a call today.
American energy dominance. It's how we secure our future. By harnessing homegrown energy, we fuel our economy, power industries, and drive innovation. At NextEra Energy, we're investing more than any other company to deliver low-cost, reliable energy that powers our country's future. NextEra Energy Resources, ahead of what's next.
At Focus Bank, we understand your community because it's our community too. With branches across Southeast Missouri and Northeast Arkansas, Focus Bank offers services such as fraud protection, really free checking, and mobile banking that lets you bank simply and securely, anytime, anywhere. Stop by any of our branches or visit us online to open an account today. Plus, you'll receive an awesome free gift just from opening your really free checking account. And when you refer someone who opens an account, you'll both receive a gift. Focus Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Please pass the hot sauce. No, none of that watered down ketchup. Give me the heat.
At Southern Bank, we're never not helpful.
Next stop,
Spicy City. Helping spicy grandmas and everybody else.
At First State Community Bank, our why is simple: to bring a positive impact to every community we serve. We are your neighbors and partners in building a stronger hometown. We work side by side with our community to help local businesses grow and families succeed. Our team takes the time to understand what matters to you, combining personal services with the latest technology so you can bank your way. Stop by one of our locations or visit us at fscb.com.
At Simo Health Network, we strive to provide caring and affordable health care. We provide medical, dental, OB, and behavioral health services to everyone that may need it. For more information, visit our website and let Simo Health Network take care of you.
Mathis Funeral Home of Dexter and Bernie strives to provide their community with the accommodations and services needed to relieve your family during times of loss. For more information, give them a call and see how Mathis Funeral Home can help meet your expectations in celebrating your loved ones.
People come in here to shop that are visiting in Dexter. The first thing I always do is ask them where they're going to eat and give them pointers on some of our great local-owned restaurants. We have a lot of good local shopping that I always point them toward. A lot of people like more of the nature and wildlife.
Ribs and barbecue is our thing. That's what put us here to begin with. The hickory log name.
At Bud Shell Ford in Dexter, we've provided sales and service for all of Southeast Missouri for over 80 years. From personal automotives to commercial vehicles, we're here to serve. Bud Shell Ford. We make the car you want easy to own.
Halftime here in Cape Girardeau, 28-20. Our score, the number 1 seed, Jackson leading number 8 Delta. As we play the first of 4 winners bracket quarterfinals on the second day of the Southeast Missourian Christmas Tournament. Happy to have you in the audience during this holiday season for any part of it that you're able to stop in and check out what's going on here at the Show Me Center. Greg Allen, Mike Reeves will bring you the first half numbers, also bring an out-of-town scoreboard check as they are 20 seconds to go in the fourth quarter in Bloomfield, and the number 1 seed has a 2-point lead. Dexter leads East Carter 44-42 with 23.5 seconds left. The 1 seed in a tight one right now That's the 5th game of the day for them down there. Dexter's going to the free throw line. You can watch the end of that game on the Aycorp Sports YouTube channel as well, just like you're watching this one, should you so desire.
Yeah, if you switched over to that and didn't listen to me give the stats, I would be okay with that as long as you come back. Fair enough?
Sure. They're interested in this game. That's why they're watching to begin with.
Right. So, they, come back to that one, and it's a 3-point game, and Dexter just missed a free throw but got the rebound.
Wow.
So they've got 19.4 to play and going back to the line there. Team numbers from the first half of this one. Jackson leading by the score of 28-20. They hit 38% in the first half on 10 of 26. It was 6 of 20 for Delta, 30% from the field. 1 of 4 3-point shooting, 25% for the Indians. Bobcats went 2 of 4 for 50%. Free throw shooting, 7 of 11 for Jackson, 64%. Delta 6 of 10 for 60. Big rebound advantage to the Indians. Not a big surprise there, 18-7. Turnovers nearly the same, 10-9. Delta has the 10 turnovers. Individual scoring leaders, Jackson is led by John Ernst with 10. They've got 8 from Will Thomas. Blaine Reagan has scored 5. Oliver Dunn has added 4. And Jory Toma with a free throw. Delta individually, Ryan Jeffries leads the way with 10. They've got 5 from Paxton Hornbuckle, but he's in foul trouble with 3. After that, 3 points from Skylar Vandeven and 2 points from Bryce Cox, as the Bobcats find themselves trailing at the half by 8, 28-20, as we get quarter number 3 underway.
Delta better be careful to not let this thing slip out of their grasp right here. Currently down by 8 as we begin the third. Don't miss a moment beyond today's game. Subscribe to simoball.com for full access to players, teams, scores, and stories that you care about from high school to the pros. New subscribers right now during the tournament save 30% on subscription fees at simoball.com. Cox can't finish at one end. Neither can Forrest at the other. But Jackson tracks down an offensive rebound, and in the paint, they're able to score with Jory Toma. Toma's got his first field goal. He's got 3 in the game. Delta trailing now by 10 at 30-20. It is a teetering moment right now for the Bobcats. Not saying it's the only one they're going to experience, but they're in one right now.
Aggressive offensively there from Hornbuckle, who's playing with 3 fouls. He does draw the foul there, however.
Hornbuckle's missed now back-to-back. Toma's got 3 personals. It's a 5-point game in Bloomfield. East Carter basketball, under 20 seconds to go. Hornbuckle missed a couple. We stay margin 10 here. A 3 goes for East Carter. It's a 2-point game. Dexter, the number 1 seed, still with the lead. Thomas has 10. There are 4.4 seconds to go in regulation in Bloomfield. Hornbuckle on a handoff, big 3. Barry sticks it. Oh, Delta needed that in a huge way. Margin at 9. There's an offensive foul against Ernst, and that's his first. Corey Toma talking with the official about that call. Delta right back into the 3-point arsenal, and Hornbuckle delivers. And it's quickly from 12 down to 6.
But a 3-point shot is just so much of a weapon when you're down like that.
Jackson with Forrest at the other end, able to answer from 3.
You feel like that's a pretty big shot after a team had just hit you with a couple of 3s in a row to cut your lead in half.
Paxton Hornbuckle on the right wing. Woodland and Chaffee coming up after this one. Jackson trying to track down a basketball, but they can't stay and play with it. Delta gets it back, trailing by 9 after the tie forced 3. He averages 11.4 a game. Final seconds in Bloomfield. Dexter with a lead of 2 They're fouled by East Carter. Clock stops at 3.4. Back out for another Hornbuckle three. He's good again. He's got 11. 3 Bobcat triples to open up this third quarter. It's gone from 12-6 to 9-6. Blaine Reagan to the cup, yes. 7 for Reagan.
Hornbuckle playing with 3 fouls is really, to me, going to be a story as to when does he pick up the 4th if he does. Because when he's on the floor, they're a lot better team for a lot of reasons.
Dexter misses the second free throw. East Carter had the ball. And here it's Ty Forrest to lay in 2. And one of the Bobcats, that is Hornbuckle, went down behind the play. The clock ran out on East Carter, and Dexter survives 48-45.
A really competitive 1 versus 8 matchup in that Bloomfield tournament.
Next up down there is the 4-5 matchup, Van Buren-Malden. Hornbuckle got his 3rd in the second quarter, sat for the rest of it. He opens up the 3rd on the floor here. High screen for Jeffries, finger rolls down the lane and scores. He's got a dozen. Jeffries with 12, Hornbuckle with 11. Next highest Bobcat with 3. They trail by 8. It's been a clean game for the most part. Ernst, easy throwdown for 12.
Great pass.
Tough shot by Cox that goes. He's got 4. Delta's going to have to get some defensive stops. They had one more turnover than the Indians did at the half, 10-9. I realize easier said than done. Open top of the arc 3 for Thomas. No. Bobcats, we're going to go held ball more than likely, I would think. Yep. Arrow Jackson. Drew Respondek comes back in for Coach Corey Toma. Forrest out. Toma in his 4th season. Toby Heeb in his 4th year. Stripped on the way up was Thomas. Got it back, put it on rim, and falls off. Bobcats dodge a bullet. They're down by 8, 41-33. Charging hard is Barry. Hornbuckle's already hit 2 threes in this quarter. Jeffries hit 2 huge ones in the second. And Jackson's Blaine Reagan guilty of foul number 2. 3 more quarterfinals to come after this game. We told you Woodland Chaffee, followed by Cape Central Scott City, and then Cape Notre Dame Charleston. Lob to nobody in the paint. It's picked up in a lane. Cox couldn't finish, just grabbed the loose basketball, but did get fouled. Drew Respondek with his first. It's the 4th club foul in this quarter on Jackson. And there's still 3:21 to go.
Greg Delta just 1 third quarter turnover. That was after having 10 at the half. Jackson, no third quarter turnovers after having 9 at the half.
7 of 12 at the line right now after that make from Bryce Cox for the Bobcats combined. If they're going to get to the line a bunch in this third quarter late, they'll have to be better than that. Cox with 6 as he converts. They've cut it back to 6. They break the timeline on a pass to Ernst. Kick out, right wing, Respondek 3. Wow. Just so smooth for Jackson. And it takes so much work on the offensive end for Delta to try to convert. That one flipped on rim, no good. Offensive rebound underneath. The stick back, they're going to count that. It's going to go for Vandeven. He's got 5.
I think I am going to agree with your thinking early in the game. I thought it'd be real hard for Delta to get a lot of consistent points down low and inside the paint, and they found a way to do it way better than I thought they would.
Vandeven misses. Ernst rebound. That foul was the fourth on Jory Toma. Indians back to the half-court set. Winner advances to play on Monday in the semis. There's a reach and a foul on Cohen Palmer. That's his second. It's only the first Delta foul in this third quarter. The winner will play Monday at 6 o'clock against the winner between Cape Notre Dame and Charleston. That's the top half of the bracket we're working on right now. Deflected ball and a takeaway. Bobcats have it. Down by 7. This is Hornbuckle down on the blocks. Palmer went in there and said, no, bad idea. Smart decision. Hornbuckle to the cup, couldn't finish inside. Rimmed out, and then it might be a second straight foul on Palmer. It is, as Ernst grabbed the rebound. They had a chance to get it down to 5, 4 if they made a 3.
Everything about the move that Hornbuckle made was exquisite, except the finish.
Yep.
That's big picture. All that really matters, you have to make the shot. That was a terrific baseline move.
Two minutes remaining in the third. Good crowd on hand for the first winner's bracket quarterfinal on day 2. Ernst draws a foul. He'll go to the line. Saddled to Ryland Huffman, his second. 3rd team foul on the Bobcats. John Ernst already with 12, now 13. He's 3 of 4 at the foul line.
It's so important that your bigs be able to hit free throws because of the number of times they'll probably end up at the free throw line.
Second free throw volleyed around, and Ernst grabs that off the miss. Taken out of his hands, though, by a crafty Isaiah Berry. Jeffrey's looking for space on perimeter, has to shield 2 defenders and one of his own guys. Trying to take Ernst off the dribble, just ran into him and tried to knock him down. Lost the ball in transition, Criddle the other way. Nice cross lane pass. That was beautiful to Britt Crowden. And the lead back to 10 for Jackson. And again, another Bobcat tries to muscle his way in on Ernst. Ernst says, no, sir, I'll take that. He goes the other way and draws a foul. Back-to-back defensive trips that John Ernst just held his own and did not give an inch.
I think I said it once, maybe twice yesterday. The game wasn't nearly as competitive as this one has been for the most part all night here. But Ernst's ability to grab the ball, put it on the floor, and lead a break. Not all 6'8" high school kids are doing that. We've seen that before.
Ryan Criddle taken away from him, poked away, and then Vandeven grabbed it. Vandeven challenges, scores, and fouled. Vandeven's got 7 with a minute to go in this third quarter. Down to 8 at the moment.
Greg, when you think about, again, we've got the Class 1 Delta squad. We got Class 6 Jackson squad. When you think about Delta and playing in Class 1, and they're holding their own here, that bodes well for them moving forward.
Absolutely. Delta has not played in the tournament semifinals over here since at least 2007. Three-point shot by Forrest. A little bit short off the mark. Bodies all over the place. Ball out of bounds to the Indians. Coming to a close of the third.
Well, I trusted the shooter there in knowing that one was off. As soon as he let it go, it wasn't just follow your shot. It was, I missed it, go get it.
Ernst picks up the mess off the miss. And another Bobcat foul coming here.
8th rebound for Ernst. A chance to increase his point total to 15 with 2 free throws here.
Third personal on Rylan Huffman. He's split his 6 tries at the stripe. Best crowd of the day, to no surprise on day 2. That one well short. So Delta prevents points from going on the board. They can hold for the final shot. They're down by 8. They want to rush it. They deal to Huffman. He fumbled it, knocked it out of bounds by Jackson. Toby Heeb spent 4 years as the girls' head coach at New Madrid before joining this crew at Delta. Now they look like they will hold for the last shot with 16 to go. And at worst, go to the 4th down 8. The bad news, that's where they were at the half, so they've gained no ground unless they can score here on this trip. They'll try with the left-hand floater. Now they'll have to try at the line with Isaiah Berry. Second on Respondek. Berry on the season is a tremendous free throw shooter, 88%. .5 points a ball game for the senior at 5'8". Drops them both home. He's got 5.
88% free throw shooters get that kind of roll because of their touch.
2 seconds to go. Ernst gave it off. That's going to count. It's rimming off. And Delta takes 2 off the Jackson lead from where they were at the break. It's a 6-point game. Number 1, Indians, 47. Number 8, Bobcats, 41 to the 4th on Aycorp Sports.
Your animals depend on you every day. So we build equipment you can depend on every day. So cutting hay, feeding livestock, and managing land is easier. Loaded with intuitive, innovative features and tech, Case IH equipment isn't just built to work. It's built to work for livestock producers. Case IH, built by farmers. Talk to your Baker Implement dealer today.
We're not saying we'll bubble wrap your money, but we do protect it like family. At First State Bank and Trust, your money is safe with us. First State Bank and Trust.
Filling out the bracket on day 2 of this tournament. 4 elimination games to start the proceedings. Leopold, Oran, Advance, Bell City, all the winners. Jackson to the 4th, up 6 on Delta. 3 more after this. Late game slated for a 9 o'clock tip. Hope you'll stay with us all night. Wire-to-wire coverage of the entire tournament here from the Show Me Center on Aycorp Sports. And just an absolute thrill to be a part of the operation that they bring you this holiday season. Kind of a new era with the Christmas tournament. 3-point shot off the mark from Jeffries. 1 and done with the rebound to Will Thomas. So Jackson's first possession of the 4th. Falling down with the ball as Thomas got rid of it. The possession continues in the corner to Blaine Reagan. Great ball movement. Side pocket 3 is good for Ty Forrest, who's got 8. Oh, the spacing, the patience. Fantastic on that trip for the 1 seed. Again, trying to muscle in on Ernst. Back pick that time by Forrest. They lob out to any of 3 Indians. It's Reagan that picks it up and lays it in. He's got 9, and as fast as Delta got it down to 6, it's back out to 11.
Beware, start a 4th quarter, close game. They get away fast in this building.
Wonder if Simo's got that same problem.
Yeah, it's been incredible in these 2 days we've been here.
Bryce Cox, tough angled shot. Indians with Reagan, teardrop runner, yes. Toby Heeb's group better be careful now. Vandeven the other way, able to bank that home. He's got 9, and there is a Toby Heeb timeout. It's a full. We'll join him. 54-43, still an 11-point game. Top seed Jackson in command of this one. 6:24 remaining in the fourth quarter on Aycorp Sports. On campus at Southeast Missouri State University, home of the Christmas tournament. 81st installment Southeast Missourian Christmas tournament. 13 all at the end of one, 15-7. A big second quarter spun this thing in the favor of the Indians.
Through 3 quarters, the Indians were 18 of 38 from the field, 3 of 9 from deep, and 8 of 15 at the foul line. Through 3, Delta was 13 of 30 from the field, 5 of 7 from 3. Just 10 of 20 at the free throw line.
Ty Forrest, timeout now. Coach Toma didn't like the way that offensive sequence was developing, and he said, let's just stop this right here.
If I would have told you before the game, we're sitting and talking, and I would have said, we're going to be almost 2 minutes into the fourth quarter, and Delta will have made it to the free throw line 20 times. Would that number have surprised you?
Yeah, because I didn't think they'd had the wherewithal to try to go inside as much as they have and have any kind of success, and that includes drawing fouls.
And so I think from the perspective of that aggressiveness early, it paid off in that regard. What didn't pay off is that they've not hit a high percentage,
right?
Making 10 of them. You kind of hope on a night like this that if you're going to get there that often,
you're really going to use it as a weapon.
Make 80+% of them.
Forrest, reverse style. Oh, my! Put it on the highlight deck for Ty Forrest, who's got 10. Wow. Barry, I'll be honest, I'd have been okay with a held ball on that. I think they got an Indian foul.
Greg, there's reverse layups. They become rather in vogue and kind of common. And then there's that level of difficulty on a reverse layup.
Down deep, Barry tried to go back on the wing. Here's Ernst leading the break, and he double dribbled it. Got it, fumbled that time. Just gonna start singing his praises, and one of the few times in the open floor he turned it over.
Back-to-back turnovers, 15th for Delta. Jackson now sits at a dozen.
Bobcats down a Baker's does. 2.5 gone by in the fourth. We've been talking about the winning team advances to play Monday at 6. The losing team plays Monday at 3. Layup at the other end, no. The tip, no. Reagan had the initial shot. Ernst had to follow, and Vandeven's got the rebound. Foul on Will Thomas at the other end is 4th. Second Jackson foul in the fourth quarter. It'll put Barry at the line, who's that really good foul shooter. A 5th place semi awaits the loser of this one Monday at 3.
It's kind of crazy how the exact same skill can be executed by so many different people, and that skill, just depending on who's executing it, can look totally different to just the average person.
You talking about free throws?
Just free throws, yeah. When you watch somebody who is a good free throw shooter shoot them, it looks easy. It's like, oh my gosh, anybody can do that. Then you watch somebody who can't shoot free throws very well, and you're like, how do you ever make one?
Barry goes 1 of 2. Reagan converts at the other end, and a travel just over the timeline by Jeffries, and it's unraveling for Delta.
A good place kicker in football. Good ones. Man, that's so easy. Then your team struggles with the place kicker, and you're like, we can't kick a field goal. We're never going to be able to make a field goal. But those that are good at it, just looks easy.
Indians with a patient offensive set here. Nice move, Toma down the lane. He's got 5. Gave it off, got it back, scored it at the rim. Cox the other way, turns into Ernst, then away, misses the shot, and Toma knocked it out of bounds.
Kind of I feel that Jackson's got a group that's got enough experience and they played the game at a high level. They're not all senior oriented, I'm not saying that, but they've got experience in playing in big games that if they get up 16 on you in the fourth, they're not going to let it get away from them.
Pull-up jumper good for Hornbuckle. 14-point margin, working our way towards midway through this fourth. Reagan. Stop and go move. Nobody picked him up. How in the world did that happen?
I think that the defenders really deep down thought he was about to pull the ball back out and run a little clock. And he just kept edging to the rim, and then went, you know what? I've got a layup. I think I'll take it.
Jeffries tried to lead a man with a pass, and he and Vandeven were not on the same page.
18th turnover at the game, 8th of the half.
Compared to?
Jackson's now at 10, just 3.5.
So Delta's -8 in the turnover category. And Reagan fouled right at the rim by Hornbuckle. Well, you said, what point does he pick up his 4th? It's going to happen in a part of the game where it's not going to factor anymore.
Yep, it got late enough, and the margin of that you're trying to overcome is so much. It's not going to matter if you have your 4th or 5th foul.
16 for Reagan. Knew that one was off, missed it, tried to go get it. Picked up instead by Vandeven. Short on that 3 from Hornbuckle. Vandeven up and in. Vandeven, the 3rd Delta Bobcat to double figures. Hornbuckle with 13, Jeffries with a dozen. Vandeven can reach a dozen at the foul line here.
Greg, one thing we've seen from Vandeven in this 2 games that we've watched him play, he can take contact and finish. Lots of times he has been inside, been fouled, found a way to put it up, put it in.
He does have 12. .4 game, 5 minutes gone by. Here stands a 4. Jackson getting a little patient until something opens, and then they take advantage with Will Thomas. He's one of 3 or 4, actually, Indians in double figures. They're led by Blaine Reagan, 16.
Well, with the shot clock being used in the tournament, they executed that half-court set perfect. You can't just keep running it. You've got to do something, and they ran the clock down and still scored late in the shot clock. That's near perfection.
Floater in the lane from Palmer. Rebound taken away by Oliver Drum. Loose. Vandeven picked it up and put in by Bryce Cox. He's got 8. 14 to margin with 2:16 to go. Blocked off the window. To the foul line goes Jory Toma. Skylar Vandeven is 3rd. Toma, 1 of 3 at the line. Jackson's going to go to 9-1. Delta's going to lose for the first time this year. Not too shabby when the only loss on your resume is to Jackson. Approaching 2 minutes in the fourth quarter. Indians will move to 8-0 head-to-head since the start of the 2013 season against Delta. All of those meetings, including this one obviously, have come in the Christmas tournament. All 8 since 2013. They have not met in the regular season. Fair to say, Mike, as Toma walked coming across the lane. Tied at the end of one, Jackson by 8 at the half, Jackson by 6 in the third, and currently sitting up 15. Delta was in the game, but never challenged. As far as challenging Delta, or challenging Jackson to pull the massive upset.
I'll change it, and it'd be exactly what you just said. I'm just going to flip it to the way I thought about it all night. I never at any point in this game thought Jackson might lose. So, yes, it's exactly what you were trying to say. But that was just in my head and the way I was thinking about it. I was like, Delta played well and did some good things.
Right.
And they were certainly competitive. But if I was sitting here at any point in time tonight and hooked up to that infallible lie detector and said, hey, do you think Jackson could lose? And if I answered yes, it would have gone off and went, no, you don't. You don't really think they can lose. And I never did. That's not a slight to Delta at all. I think they played well, and I think they got about as much out of this as they could probably get, but they don't have the same level and skill set that Jackson has, and big picture at the long run at the end of the year, they don't need that. They need whatever it takes to be successful in Class 1. They don't have to have Jackson's Class 6 skills. They got to be as good as what it takes in Class 1. Now, is there a team lurking out there in Class 1 that I'm unaware of that is Jackson-level talent? No idea, but if they are, then they got a lot of work to do. But there are very few teams in Class 1 that we've seen them. We've seen them right here in this area because Scott County Central at times, going back overtime, they've been as good as anybody, and they did it out of Class 1.
Bryce Cox left it short. Reagan adds 2 more. He's had a whale of a game. 18 points for Bladen Reagan.
He's got 18, and he's got 13 of those in this half.
Final 66 ticks. Out of control to the paint goes Barry Watt at a foul. Not going to get it forced at the other end finishes. 70-51. Final margin of this one, and the final score is not going to be quite indicative of how most of the game felt and was played. Jackson pulling away a little more late. Nice dump down pass. Great pump fake. Oh, Forrest shed a man with the head fake. 14 for him. The pass by Ernst across the lane was good. And Jackson can let it run out. 21-point win for the #1 seed. Both teams with 1 loss on their resume now. Jackson's going to go to 9-1. Delta going to fall to 8-1. 72-51 is going to be your final. The Indians into the tournament semifinals. They will play Monday at 6 o'clock. A 5th straight semifinal appearance for the Jackson Indians, and the reigning champs move on. 72-51 the final. Final particulars and hopefully a post-game conversation with Corey Toma when we come back to the Show Me Center on Aycorp Sports.
Mathis Funeral Home of Dexter and Bernie strives to provide their community with the accommodations and services needed to relieve your family during times of loss. For more information, give them a call and see how Mathis Funeral Home can help meet your expectations in celebrating your loved ones.
At Bud Shell Ford in Dexter, we've provided sales and service for all of Southeast Missouri for over 80 years. From personal automotives to commercial vehicles, we're here to serve. Bud Shell Ford. We make the car you want easy to own.
At Simo Health Network, we strive to provide caring and affordable health care. We provide medical, dental, OB, and behavioral health services to everyone that may need it. For more information, visit our website and let Simo Health Network take care of you.
At First State Community Bank, our why is simple: to bring a positive impact to every community we serve. We are your neighbors and partners in building a stronger hometown. We work side by side with our community to help local businesses grow and families succeed. Our team takes the time to understand what matters to you, combining personal services with the latest technology so you can bank your way. Stop by one of our locations or visit us at fscb.com.
Built by us.
I inspected that.
Oh yeah, I framed that.
I built that.
I stained that.
I hinged that.
I built that.
I inspected that.
I bought that. I loaded that.
All of this crafted with personal pride. Built by us.
I'm Karen Hillis, and I think you'll love what's behind this door.
Unique 3-bedroom, 2.5-bath brick ranch just outside Malden. 2-car detached garage on a double lot.
Let's walk through it together. Give me a call today.
We're not saying we'll bubble wrap your money, but we do protect it like family. At First State Bank and Trust, your money is safe with us. First State Bank and Trust.
In farming, the weather always cooperates. The soil is always balanced. Seedlings always flourish.
But that's fantasy. This is farming. Seed, bred and tested for your reality. Dynagrow Seed, for real.
Back at the Show Me Center in Cape Girardeau, it was tight early. Jackson pulls away late. They win it over Delta 72-51. We visit with Corey Toma, the head coach of the Indians. Coach, well, I know it's sometimes maybe just easy media speak and it's just an easy explanation for things. I wonder if you see it with your group at all. Do you have an ability to kind of wear teams down and just wear on them? Do you see that at times? Because it kind of looked that way tonight. I don't know if that's exactly what happened. Maybe I'm just relying on a media crutch and calling it that. But do you think you have that ability at times to do that?
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of our competitive advantages. I played 10 kids tonight, and they went 7 deep. So, that's why it was a close game through 3 quarters. And my depth and my senior leadership in the 4th quarter, I told them it was going to come. I didn't know when it was going to come. But they were the way we guard and put pressure on you, it wears you out. And if you cannot continually make shots on the offensive end, our transition will eventually get to you.
With that said, coaches will talk to me a lot about I play X number of kids. You said I put 10 kids. I sense that you are really confident with any of that group of 10. Is that also a fair assessment?
Yeah, we've been going that way since the beginning of the season, and the roles have changed a little bit. Like the Reagan kid had 18 tonight, what a strong kid. I mean, he's quick. He's one of the elite defenders around. He might not be able to hit a jump shot from 15, but he's a hard guard. He runs the floor. He plays defense, and then just the depth. And you're right. I'm very comfortable with putting those 10 kids in. Is one thing we talk about before the game.
How impressed should I be when I watch John Ernst and his ability at times, he's going to make some mistakes. But a big kid who can handle the ball and help you get out of pressure, I mean, he makes his mistakes here and there, but most coaches don't want the 6'8" kid to even put it on the floor. We know that. What are you seeing from him, and what kind of player can he eventually be?
Yeah, I mean, the kid just turned 16 years old. He's young. He's, extremely inexperienced, and I'm putting him in these roles to make him more experienced. He's got a unique skill set. I mean, he can handle the ball. He's developing as a player. It's going to be something special here in 2 years to have him have all this skill set. And once he finds a motor, which it's coming, he's the sky's the limit for this kid. But yeah, I mean, he's leading my press, and that was the game plan coming in because he does have a great skill set.
I'm kind of curious from programs that come in here with aspirations that are big beyond what's happening this week. You got January, February, of course, district play and all those things. What is the importance of this tournament as a big picture? Because I know what it means to the area. I know what the history of the tournament is. Everybody wants to do well in it. But if you look at the really, really big picture, what's the biggest thing to take out of it?
Well, the biggest thing is it's a four-game competition. And, when you break down districts or you break down going to the state like we did in 22, 23, you have to win these mini tournaments. And we talk about mini tournaments all the time. It's like, hey, how can we be better in mini tournaments? Because if you don't win, you don't get to go on in the state tournament. And so it's do or die. And so these are valuable. Hey, how can we get better in certain situations? How do we do against the press? How is our rotations that I'm looking for? There's a lot involved in that we're going to use as we go through January and February and get ready for district. We want to peak at the end of February.
Wrap this up with this, and I know you're focused on your group. You're supposed to. It's your team. That's what you're doing. But I was kind of wondering as an opposing coach, a Class 1 school like what Delta has right now, what do you see from them, and how tough a challenge is that group as a totally different class than what you deal with when you move forward? What do you kind of see from them?
Man, I think you had Jimmy on last night, and Jimmy hit the nail on the head, man. And I was listening to Leopold's coach. They're top 2, top 3 on any given night. They're going to be a tough out for any team at any level because those 5 kids he puts on the floor to start with can play with anybody, and it's a dynamic. When you play that hard on defense, it's eventually going to wear you down against good teams. And I think if he could get some depth, not saying it's a bad thing, but if he had a couple more guys that could get in there, get some legs off the court at times, they're going to be a tough out either way.
Certainly appreciate your time this week with us. I know we got a whole tournament to go. Greg and I, we have 2 days and then we're out of this thing. So we're going to follow it from afar. But it has been an absolute thrill, and we wish you the best going forward. And we will hopefully see you down the road in regular season play as well. We're going to be doing a few more of these with Aycorp, so should have a lot of fun with it.
Hey, I appreciate your time.
Appreciate everything. Thank you so much, head coach of the Jackson Indians, taking time to sit alongside with us here between games. They win their contest over Delta 72-51 and advance to the semifinals. Indians back on the floor next on Monday at 6 p.m. against the Charleston Cape Notre Dame winner. While we're here and before we get to the next game, let's jump into some of the numbers from the just completed game. First off, we will look at the individual numbers. Jackson, balanced scoring attack. Blaine Reagan scores 18 points to lead the way, 14 from Ty Forrest, 13 John Ernst, 12 points from Will Thomas, 6 from Jory Toma, and 2 from Britt Crowden. Delta, they get 13 from Paxton Hornbuckle, 12 from Skylar Vanderven, and 12 from Ryan Jeffries. They also get 8 from Brian Cox and 6 from Isaiah Berry. On the team side of things, from the floor, Jackson 52% on 29 of 52 in this one. Delta from the field goes 17 of 43 for 40%. At the free throw line, 10 of 19 for Jackson. That's a 53% clip. Delta got to the line 21 times, made 57. Rebounding, a massive advantage for Jackson, 39-13. You could kind of expect that to happen. Turnovers, 19 for Delta, 14 for Jackson. Indians win it 72-51 into the semifinals. They go for a contest again on Monday at 6. Delta will play Monday at 3 o'clock in a 5th place bracket against the loser of that game that will feature Charleston and Cape Notre Dame. We'll take a break. When we come back, start setting the scene and getting the opening tip underway for our second quarterfinal round game in the winners bracket. Woodland, Chaffee, after this on Aycorp Sports Network.
I'm Karen Hillis, and I think you'll love what's behind this door.
Unique 3-bedroom, 2.5-bath brick ranch just outside Malden. 2-car detached garage on a double lot.
Let's walk through it together. Give me a call today.
Mathis Funeral Home of Dexter and Bernie strives to provide their community with the accommodations and services needed to relieve your family during times of loss. For more information, give them a call and see how Mathis Funeral Home can help meet your expectations in celebrating your loved ones.
At First State Community Bank, our why is simple: to bring a positive impact to every community we serve. We are your neighbors and partners in building a stronger hometown. We work side by side with our community to help local businesses grow and families succeed. Our team takes the time to understand what matters to you, combining personal services with the latest technology so you can bank your way. Stop by one of our locations or visit us at fscb.com.
Not saying we'll bubble wrap your money, but we do protect it like family. At First State Bank and Trust, your money is safe with us. First State Bank and Trust.
Built by us.
I inspected that.
Oh yeah, I framed that.
I built that.
I stained that.
I hinged that.
I built that.
I inspected that.
I bought that. I loaded that.
All of this crafted with personal pride. Built by us.
At Simo Health Network, we strive to provide caring and affordable health care. We provide medical, dental, OB, and behavioral health services to everyone that may need it. For more information, visit our website and let Simo Health Network take care of you.
Your animals depend on you every day. So we build equipment you can depend on every day. So cutting hay, feeding livestock, and managing land is easier. Loaded with intuitive, innovative features and tech, Case IH equipment isn't just built to work. It's built to work for livestock producers. Case IH, built by farmers. Talk to your Baker Implement dealer today.
Back inside the Show Me Center on campus at Southeast Missouri State University, Greg Allen, Mike Reeves, ready for our second winners bracket quarterfinal. It is the unbeaten Woodland Cardinals at 8-0 against the team responsible for the lone upset on day one, the 10-seed Red Devils of Chaffee. Thrilled to have you with us. Happy holidays to everybody on Aycorp Sports. Second day of action. Mike, you and I have sat together and done triple headers all the time. That's all we got. It's just a triple header.
That's a great way of viewing it. It's not working. I know better. I know this is game 14 in 2 days. But yeah, it's what you have left, right?
That's right.
It's like you're running the marathon. You're 22 miles in. You can't be thinking, oh my gosh, I've run 22 miles. You've got to think, I got 4.2 left. That's the way you got to view it. that didn't work either. But still, that's the idea. Starting lineups, first off for Woodland. They are the 2 seed. They are 8-0. Sean Kinder's fifth-year head coach beat Scott County Central 92-44 in the opening round, and they start Peyton Meek, a 6'2" senior, along with Jackson Schock, a senior 6 feet tall. Calvin Layton's a 6'3" senior. Corbin Kinder, 6 foot and a senior. And Cameron McCormick, 6'1" and a senior. The Red Devils out of Chaffee. They're 6-2 this year. They're the number 10 seed. Josh Govero is their 18th year head coach. They defeated Bell City 52-48 in that upset Greg talked about to reach this quarterfinal round matchup. They start Grant Johnson, 5'7", and a junior. Roland Reichman, a junior at 6'3", a 6'2" senior, and Colby Estes. Dane McMullen is 5'11", and a junior, and Nolan Fowler, a 6'3" junior. Ready to get this one underway. Chance to advance to the semifinals as we have game 2 of the second session this evening underway.
Mike, you and I have broadcasted a ton of games together. We joke all the time that coaches would say of players, I don't care that you scored 20 in the first half. What have you done for me lately? Oh, we've sat here for 13 basketball games. What have you done for me lately? It's only 3 more.
Only 3 more. We got to get these done. And hey, if we do a terrible job in these 3 games and we think we did pretty well over the first, 13, guess what? Which ones is everybody going to remember?
The terrible ones.
The terrible ones. So we got to ramp up the game. We got to ramp up our game.
Cameron McCormick responsible for the foul to put Chaffee at the line with Roland Reichman. 69% of the season, 10.3 points a ball game. Reichman, 1 of 2. And the Red Devils have the lead. Chaffee got here with the upset of number 7 Bell City, 52-48. They've won 4 in a row. Wins prior to that over Bloomfield, St. Vincent, and Scott County Central. Here's a left wing 3 in the air, doesn't fall for Jackson Schock. Red Devils bring it back down. They're in the traveling black, Cardinals in the home whites. Woodland, 92 points in their first game to Scott County Central's 44. Chaffee, a couple of cracks offensively at it, could never put it in the cylinder, and another foul on Woodland coming up.
I sure hope that the beliefs of one of my really good friends growing up is not going to be a factor in this one, because I remember forever and ever he always said, if the first points from a basketball game come at the free throw line, it's going to be an ugly game. And we had that happen here.
Let's hope that's not a foreshadowing.
I asked him if he could ever back that up with proof, and he went, no, it's just something I feel. All right, good enough.
Hey, you can live on feel.
Yeah,
I'm okay with that.
You can.
Corbin Kinder connects. Tied at 3. Woodland, every game in the win column so far. Seymour in the Current River Challenge, 3 in the Woodland tournament. Running through Oak Ridge, Leopold, Twin Rivers. They beat Leopold again, then Bernie, Dexter to get here. And then the roasting of the Braves yesterday, 92-44. Super impressed with Jackson Schock yesterday. He's on defense of this long bomb from Grant Johnson that doesn't fall, but the putback does. Roland Reichman's got his first field goal. Trying to split a double team hard to the hole goes Layton, that doesn't fall. But the offensive rebound to Peyton Meek. Layton's going to give another crack at it and hit it from deep. 6 points on a pair from three-point land for Woodland. I asked Chaffee head coach Josh Govero before the game. I said, hey, if you win, can we have you again for a post-game interview? Hey, he said, hey, it worked yesterday. I'd love to see you again. Woodland on a run out, though, the other way, and Kinder's got 5.
So more superstition, right? Hey,
little bit.
It's not quite take your jacket off and things go south for your team.
No.
Superstition, but still.
Floater on the end line. Estes couldn't grab the rebound off the Grant Johnson miss. Layton, pull up, 15-footer. Can't stick it. One and done on the Cardinals side of things. Johnson up floor, got loose and scores. Grant Johnson, 9.4 ball game, just 35% shooter from the floor. And the Woodland lead is 1 at 8-7. Getting a piece of that shot was Estes. Kinder couldn't convert, but the Red Devils turn it over. Layton comes hard down the lane with the left hand and it floats in. A lot of end-to-end action. Thus far, the first point coming at the free throw line does not look like it's going to have much of an issue the way this game is being played to present. Great pace in the first half of this first quarter. Cape, Notre Dame, Charleston to wrap up the night. Cape Central and Scott City after this. Down the left side of the lane, Fowler lost the ball. Another wing three. Kinder can't find the range on that one, but Layton on the stick back. He's got 7 already halfway through the first. Fowler pocket pick, but a foul coming up on Woodland. All 3 fouls in the game on the Birds. Calvin Layton with his first. Cameron McCormick picked up the first 2 for Woodland and promptly head to the bench. Inbound lob grab by Estes. The Woodland Cardinals head-to-head between these two have won the last 7 in a row. That long 3 by Dane McMullen comes up short. Kinder grabs the rebound, and then McMullen fouls him. 7 straight, and 11 of the most recent 18 have gone in the ledger for Woodland. The last time the Red Devils earned a victory over Woodland, December 7th of 2018. Kinder can't finish. Estes had it, lost it. Picked up by Reichman. McMullen comes through a crowd, and I thought he walked, and the Zebra instead thought he was pushed. In the previous 18 meetings, none of them have come in the Christmas tournament. They met in a district in the 22-23 season. They met in a district in the 21-22 season. Reichman too strong over the rim. Estes, a lot of hand fighting, grabbed the rebound. Fowler tries to triple and does. Nolan Fowler, second leading scorer for Chaffee, 15.4 game, 40% from beyond the arc. Other than that, the other 16 meetings are all in the regular season, 2 in district play, none in the Christmas tournament, all those since the start of the 08 campaign. Kinder misses twice. Estes grabs the rebound. Chappie's got it back. It is 12-10 Woodland. Turnover Red Devils. And Kinder, boy, I took my eye off that and even marked that it went in. I don't know how in the world that crawled out.
Well, with the start that Kinder's off to, he's probably like, okay, if that's not going to go in, what in the world? He's 2 of 8 to start, and about 3 of the misses were right there. But that one was all but down, and then decided to crawl out.
I thought it was down. Peyton King at the line makes 1 of 2. Cardinal lead of 3. Ball tip comes right back from where it came to Fowler. Been here since the 9 o'clock game this morning. Carson Clover forces one to the rim. Shot grabs it. Here come the Birds again. Kinder out of the corner of the pull-up jumper, right of the lane, doesn't fall. Nice job by Peyton King not to foul on that rebound and come over the back. Shock broke up that pass. It came instead to McMullen, then he traveled. That's the 4th Chaffee turnover.
And that 4 turnovers compares to 0 for the Cardinals through the first 6 minutes and 16 seconds of this one.
$1:44 to go late first quarter. The number 2 seed trying to advance. Winner will play Monday at 7:30 against the winner of the next game, 3 versus 6, Cape Central, Scott City. Jackson awaits the winner of the late game, Cape Notre Dame Charleston. They would play Monday at 6 o'clock. Semifinal day, day 3, here at the Show Me Center.
I was going to hold off a little longer, but I'm not going to. I'm going to roll with it now during this timeout. How's the voice held up over all this? I mean, I've got a little different job than you do. You do a little bit more of the talking. How you holding up?
It's not. If I was done after today, I'd be fine. Little fearful for what Monday is going to be.
And we shift to a different tournament on Monday. Nothing to do with Aycorp. Prior commitment way back to a year ago, right? So
yep.
I think I can rightfully say that we'll miss being here for the end of the tournament.
No question. Could also say that Aycorp got the better end of the deal. They got me fresh.
Instead of 16 games in.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be a lot of hot tea tomorrow, I can tell you that. Good on the triple is Calvin Layton. He's got 10. If you weren't with us at the outset, and again, this is game 6 on day 2, we don't mind if you pop in and out. We understand. It's a Saturday. We get it. We'd be popping in and out too if we could, but we're obligated to be here. Reverse layup doesn't fall. McMullen. Offensive rebound in the paint. Clover flipped it up. No. Volleyed around. Comes out Kinder. He wants to run despite without numbers. He's 1-on-2. Going to go Euro step, flip it up right hand and score. Kinder's got 7. And Woodland out to an 8-point lead with 50 to go in the quarter. Again challenging on the interior. McMullen out of control. This time a 2-on-1. Layton to Kinder. 2 more for the senior who's got 9. The 92 that Woodland hung yesterday on Scott County Central was the most in a single Christmas tournament game for the Woodland Cardinals since at least 2008. They had 102 scored against them, but the 92 is a high water tournament mark since the start of the 08 season. McMullen, 73% shooter from the line, no dice there. Kinder was the guilty party on the foul. First point for Dane McMullen. Averages just shy of 20 a night. Shock in the lane, flipped it up right hand. Well, the difference right now, Mike, Woodland is getting to the interior and finishing, and Chaffee is getting into the interior and not.
And the shooting percentages will bear that out as we get to him at the end of the quarter.
3 seconds to go. McMullen doesn't see it. Clock's at 1. He chucks and prays. Prayer not answered. 22-11. The 2-seed Woodland out in front of number 10 Chaffee at the end of 1 quarter of play. It is the second winner's bracket quarterfinal on day 2 of the Southeast Missourian Christmas Tournament on Aycorp Sports.
Agriculture is not a fad, and it's not for the faint of heart. Long days become long nights, sacrificing time away from your family, even on weekends, just so you can get the crop in and get the crop out. This is your way of life. At Farm Credit Southeast Missouri, we are 100% bought into your commitment. Because we are customer-owned, it is our mission to be your ag lender, and we intend to be your value-added partner for next year and the long term.
At First State Community Bank, our why is simple: to bring a positive impact to every community we serve. We are your neighbors and partners in building a stronger hometown. We work side by side with our community to help local businesses grow and families succeed. Our team takes the time to understand what matters to you, combining personal services with the latest technology so you can bank your way. Stop by one of our locations or visit us at fscb.com.
Getting ready for the start of second quarter action. You asked, I'll ask you, how does the voice sound?
Good. I've been with you at your worst.
You don't need to describe the worst. I know the moment.
Okay.
You don't need to talk about it.
So
we're all right.
If I didn't know that you've done 15 and 1 quarter games, or whatever it's been to this point,
13 and 1 quarter.
and 1 quarter. If I didn't know that, I would think nothing of it. So
all right, that's good. That's good.
I know where it can be, and so I think we'll both take where we are at this moment.
Calvin Layton had it knocked off his hand. Chaffee comes the other way to 2-on-2. Hard to the hole goes Fowler. It didn't go. It's tipped up nearly by a Cardinal and Trevor Crater. He's fortunate it came off the rim and back into a teammate's hand. I just want to clarify, is the worst the sucking on the medicine bottle incident?
That's in the top 2 and
Okay,
3, but
all right.
there's been some just like it, just where I've sat beside you and thought, if we get through this and you're alive, we're going to be calling it a win. Shooting numbers from that first quarter, well, Woodland first because they were up 22-11 after one. Still have that same lead now. 9 of 19 from the field, 3 of 5 from 3, and 1 of 2 at the free throw line. Red Devils went 4 of 14 from the field, 1 of 3 from deep, and 2 of 4 at the line.
Nolan Fowler picked up that last foul. His first on anybody in the second half. A knockdown foul by Colby Estes as he ran into Jackson Schock. It'll be 3 free throws for Schock. For those not familiar, Mike and I have been doing this together about 25 years, and we've done 8 in a day a number of times, but this is a new venture to do 8 followed by 8. That is new territory.
Jackson Schock, 16 points in that win over Scott County Central, now has 3. But what I think I'm seeing more and more from this Woodland team, talk about some teams that have some depth of scoring. Kinder scored 20, he's got 9. Colton Jordan scored 7. He hasn't scored, or I don't even know if he's played yet. Calvin Layton scored 22. He's got 10. We're seeing teams that have at least 3, a number of teams that have at least 3 guys who can put up numbers.
Schock goes 1 of 3 on that trip. Dane McMullen and Chaffee. Red Devils upset Bell City yesterday in the tightest game of the tournament thus far. No foul here, just a re-inbound of ball out of bounds. Possession continues for Chaffee and their head coach in his 18th season, Josh Govero. They trail by a dozen after they put 52 on the board against Bell City. We're a minute and a half into the second, and they're sitting on 11. Schock the other way after a turnover. Got in the paint, couldn't finish. 2 on nobody the other way if Estes can track it down. He just sort of deflected it to Fowler, who put it in. Sean Kinder, his 5th year with the Woodland Cardinals. Played half their games at home, half their games on the road. Helps to have a tournament on your home floor at the beginning of the season to get some home games. We go held ball here. Red Devils on the arrow. Cameron McCormick, who picked up 2 quick fouls, is coming back in for the Cardinals.
Greg, getting a chance to talk to a lot of the coaches over here this week at various times. Get that sense that they all have one recurring theme when it comes to this tournament, is that, yes, we'd love to win it, but let's get better by being in it, no matter how the outcome of the actual tournament is.
Offensive board for Reichman, and he traveled. Six turnovers for Chaffee. Woodland has a goose egg in that category. I should have waited until after this trip.
That's why I had you set.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
I pointed it out to you so you could say it just in case.
There it is. Didn't even get able to pass the ball to anybody before he turned it over.
Should I give out your email address for people who are upset that you caused their very first turnover of the night? They got 10 and a half minutes in with no turnovers until you said it.
I'm still amazed at how often that happens. Estes with 4. And again, it's only a matter of time before they get a turnover. Like, I get it. But how many times does it happen on the trip that you mention it?
As soon as I went down, I thought, I'm not going to say it, so
Yeah,
I just
thanks
pointed
a
it out.
lot.
I just pointed it out to you. Now they have 2 on back-to-back trips.
Fowler once, no good. Twice, second time is good. He's got 7. And all of a sudden, this is a 6-point game. Those 2 turnovers helping the Red Devils' cause. I have never arrived home from a game and found a bag of money on my front porch. It's never happened.
Yeah, it doesn't work that way.
I know it doesn't.
It only works in the bad ways.
Calvin Layton with 13.
Layton has tried 3 from deep and connected on all 3. And for the game, he's 5 of 8 to get to those 13 points.
Kind of a big shot right there for Woodland. Estes down on the right block. He's got a man wide open on perimeter. Finds him. McMullen measures the 3, and he's short. And then undercutting the rebounder, the foul on Roland Reichman.
From 3-point range, Chaffee now 1 of 5. Woodland's been real good from deep, going 4 of 6.
Jackson a winner before this one, 72-51 if you're just tuning in to catch Woodland and Chaffee. Van Buren and Malden on the floor in Bloomfield in the 4-5 game. That's their second quarterfinal. Dexter, the 1 seed, just survived East Carter by 3. Here's a Chaffee foul. Take your pick between Reichman and Fowler. They'll go Fowler. Calvin Layton to the line for the first time. Woodland has not been very good at the stripe. Small sample size, they're 2 of 5. But Layton now makes them 2 of 6. In that Malden game has Van Buren leading midway through the third, 46-30. Left wing 3 off the mark and a putback good for Estes. Off the triple that didn't go from Grant Johnson. Another Chaffee foul. This one I believe is going to be on the floor, but they're over the limit, so free throws anyway. Estes is second. 7-point spread. Kinder at the line.
The first free throws of the proceedings for Kinder. Again, he's struggled at times from the field. He's got the 9 points, went through a stretch where he missed 6 in a row. 2 or 3 of those, as we noted, just right there. It's like, how does that not go in? But he stayed very aggressive, and he's a scorer. He's going to find ways to get those points, and he's also going to find a way to make sure some shots go down. And he's starting to kind of settle in after that stretch of missed shots.
Only 27 points for Woodland. I say only, not that that's bad, but they have 2 double-digit scores already. 13 from Layton, 10 now from Kinder as he made that first free throw. Chaffee probing, cutting, traveling. That one called on Grady Johnson.
Their 7th giveaway of the game.
Woodland still on no turnovers. Oh, wait.
Well, they were until play-by-play guy on Aycorp television by the name of Greg Allen. You know, I ought to give out your cell phone number, your email for everybody to say, quit jinxing our team.
This is the bottom half of the bracket. These 2 teams, should they continue forward, would not run into Jackson until the tournament title game. The winner of this would face the winner of the next game up, Cape Central Scott City. That's a 3-6. If that foul is going to be on Carson Clover, I don't like it in the least, but I'm fearful it's going to be, and it is. Boy, I thought that block looked pretty good.
Yeah, the reaction of the crowd kind of gave you the same thinking that they believed the foul was probably not going to be a fair one.
2 of 3 at the line for Kinder after that make, and he can make it a 10-point game. Tough one on Clover. A dozen for Kinder. Under 3 minutes and a 10-point spread. Well, they're not scoring at the rate that they were yesterday in a 92-point performance against Scott County Central. It's much more pedestrian here in this one, sitting just shy of 30 with 2 3/4 minutes to go in the second. But you'll take it any way you can get it. They're comfortably ahead by 10. First foul on Woodland in quarter 2, and Chaffee cannot add on at the free throw line.
Red Devils now 2 of 5 from the free throw line.
Third personal on McCormick. Another miss. Fowler 62% on the season. Kinder on a give off to Schock. Back to wide open Kinder. Couldn't connect, and Reichman grabs it. Chaffee's just got to find a way to score, Mike. It's not enough volume-wise. Clover trying to work down low. Blocked by Meek and taken out of the air by Schock. That'll be Woodland possession.
Now you sit on 19 points with 2:17 to go in the opening half. You come into this one knowing you're probably, let's just say 55 to 60 is the minimum range of where you need to get to have a chance. Big time shot there from Jackson Schock. Took the contact, finished, and gets to the free throw line.
Clover with his second. Schock has missed his last 2 at the stripe. He now has 6 points. Woodland unbeaten, 8 games in. Red Devils off the 10 line, 6-2. Light push, foul called on Schock, just the second on the Birds in quarter 2. Of no issue with that foul, with under 2 minutes to go in the quarter. Dane McMullen's had a tough half. He's missed a number of shots, 8 turnovers now for the team. He turned that one over. He averages almost 20 a ball game.
He's 0 for 5 from the field, 1 of 2 at the line. And he's having a terrific season, not having a good first half.
Calvin Layton with a little spin move baseline, went back baseline and found an opening. Layton's having a terrific game, 15-point performance. Another Chaffee turnover. Look at the white shirts in transition. Kinder stripped on the way up and out of bounds off Chaffee. We talked in the third quarter, last game, Delta was in a spot down 10. Here's the first converted field goal for Dane McMullen, who's got now 3 in the game. There was a sort of teetering spot for Delta. You could just sort of feel it against Jackson. I feel like Chaffee's in one of those spots right now, Mike. It was 15 before that. McMullen laying. It's now down to 13, but the Cardinals going back to the line. It just doesn't have any traction for the Red Devils.
I feel that way more, not again because of the number in the deficit that they're facing, 13, now 14 points. It's not that. We've seen multiple games over the course of 24 years that somebody's behind by 13, 14 points in the first half, and it's not panic, and you still have a chance to win. The issue is the way it feels and the way it's playing out, and the fact they're not scoring.
Cardinals guilty of that backcourt foul.
When you're not scoring and you're down 14, it just feels so difficult. One way to try to remedy that is obviously lock down defensively and just don't give up much over the last, over the next 4 minutes of play when you get to the third quarter.
But shots like those 2 right there have got to go down. Those 3, then even though Estes was fouled, one of those shots has to fall. And if it's not, it's just going to be a long game.
We'll have the numbers for you at the half. They were 4 of 14 at the end of 1 quarter from the field.
Second personal on Peyton Meek.
Estes is a 30% free throw shooter. First look, that is what 30% looked like.
He missed a pair. Offensive rebound, chance for points with a Fowler three. Yes. 10 for Fowler. The other way, quickly, but falling down and traveling, is Peyton King.
You got a chance to have a real nice close to the quarter now if you are the Red Devils. You got the three a moment ago. After the made free throw, it was down 14. Now you got the three, it's down 11. You've got the ball. It's about a 2-second difference between shot clock and game clock.
Good ball movement into the corner. McMullen on the move. Right of the paint. Maybe that layup helped him. He's got 5. That trims it to single digits at a 9-point game. 15 seconds to go. Kinderhead's baseline and 2 free throws. That call left 2 Red Devils perplexed. Colby Estes saddled with the foul, his 3rd. Kinder back at the line for his 5th and 6th attempts of the game. He's made 3 of his previous 4. Estes out, Clover back in. Kinder with a 13-point half, second leading scorer for Woodland, who's had 2 players in double figures for a while. Big trip here for Chaffee. Lucky on a little deflection. It came to Reichman, who put it in. 2 to go from mid-court. In and out. Off rim from Calvin Layton. And it's an 8-point game. Chaffee's not at a terrible spot right now, given where they were, Mike.
They did everything they wanted to do to get into the locker room with where you have what you feel like is a chance. Down 14 or 15, you would have felt a whole lot different than you feel right now at 36-28. Great close to the half.
Red Devils outscored the Cardinals 17-14 in stanza 2. Halftime report coming up. 36-28, 2-seed Woodland in front. It's the second quarterfinal of the Christmas tournament on Aycorp Sports.
I'm Karen Hillis, and I think you'll love what's behind this door.
Unique 3-bedroom, 2.5-bath brick ranch just outside Malden. 2-car detached garage on a double lot.
Let's walk through it together. Give me a call today.
Hi, I'm Linda Collier with Young Real Estate. Buying a home can feel overwhelming, but you don't have to do it alone. I'll guide you every step of the way. Let's turn your search into a success.
American energy dominance. It's how we secure our future. By harnessing homegrown energy, we fuel our economy, power industries, and drive innovation. At NextEra Energy, we're investing more than any other company to deliver low-cost, reliable energy that powers our country's future. NextEra Energy Resources, ahead of what's next.
People come in here to shop that are visiting in Dexter. The first thing I always do is ask them where they're going to eat and give them pointers on some of our great local-owned restaurants. We have a lot of good local shopping that I always point them toward. A lot of people like more of the nature and wildlife.
Ribs and barbecue is our thing. That's what put us here to begin with. The hickory log name.
Agriculture is not a fad, and it's not for the faint of heart. Long days become long nights, sacrificing time away from your family, even on weekends, just so you can get the crop in and get the crop out. This is your way of life. At Farm Credit Southeast Missouri, we are 100% bought into your commitment. Because we are customer-owned, it is our mission to be your ag lender, and we intend to be your value-added partner for next year and the long term.
Your ag lender will always be there.
saying we'll bubble wrap your money, but we do protect it like family. At First State Bank and Trust, your money is safe with us. First State Bank and Trust.
At Focus Bank, we understand your community because it's our community too. With branches across Southeast Missouri and Northeast Arkansas, Focus Bank offers services such as fraud protection, really free checking, and mobile banking that lets you bank simply and securely, anytime, anywhere. Stop by any of our branches or visit us online to open an account today. Plus, you'll receive an awesome free gift just from opening your really free checking account. And when you refer someone who opens an account, you'll both receive a gift. Focus Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Built by us.
I inspected that.
Oh yeah, I framed that.
I built that.
I stained that.
I hinged that.
I built that.
I inspected that.
I bought that. I loaded that.
All of this crafted with personal pride. Built by us.
At Simo Health Network, we strive to provide caring and affordable health care. We provide medical, dental, OB, and behavioral health services to everyone that may need it. For more information, visit our website and let Simo Health Network take care of you.
Please pass the hot sauce. No, none of that watered down ketchup. Give me the heat.
At Southern Bank, we're never not helpful.
Next stop, Spicy City.
Helping spicy grandmas and everybody else.
At Bud Shell Ford in Dexter, we've provided sales and service for all of Southeast Missouri for over 80 years. From personal automotives to commercial vehicles, we're here to serve. Bud Shell Ford. We make the car you want easy to own.
Your animals depend on you every day. So we build equipment you can depend on every day. So cutting hay, feeding livestock, and managing land is easier. Loaded with intuitive, innovative features and tech, Case IH equipment isn't just built to work. It's built to work for livestock producers. Case IH, built by farmers. Talk to your Baker Implement dealer today.
Mathis Funeral Home of Dexter and Bernie strives to provide their community with the accommodations and services needed to relieve your family during times of loss. For more information, give them a call and see how Mathis Funeral Home can help meet your expectations in celebrating your loved ones.
In farming, the weather always cooperates. The soil is always balanced. Seedlings always flourish.
But that's fantasy. This is farming. Seed, bred and tested for your reality. Dynagrow Seed, for real.
What does it take to stand tall? To let curiosity take root? To let your dreams take flight? You have to be fearless. Carve your path without permission. Turn your grit into greatness. This is your small town with big ideas. This is where you find your fearless. This is Simo.
At First State Community Bank, our why is simple: to bring a positive impact to every community we serve. We are your neighbors and partners in building a stronger hometown. We work side by side with our community to help local businesses grow and families succeed. Our team takes the time to understand what matters to you, combining personal services with the latest technology so you can bank your way. Stop by one of our locations or visit us at fscb.com.
I'm Karen Hillis, and I think you'll love what's behind this door.
Unique 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath brick ranch just outside Malden. 2-car detached garage on a double lot.
Let's walk through it together. Give me a call today.
(36-28) Woodland at the half. 15 from Calvin Layton to pace the way for the Cardinals. Corbin Kinder has 13-7 from Jackson Schock and a free throw from Peyton King. For Chaffee, 10 from Nolan Fowler, 6 out of Colby Estes, 5 each Dane McMullen and Roland Reichman, and 2 from Grant Johnson for a 36-28 Woodland lead. Chaffee did outscore the Cardinals 17-14 in quarter 2.
The team numbers from the field, Woodland 44%. They made 12 of 27. Chaffee 12 of 31, 39%. 4 of 7 from three-point range for the Cardinals. The Red Devils were 2 of 7 for 29%. 14 free throw attempts for Woodland. They made 8 of those, 57%. 8 free throw attempts for Chaffee. They made just 2 of their 8. Rebound advantage belongs to Chaffee, 21-13, but the Red Devils turned it over 9 times to just 3 turnovers for Chaffee. At the break of this one, Woodland holding that lead of 36-28 as we go to quarter 3. They're trying to join Jackson in the semifinal part of the bracket after Jackson beat Delta 72-51. In the consolation games today, Oran over Kelly, Bell City beat Scott County Central, Advance beat Meadow Heights, and it was Leopold with a win over Oak Ridge.
Woodland's opening possession of the third. Kinder puts it in the paint. Missed it on rim, rebound down to the Red Devils and Roland Reichman. At the end of 3 quarters in Bloomfield, Van Buren held a 54-37 lead over Malden. That's a 4 over a 5. Other finals there in the quarterfinals, Dexter 48, East Carter 45, as the Bearcats hung on for a 3-point win. Reichman misses on the spin. Rebound comes to Cameron McCormick. McCormick hasn't been on the floor much. He's had foul trouble all game. Speaking of spins, how about that move from Calvin Layton? Consolation quarters in Bloomfield. Donovan, the 14, knocked off number 11 Portageville 60-44. Kinder blocked that shot from Estes, came back to Estes. Johnson got a hand on it, flips it back out to Dane McMullen. East Prairie 62, Gideon 45, 10 beats of 15. Fowler misses, rebound Layton. Kennett took care of Holcomb, 67-34, and the day started with Bloomfield edging Richland 50-48, a 12 over a 13. Layton, he has been the guy for Woodland in this game. He started hot, he's continued to be hot, he's their leading scorer. That 3 doesn't fall. Woodland's got it again with Peyton Meek, and he hands it off to Schock. Margin out to 12. On cue, Layton can't connect. Would have made the broadcast guy look really good. But since I talked him into 2 turnovers either, he said, heck with you.
He had not missed from 3 until you did that to him. He has had a whale of a game, shooting at a high efficiency. Scored 22 in the opening round win and has come back tonight with 19 with still 5:50 to play, the third.
Left of the lane, Estes. Into paint, flip it up right hand, no. Meek fumbled the dribble off the rebound, gave it ahead. Kinder contacted, no basket, but free throws coming up. Foul is on Dane McMullen. His second personal. To the line goes Kinder. He's made 1, missed 1, made 2, missed 1, made 1. 4 of 6. Cape Central or Scott City awaits the winner of this. Kinder's got 15. It does not currently sit on the side of Chaffee to advance. They have a January 13th home date with Scott City scheduled. No regular season matchup with Cape Central. Woodland does go to Cape Central on January 16th. No regular season date with Scott City. Nolan Fowler's 10 leads the way for Chaffee. That shot way off the mark.
This game bringing back a little bit of a thought of what you asked me after the most recent game with Jackson Delta. Kind of got that same feel that at times Chaffee's done some things well, but as far as believing at any point they were going to win the game, it hasn't been there yet.
McCormick misses. It's out of bounds. Possession stays with the Cardinals, I believe.
Now, with 4:58 to go in the third, it's too early to say that definitively they can't win this game. But they've got to start doing some things they haven't done yet. And we'll find out if they can make that start to happen.
Hitting consistent shots would be a good place to start. Schock misses that three. Here comes Fowler in a hurry the other way. Challenging it on Kinder. Spud it up, put it home. 12 for Nolan Fowler. He averages 15.4. Kinder with his second. But Chaffee needs multiple trips of, okay, maybe not baskets just like that, but productive trips with points one way or another. $13 for Fowler. He makes his first free throw in 3 tries.
And they need some kind of roll. You know, I talk about that a lot. But they got on a hot roll. Well, they need to get on that roll right now. And a good start is score points, get a 3-point play, get a turnover, and come back the other way. Now, put some consistent possessions together.
Right. Value the basketball. Value possessions. Johnson to McMullen on a handoff. They give it back to Fowler, left side of the lane. Reichman, no, but fouled, and that's fine. Good things still available for the Red Devils on the trip.
And you could be greedy and say, well, you really want to finish that. Yeah, you want to, but at least if you can make your free throws, without a doubt, a good trip.
Reichman, 69% on the year, 1 for 2 today. He's scored 5. Meek with 3 checks out. Peyton King replaces him. One more for Reichman. Good trip. 3 points last trip, turnover, 2 points this trip. And the lead down to 9. But as we said with coaches, what have you done for me lately? Go do it again. Schock delivers from 3. 10 for Jackson Schock. The third Cardinal to double figures. He, Layton, and Kinder have scored all but one of their points. Peyton King's got a free throw. Dump down pass. It doesn't go for Clover, but he'll try it at the stripe.
But a chance to put another good possession in. Now, you gave up a 3 at the other end, but sometimes the opponent makes plays. You didn't do anything really wrong. You had Schock find a place in the corner to get open. He put it up, he put it in.
Clover averages under 2 points a game. And foul the third on Kinder. Pair of misses for the 6'3" junior. Now Woodland trying to take advantage, but a tip pass, and Chaffee able to get the steal. Fowler, I thought traveled or double dribbled, take your pick, and the official agrees. Josh Govro trying to argue that was because of a defensive bump and a foul. Mike, I thought the defense was pretty good in transition.
I don't have any problem with the way that played out in terms of what the official saw and the way he elected to call it.
Calvin Layton into a double team, got rid of it to Kinder. Kinder stays on the floor with those 3 fouls. Schock made one from the left side, now makes one from the right side. He's got 13. He's warming, and it's 48-33. Back tip the rebound off the missed 3 from Grant Johnson. Lob up ahead. Kinder had a hard time finding the handle. It fades away. Baby fade from 8 and hits. 17 for Corbin Kinder. And Woodland stretches the lead to 17. 2 3/4 minutes to go in the third. Cardinals pull away here in the latter stages of the third quarter on Aycorp Sports.
American energy dominance. It's how we secure our future. By harnessing homegrown energy, we fuel our economy, power industries, and drive innovation. At NextEra Energy, we're investing more than any other company to deliver low-cost, reliable energy that powers our country's future. NextEra Energy Resources, ahead of what's next.
Update on the proceedings from Bloomfield. They have 2 games to go. Van Buren 76, Malden 59. That is a final. They've got the 2-seed Puxico, the 7-seed Risco to go, followed by number 3 Bernie and the 6-seed Twin Rivers to wrap up the night. You can follow all the action on the Bloomfield Christmas Tournament on the Aycorp Sports family of networks. Also, don't forget Simo Sports Zone with Drew and Dave, our podcast focused on basketball and a few other topics as well. Every Monday, join David Jenkins and Andrew Moore for insight into local high school basketball. You can find them on Apple Podcast, Amazon Music, and Spotify, and see them as well as hear them. Check out the Simo Sports Zone YouTube channel. That's every Monday. Heck of a job by Woodland to come back after Chaffee had cut it to 9. We talked about the productive, consistent Red Devil trips. 2-seed, cool, calm, collected after that on the response. Reichman lays it in, he's got 9.
And I think Greg, that just reiterates how tough it is to come from 14 down against good teams. Because you did what we both said need to happen, back-to-back-to-back trips where you had some good things happen offensively, but then you get a response with a 3, a 3, and a 2, and it's difficult to, number one, have your good trips and then counter that with the opponent not scoring.
Foul on Colby Estes, that's his 4th. Estes out, Clover in. Woodland trying to reach the tournament semifinals for the 2nd straight year. They won the 3rd place game last year, beating Scott City 81-76 after they lost to Cape Central in the semis. They beat Charleston to get there as a 6-seed, knocking off a 3. Chaffee, 50-35, they trail. 50-38, they trail. McMullen knocks down a 3. Hadn't hit a field goal all game, and he's got 3 in this 3rd quarter.
He made that 3 the first one from deep, 1 for 5 for him.
Turnover by Schock. McMullen the other way has 2 more. He's got 10. The margin is 10. That trip to the semis last year by the Cardinals, their first appearance in the semis since 2008. Foul on Nolan Fowler, his 3rd. Third Chaffee team foul.
Talk about sports, basketball particularly. often being a case of you answer. You know, you have the ebbs and flows. We've had another good answer here from Chaffee, right back in it and now down by 10.
Kinder from 3, that's well off the mark. And a rebound down to Fowler. Chance for the Red Devils to get into single digits here. Need a good, patient trip. 3 out of the corner. McMullen hit the side of the window. Here comes Layton, a 3-on-3. Layton finger roll to the hole, got it. Calvin Layton has been the steadying force for Woodland in this game. Chaffee has not been to the tournament semifinals since at least 2007. Three-quarters of a minute remaining in the third. Contact right of the lane, Layton and Fowler. And they'll call that on Layton, his second.
Last trip, layup went down for Layton. One thing I noticed about him the last couple of days is I like the calmness with which he plays. He doesn't seem rattled at any juncture. He plays pretty even keel. Maybe you can do that when you're scoring 20 every night.
Fowler's got 14. Grady Johnson set to check in for Chaffee. He'll go get Fowler, who's made now 3 in a row at the foul line. Back to a 10-point game. If Chaffee can get a stop, they can maybe get to the fourth in single digits. Hand check called on Johnson. Boy, we have seen worse things let go in this game than that. Fourth club foul on Chaffee. Sorry, Mike.
I think, Greg, what I've noted a little bit, and isn't absolutely every trip. If the contact is out on the perimeter, it gets called a lot tighter.
That 3 way off the mark. Reichman off the miss from Logan Cook. McMullen, Euro step, flip it up, body, basket, and a foul. McMullen's got 12. I thought they might hit him with traveling, but instead he can make it a 3-point play and a 7-point game.
I think Chaffee's been in a spot this entire quarter, not close enough to make me feel like that they're about to take a lead and won't fall far enough behind to make me think, they're done. Good effort, terrific effort.
13 for Dane McMullen. 11 of those have come in this quarter. Final 14 of the third. Kinder on the blocks. Taken away in the backside. And that's the second time today. If that's on Clover, I don't like it. I don't think that one was.
I believe it might have been on Clover.
They got McMullen, his third.
That's not necessarily a good thing either, though.
Kinder at the line. He's made now 4 in a row. He's gone for 18. It's an 8-point game. I mean, you're still in striking distance if you're the Red Devils. Kind of what you just talked about. Never there enough to think they can actually pull off the upset, but won't go away either.
And they get that last possession, what you'd think should be a last possession of the quarter.
At present, they'll get the opening possession of the fourth, too. 6 seconds and a foul. It's been a tough last 60 seconds for Logan Cook. He had 3 that was way off the mark. He's committed 2 fouls. Fowler is 3 of 5 at the line. He's got 15 points. He's back there again. And can again make it 7. They'll get McMullen off the floor with 3 fouls, that is, and bring Grant Johnson back in. Missed the free throw. Fowler almost picked up his 4th. Coming over the back, trying to get that rebound off the miss. It's an 8-point game to stanza 4. 54-46, Woodland in front on Aycorp Sports.
In farming, the weather always cooperates. The soil is always balanced. Seedlings always flourish.
But that's fantasy. This is farming. Seed, bred and tested for your reality. Dynagrow Seed, for real.
People come in here to shop that are visiting in Dexter. The first thing I always do is ask them where they're going to eat and give them pointers on some of our great local-owned restaurants. We have a lot of good local shopping that I always point them toward. A lot of people like more of the nature and wildlife.
Ribs and barbecue is our thing. That's what put us here to begin with. The Hickory Log name.
Well, you managed to cut it to 8. You'll have the ball to start the fourth quarter. Will the Chaffee Red Devils trying for the second straight day to garner some headlines here at the Southeast Missourian Christmas Tournament. Back inside Show Me Center in Cape Girardeau, along with Mike Reeves, Greg Allen on Aycorp Sports. Pleasure to have you in the audience. Basketball between the holidays. Hope you had a good Christmas. Working our way towards New Year's Day. Tournament continues after the hiatus tomorrow. They'll play the semis on Monday, wrap it up on Tuesday. You get New Year's Eve Wednesday, and the calendar flips on Thursday. After that, you're on your own.
Shooting numbers through 3. Woodland's 18 of 41 from the field, 6 of 14 from deep, and 12 of 18 at the line. Chaffee, 17 of 44, 3 of 12 from the three-point line, and 9 of 18 at the free throw line.
To start the fourth, the ball deflected in the backcourt, nearly a turnover to start the quarter. Instead, they settle it down with Grady Johnson. Baseline jumper, Grant Johnson, no. Rebound comes down to Carson Clover. They'll reset. Looking for a point guard, gives it to Fowler. He'll hop in, then fade away on Layton. Miss it, but the putback's good. Grant Johnson's got 4. Averages 9.4. Three-point shot, shock, no good. One and done with a rebound to Fowler. Massive trip here for Chaffee early in the fourth quarter. Fowler, jab step, got his defender in the air, put it up, drew a foul. Shock with his third. That was a Layton, check that.
Biggest Woodland lead, 14, right? I marked it at one time. I don't think it ever got past 14. And this trip could make it really interesting.
Fowler's got 16. They bring McMullen back in to replace Clover. It's been a while since it's been down to 5. I know that. Friendly roll for Fowler. Don't look now, the Red Devils are right there. Layton, Woodland trying to hang on, shocking a nice dump down pass. And Cameron McCormick can't finish, but he'll go to the line. Great pass by Shock. Clover's third. McCormick misses. Hasn't scored today. First trip to the line. And now a conversation with the Zebras. No clue what this is about. Might be making sure they got the right guy at the line. That's about the only thing I can come up with. They're going to change the foul from Clover to Reichman. McCormick's got his first point. That brings it back to 6. Chaffee Red Devils played most of this game from behind. They did score the first point of the game on a free throw. Right wing Fowler trying to cut the deficit in half. He couldn't. We're going to go to the arrow, and Woodland owns that. That shot never had a chance off the hand.
No, they've not shot it particularly well from 3. Now Fowler was 2 for 4 before that. As a team, though, they now sit at 3 of 13. That felt like a big shot. It never had a chance.
Woodland trying to remain undefeated. They're 8-0. Hang that one on rim. Reichman rebounds the Meek miss. Here comes Fowler again in transition. Trying to go around Layton and drew a foul. Peyton Meek with his 4th.
The attempted comeback hasn't been fluid. It hasn't been multiple trips with made shots, but they're finding a way to get the free throw line, and they've got to try to take advantage at some point.
55-50 Woodland. Again, the Cardinals have taken 7 straight off the Red Devils. Chaffee hasn't beaten the Cardinals since December 7th of 2018 when they beat them by 11. 2 for 2 trip that time. It's a 4-point game. It's been a slow build to this point. They didn't do anything going to the 4th quarter from the halftime deficit. Each team scored 18 in the 3rd. It was an 8-point game coming to this quarter. They've trimmed half that off at 4, but Logan Cook is going to go to the free throw line.
Chaffee's 12 for 22 from the free throw line.
Ooh.
And you're in a game in which you're only down by 4.
Cook. First trip to the line today. Corbin Kinder's been to the line a ton. Shock, though, 3 for 6. Layton's missed a pair. Peyton King 1 for 2, as is McCormick.
We won't have to hit the horn anymore the rest of the night. all the games coming up, when there's the end of quarters, we don't have to hit it. That took care of all of them.
A little preemptive strike there. Over 2 trip for Cook. Empty are the Cardinals. How about this situation for the Chaffee Red Devils? Spinorama. McMullen! 15! It's a 2-point game. Chaffee looking for defense. Kinder, though, takes it down the heart of the lane. He's got 21. Layton on defense. Challenged inside by Fowler, and more free throws. Layton with his 4th.
I thought the answer from Woodland after it got to a 2-point game, and the nice move by Kinder to put 2 on the board, but now a chance to answer at the free throw line.
Fowler came into this game 62% from the stripe. He looks like a much better free throw shooter than 62%. I've got him 8 of 12. My partner confirms my math. Add another one. 21 for him, back to 2. Woodland cruised yesterday. Chaffee was in a dogfight all game against the 7th seed Bell City. So this is nothing new for the Red Devils for 2 straight days. Pull-up jumper, glass, and in for Layton. Layton started after that when it left his hand like he thought it was not online, but he banked it in. Fowler tried to back down a Cardinal, lost the ball. Layton, nice dump down pass to Shock and put it in. Pretty play between two of the top three Cardinals in Shock and Layton. And a timeout taken with 4:50 remaining. We'll join them. 55 on the board for Chaffee, and they trail by 6. Back to the Show Me Center. Day 2 Christmas tournament coverage on Aycorp Sports.
Built by us.
I inspected that.
Oh yeah, I framed that.
I built that.
I stained that.
I hinged that.
I built that.
I inspected that.
I bought that. I loaded that.
All of this crafted with personal pride. Built by us.
2 more games to go after this to finish out day 2. Number 3, Cape Central. Number 6, Scott City. And then Cape Lorraine and Charleston. And that's the way the rest of the day will play out. Woodland came into this game after 92 against Scott County Central yesterday, averaging through their first 8 wins, 76.6 points a game. Barring a couple overtimes, they'll fall short of that here. 61-55 with 4:50 to go.
Well, we spent a lot of time talking about what Chaffee needed to do to get back in it and have a chance in it. Also, credit Woodland for the response they had when it got down to 2. They had 2 really good trips in a row to build it back to 6. Each team has kind of answered each other's, the run that you might have, or they've answered when it's gotten a little tight or in a key spot. They did a very good job, I think, both teams, of having answers. And again, mentioned it earlier, Calvin Layton has had a couple of those really calm, cool, collected moments right here down the stretch. Now, I will tell you, I think I'm in agreement with you. I think the ball that banked in off the glass, he wasn't intending it to bank in. I think he was thinking he had missed it. But still, to be collected enough to take that shot.
I think we just had an inadvertent whistle by the official. We'll just re-inbound and start over.
I think they were wondering what to do with the shot clock. Inadvertent whistle, and it was obviously under, I think it was right at or under 30.
The discussions at the table with the official.
I know high school rules don't allow it, but we're here, folks. We can go back to the replay. I'm not ready for that yet, the high school review. We see enough of that at the college and pro level. Some of it very beneficial. Much of it. Some of it very beneficial and very needed, and some of it, let's just say, not.
Grant Johnson has to go back and retrieve it. 13 on the shot clock here in this possession. It's under 10. Fowler on the move, it's at 5. Fowler, illegal screen on Johnson. Fowler was getting ready to explode down the lane, and Fowler tagged with his 3rd. I beg your pardon, check the foul. Johnson with his 3rd. And it stays a 6-point Woodland lead as we come up on midway through the final quarter. Woodland's undefeated start to this season hangs in the balance. Shock spins, lost it on the way up, no foul. Maybe. Now they're going to say at least the ball's deflected off of Chaffee. Still no foul, but Woodland maintains possession. There's been a lot of procedural discussions happening here. Another one at the scores table.
I'm going to guess, yeah.
Shot clock, what do you do with it, right?
Because they had reset it. When they called it out of bounds, we're going the other way, they'd hit the reset. Now, how they determined 17, maybe somebody had an eye on that. I would not ever tell you where the clock should be.
Quick catch and shoot up the inbound. Shock buries it from the corner. 18 and a huge shot for Jackson Shock. out to a 9-point game. Good decision by Grant Johnson to give up on that play. McMullen answers. He's got 18. Matching Shock. Coming right at you. Oh, man. Into the stands with his back. Colby Estes just to our left. Holy Toledo. And a cramp to go with it for Nolan Fowler. Now the officials doing some athletic training.
We've seen the officials do almost a little bit of everything throughout the course of this tournament.
That was frightening for a minute. Wow. Possession to the Cardinals, up 6. This game got within 2, but Woodland has never seen Chaffee take the lead here in this second half. But Shock hit a big 3 last trip.
We've seen some big plays in this game from both teams at key moments. Answers.
Illegal screen called against the Cardinals. Shock was just starting to set up his defender. Now see if the Chaffee Red Devils have an answer. Clock not an issue right now, and there's a foul as 2 Red Devils came together. Shock got sort of stuck between them. Shock with his second, and that will put Fowler at the line. Cardinals are over the limit. Chaffee's only committed 3 1/4. Was a great way to cut into a deficit. And you got the right guy there.
Well, he could change his permanent address after tonight. That was free. That's free throw number 14 for him tonight. He's about to shoot his 15th free throw.
And I purposefully did not give you the number. He's now made 7 in a row. Shock back with again. Deflected ball. Red Devils looking for a takeaway. It's a mad scramble on the floor. Timeout granted to Josh Govro. Grant Johnson was at the bottom of that pile with the basketball hanging on for dear life.
Really good alert timeout call, because you as a coach, you can get caught up in watching that play just like everybody else does. We deflected it. We almost got it. We're going to steal it. And then all of a sudden, we got it. It's going to be a held ball. Oh, wait. I mean, he hit that timeout. He didn't have much time to hit it either, because that was going to be a held ball pretty quick. But after his player grabbed possession of it, that's what's required to be able to call the timeout and have it granted. Nice job from the bench to get that timeout called.
Mike, that leaves Chaffee with 1. They've got 1 full timeout left to go with 2:48 remaining in this game and a 4-point margin. That could loom large down the stretch for the Red Devils. Woodland's got an armada of timeouts, 5 of them.
And even though it leaves you short in your timeouts, that one was necessary to keep possession of the ball.
Red Devils do own the arrow still. They'll keep it in their favor. Fowler in a 4-point game. Dane McMullen back to Fowler. Underneath, Reichman to the basket, back to 2. They roll Reichman off a screen, the lob to him, and he finishes. He's got 11. Push off, that got seen and called, and Kinder's got 4. And this game hangs in the balance right now. 2:21 to go in the 4th quarter.
We've had a few illegal screens in the last few minutes, but I have had no problem with any of them. That one I thought was blatant.
What, you mean the arm extended push-off? That gave it away?
I think that one was a pretty easy call.
Chaffee looking for their first lead in quite some time. Certainly in the second half. They trailed 22-11 at the end of one. They outscored the Cardinals by 3 in the second. Everybody at 18 in the third. On the sideline tight, that's McMullen. Under 2 minutes to go in a 2-point game. A trip to the Southeast Missourian Christmas tournament. Semis hangs in the balance. Shot clock at 3. Pocket pass to the baseline. We are tied. Colby Estes with 8. 64 all. So where do you go if you're Woodland? You go to your steady guard in Corbin Kinder, but he can't hit. And now the Red Devils a trip to take the lead. 80 seconds to go in regulation. 10 looking to try to make it back-to-back upsets. They took out number 7. Now looking to dispatch number 2. And Grant Johnson with a little too far of a lead pass for his intended target.
13th Red Devil turnover, 9 committed by the Cardinals. Now it's Woodland with the ball back in a tie game and 1:09 time remaining.
Shock on the inbound to Layton. Bottom half of the bracket here. Jackson has advanced in the top half. If they want to be patient, 22 on the shot clock, 55 on the game clock. Kinder to the right sideline, then sets the screen for Layton. 15-foot pull up. My goodness. 26. Make it 25 for Calvin Layton. Wow. You can go 2 for 1 if you're Chaffee right here. About a 10-second differential between the clocks. Estes almost walked. Holy cow. McMullen back to Estes. Got rid of the basketball and knocked out of bounds. Kinder thought he had a steal. Estes never looked comfortable in that whole possession.
No, they were giving him the ball in spots that he's not going to be comfortable in.
And Chaffee is going to take their last timeout with 17.2 seconds to go.
And more importantly, with 6 seconds on that shot clock. And I think you're looking at this as this possession is potentially going to determine whether we win, lose, or are they going to end the clock, or are they going to say?
They're going to say that Woodland gained possession before the ball went out of bounds.
I think they never had possession.
I'm not telling you what I think. I'm telling you what they're saying. I agree with you, partner, by the way.
He knocked it loose, and it rolled towards the sideline and out.
He kind of had a dribble over here near us trying to chase down the ball. It wasn't controlled. But they have turned the shot clock off with 17.2, and so Chaffee's got a possession where a 3 could win it.
Well, as a 10 seed, I'd be real tempted to take that if you can get the good. Don't just throw a 3 at the basket. Get a good look for 3, and if you get it, take it, and try to take the lead and maybe win it right there. I'm assuming that everybody with Chaffee was notified that the shot clock was turned off, because when they called the timeout, it was still at 6. I'm assuming everybody has glanced up, or they told the bench.
McMullen's made 2 threes. Fowler's made 2 threes. That's it for the Red Devils. 17.2 to go, long inbound of the backcourt. They get it to Fowler. Down by 2, Chaffee, the number 10, against number 2. Travel up top by Grant Johnson, no question about it. No question about it. And now with 8.8, you've got a foul immediately on the inbound. Boy, Mike, as a sports fan, you want to just know what that possession would have ended up with.
They got 1 foul to give, so that foul's got to come quick.
Timeout, Coach Sean Kinder, and now Woodland. We told you he had a boatload. He'll use one of them here. It's a 30.
And no question on the travel call. Picked it up, was anticipating a teammate to come off that screen and hit them on that wing, and they weren't quite there yet. And all the momentum as you pick the ball up is taking you that way. It's like, I can't put it back down, and my feet are still moving. And you know that's a helpless feeling because you hope they don't see it or call it. But, yeah, they had no choice but to make that call. Yeah, I'm with you. There's a sports fan in all of us. And, again, there's no emotional investment in this game from our perspective for either team. I want to watch good basketball. I've seen that for the most part in this game. It's a good game, fun game to watch. You'd just like to see what was going to happen. Would they have hit a three? Would they have made a two? Would they have missed a shot? Would there have been a steal? You hate to see the travel happen. There's enough time on the clock to still have this game tilt. But the biggest thing now that the Cardinals have to do is find a way to make sure the ball gets inbounds.
Collision near mid-floor. They get it into Shock, who's 3 of 6 at the line. That's only the 4th team foul on Chaffee. They had one to give. And that rolled it down to 6.9. Cameron McCormick, the inbounder. Up floor finds Layton, and he's fouled by Reichman. Layton has only been to the line today for 2 shots. Layton is 0 for 2. He'd really like to make 1. He'd love to make 2, but he'd really like to make 1.
I've talked about how calm and collected I've thought he's been all week.
26 for Calvin Layton. Now the dagger free throw. Little Valparaiso inbound and a 3, but no timeouts, and that'll end it. And Woodland survives. Fowler with 26. He buried the 3, but the clock, Chaffee couldn't stop it. And the Cardinals find a way to advance off the 2 line and get into the tournament semifinals for the 2nd straight year. It could be a familiar opponent. They lost to Cape Central last year in the semis, 68-67. What a finish. And boy, that travel at the top of the circle with about 16 to go or so changed everything.
Heck of a basketball game. One that you see the ebb and flow and you see the back and forth, and it's the kind of game you want to play when you come to this tournament, to be honest with you. It takes a little out of you when you get a game like that one, but you survive, you advance. That's the big theme in tournament play. And Sean Kinder, I guess I'll ask you, what's your overall take from the game, other than the fact, yeah, we held on, we got the win. What'd you see from your group, and how did this one play out in your mind from your perspective?
Well, I got to tip my hat to Chaffee. I felt like their kids really come out with a lot of intensity. I felt like they battled. They hit the offensive glass really hard. They kept attacking the basket, tapping the paint. And we never really could get in sync defensively to get in position there to kind of get that shut down. And we got in foul trouble and with our bigs. And I don't know, Chaffee done a great job just preparing for us and doing a pretty good job offensively, just attacking the paint.
In general, coaches will tell us that tournaments at this time of year, as much as you want to win them, you're in it, you might as well try to win the thing. We need to take good things out of it. We need to play 4 games. We need to play well. We need to set the tone for what's coming up. Is that kind of where you are as well, that of course you want to win, you want to play your next game and then walk out of here with that trophy, but is it important that you take more positives than negatives out of the experience?
Yeah, we're really still yet trying to figure things out. I know our record speaks, that we're having a pretty good season right now, and we are doing some things well. But there's a lot of things still yet that I feel like, we're just not in sync with all 5 of us on the floor, either on the defensive end or on the offensive end. I mean, we've started almost every game with a new set of 5, so we're not even consistent there with our starting 5. So we've got to get better. We've got to get back to practice, game after game after game. It's hard to work on anything. And we got to start getting things put together so we start seeing sequence or consistencies.
question I would ask you then, sometimes when a team hasn't lost a game, you come in here, you get a number 2 on the seed line, you're in the semifinals. Coaches will tell kids, hey, we still got so much we need to work on. And sometimes a high school kid's response will be, what else do we have to do? We're winning all of our games. We're doing what we're supposed to do. Are they pretty good at understanding, hey, I know what you mean, Coach. We see it too.
I've got a very intelligent group. I really do, in the classroom and on the floor, basketball IQ as well. But right now I think they're kind of questioning themselves on some things, as far as what I'm trying to get them to realize. But we've kind of been under the weather coming into this tournament. It kind of hits us all the time, and hopefully we can get back and start working on some things, and like I said, just get some flow and continuity going, with the guys. So.
It's been our pleasure for the 2 days that we've been over here. We've got other assignments to move on to. We're going to keep up with this tournament and see how it plays out. Best of luck to you in the semifinals and moving on. And thank you so much for your time and stopping by.
Thank you.
Head coach of the Woodland Cardinals, that is Sean Kinder. It's in his 5th season. He's got a group that's 9-0, and they're in the semifinals after a thrilling win over Chaffee, 68-67. We'll take a break and then come back and get to the numbers and then set up our next game, which will be Cape Central and Scott City. Timeout and back after this on the Aycorp Sports Network.
Agriculture is not a fad, and it's not for the faint of heart. Long days become long nights, sacrificing time away from your family, even on weekends, just so you can get the crop in and get the crop out. This is your way of life. At Farm Credit Southeast Missouri, we are 100% bought into your commitment. Because we are customer-owned, it is our mission to be your ag lender, and we intend to be your value-added partner for next year and the long term.
Not saying we'll bubble wrap your money, but we do protect it like family. At First State Bank and Trust, your money is safe with us. First State Bank and Trust.
Hi, I'm Linda Collier with Young Real Estate. Buying a home can feel overwhelming, but you don't have to do it alone. I'll guide you every step of the way. Let's turn your search into a success.
People come in here to shop that are visiting in Dexter. The first thing I always do is ask them where they're going to eat and give them pointers on some of our great local-owned restaurants. We have a lot of good local shopping that I always point them toward. A lot of people like more the nature and wildlife.
Ribs and barbecue is our thing. That's what put us here to begin with. The hickory log name.
Built by us.
I inspected that.
Oh yeah, I framed that.
I built that.
I stained that.
I hinged that.
I built that.
I inspected that.
I bought that. I loaded that.
All of this crafted with personal pride. Built by us.
At First State Community Bank, our why is simple: to bring a positive impact to every community we serve. We are your neighbors and partners in building a stronger hometown. We work side by side with our community to help local businesses grow and families succeed. Our team takes the time to understand what matters to you, combining personal services with the latest technology so you can bank your way. Stop by one of our locations or visit us at fscb.com.
68-67, Woodland holds off Chaffee to advance to the semifinals. Jump to your numbers, and then we'll take a break and set the scene for our third quarter final on the winner's bracket side. Woodland, from a team perspective, 23 of 48, 47% in that contest, it was a 23 of 53, 43% night for Chaffee. From the three-point line, 7 of 15, your number 47%. It's a solid night from three for Woodland. Chaffee, 5 of 15 for 33%. At the free throw line, neither team took advantage as they could have at the line. 63% on 15 of 24 for Woodland, 16 of 26, 62% for Chaffee. Rebound advantage, Red Devils had that 33-21, but they also turned it over 14 times, 9 giveaways for Woodland. Cardinals, number 2 seed, they lived up to the billing of survive, advance. They did that, 68-67, and they are on and into the semifinals. The individual leaders, Greg, you've got those.
Kind of like one of the other games we saw, Mike. Woodland had a trio of players that shouldered almost the entire load. They scored 68, 66 come from 3 guys. 27 from Calvin Layton, 21 from Corbin Kinder, 18 from Jackson Schock. You get a point apiece from Cameron McCormick and Peyton King. But I'll tell you what, if they didn't have that 1 point from Peyton King or Cameron McCormick, they either lose or go into overtime. Chaffee, 26 from Nolan Fowler, 18 from Dane McMullen, 11 from Roland Reichman. Kobe Estes had 8, 4 from Grant Johnson. Only 5 Red Devils in the books. It took a long Chaffee comeback to finally get it to 2 possessions, 1 possession, a chance to take the lead. They got it tied at 1 point. I don't know if I want to go as far as say best game of the tournament so far. The deeper games go, the more important they are. I get it. The Bell City game and the upset with Chaffee winning yesterday was pretty good too, but either way, one of the top games of the tournament thus far. We've got 2 more to go. Woodland will play at Monday night at 7:30. They'll get either Cape Central or Scott City. Chaffee falls into the 5th place bracket. They will play Monday at 4:30. They'll get the loser between the Tigers and the Rams. Just under 5 minutes away from the tip for that one. 3 versus 6. If it is indeed Cape Central that wins this next game coming up, it'll be a rematch of that semifinal from a year ago when the Cardinals lost to Cape Central 70-56. That year, Cape Central was the 2 seed. This time around, Woodland would be the 2. We'll come back with more as we continue the 81st Annual Southeast Missourian Christmas Tournament. Coming off a thriller, Woodland hangs on to beat Chaffee on Aycorp Sports.
Agriculture is not a fad, and it's not for the faint of heart. Long days become long nights, sacrificing time away from your family, even on weekends, just so you can get the crop in and get the crop out. This is your way of life. At Farm Credit Southeast Missouri, we are 100% bought into your commitment. Because we are customer-owned, it is our mission to be your ag lender, and we intend to be your value-added partner for next year and the long term.
Your ag lender will always be there.
Agriculture is not a fad, and it's not for the faint of heart. Long days become long nights, sacrificing time away from your family, even on weekends, just so you can get the crop in and get the crop out. This is your way of life. At Farm Credit Southeast Missouri, we are 100% bought into your commitment. Because we are customer-owned, it is our mission to be your ag lender, and we intend to be your value-added partner for next year and the long term.
Your ag lender will always be there. saying will bubble wrap your money. But we do protect it like family. At First State Bank and Trust, your money is safe with us. First State Bank and Trust.
Hi, I'm Linda Collier with Young Real Estate. Buying a home can feel overwhelming, but you don't have to do it alone. I'll guide you every step of the way. Let's turn your search into a success.
People come in here to shop that are visiting in Dexter. The first thing I always do is ask them where they're going to eat and give them pointers on some of our great local owned restaurants. We have a lot of good local shopping that I always point them toward. A lot of people like more the nature and wildlife.
Ribs and barbecue is our thing. That's what put us here to begin with. The hickory log name.
Built by us.
I inspected that.
Oh yeah, I framed that.
I built that.
I stained that.
I hinged that.
I bet that.
I inspected that.
I bought that. I loaded that.
All of this crafted with personal pride. Built by us.
Halfway home in the boys' quarterfinals on day 2 of the 81st Annual Southeast Missourian Christmas Tournament, coming off an absolute thriller that has set the stage for 3 versus 6, Cape Central and Scott City. A very happy holiday season to you. Hope you had a Merry Christmas along with Mike Reeves. My name is Greg Allen and the entire Aycorp Sports group. As we work our way towards semifinal day on Monday, Jackson and Woodland are into the semis. They're on either side of the bracket, though. Now we'll find out who they will play. Jackson Monday at 6 o'clock, Woodland Monday at 7:30. We'll work on the Woodland opponent first between Cape Central and Scott City. Mike has the starting lineups.
Tigers are 4-5 to the 3 seed. Second-year head coach Lamont Frazier takes his team out to play in this quarterfinal after a win over Meadow Heights, 74-16. They start Jaden Johnson, a 6'1 junior. Josie Seabaugh, 5'9", and a freshman. Goliath Morris Young, 6'4", and a junior. Brayon Clemens is a senior at 6 feet tall. And Jathan Spain, a 6'5 senior. For Scott City, the Rams are 6-1. Mark Dannemuller, a 16th-year head coach. They are the 6th seed. They beat Advance 64-22. And they start Caden Lowry, a junior at 6'2", along with Chase Knight, a 5'10 junior. Max Snyder, a 6'3 junior. 6'5 junior. Braden Walton and Carter Berger, 6'3 and a senior.
Cape Central got here with a 74-16 win over Meadow Heights. They blanked the Panthers in the fourth quarter. Scott City earned a trip to the quarters with a 64-22 win over 11 Advance. Out-of-town scoreboard from Bloomfield. The last game that went final, we're still working on Puxico and Risco. Saw Van Buren beat Malden 76-59. Dexter, the 1 seed, by the skin of their teeth, survived against East Carter 48-45. Consolation quarters to start the day. Bloomfield 50-48 over Richland. Kennett beat Holcomb 67-34. East Prairie at 10 seed over Gideon 62-45. And the only upset, number 14 Doniphan, was 16 better than the 11 Portageville, 60-44.
They say that when you are on air doing what we do, you shouldn't really just share things that only the 2 people get because the audience is kind of lost. I'm going to do it anyway. I hate Justin Herbert.
Add him to the rest of the people that you now hate too?
Yep.
I know Gerald Burrow's on that list. The Cleveland Cavaliers are on that list.
Yep. But the list is getting longer and longer as each passing day.
Takeaway by Cape Central to start. It's a turnover by Scott City and a run out by Jaden Johnson. 2 in the books for Cape Central. Away we go here in game number 7. turnover again by Scott City. I know the LA Chargers were in a early Saturday matchup against the Houston Texans.
It did not go well for the Chargers today.
Yeah, no clue how that game went. Have not even taken a peek.
I've almost forgotten until right now. I took my first look. 20-16 Texans.
Final?
That is a final. The
Wow.
Ravens are leading the Packers 14-7. It's in the second quarter.
Minute gone by in our first quarter. So glad you're with us. So glad we're a part of this tournament this year in 2025, along with the Aycorp Sports group. Tigers give it back off a turnover. Bobby Alford and Jeff Ross have the call from Bloomfield if you want to check out what's going on down there. Also on the Aycorp Sports family of networks. Ball to bounds. It's been a sloppy opening minute plus in this one. Puxico and Risco. The game in progress. Here's Braden Walton at the foul line. Max Snyder got himself in a bad spot, but a foul against the Tigers called against Josie Seaball. Keep in mind, if you're just joining us and weren't with us yesterday, Tyshandre Edwards out with a knee injury for the Tigers. Walton spinning, hitting, and a foul. That one called on Breon Clemens. Walton's got his first two. He averages 19.8, 66% field goal shooter. No dice on the foul shot. Ball off a ram. We only got one more after this, Mike. We're just going to sit down and do one broadcast game.
Home stretch.
We've done that, and I'm not joking, 1,000 times.
Plus.
We can do one. It's only one.
And we said we needed some good games. That last one certainly fit the bill. Coming down to the wire, 68-67. Woodland squeaking past to get into the semis with that win over Chaffee.
Number 10 almost stealing the headlines over here for the second straight day. Long Cape Central possession. Shot clock was at 1 when they turned it over. Here comes Caden Lowry in a hurry. Flip it up. Comes off the iron. Josie Seaball's got it. And here come the Tigers. Seaball can't finish. Back in the hands of Walton. They start the third in Bloomfield. Puxico with a 41-23 lead on Risco. That's a 2 over a 7. Carter Berger finishes for Scott City. He averages 8.8. And Scott City has the lead. Near side wing, Josie Seaball. Top of the arc three, Johnson. Yes, he's got all 5 Tiger points. Jaden Johnson shoots the 3 at 29%, 7.3 points a ball game. He had 8 yesterday in the Widover Meadow Heights. That shot wild off glass from Max Snyder. Goliath Morris Young with the rebound. This is Jathan Spain. Cape Central comes in off the 3 line. They're 4-5. They can get to 500 with a win here. They started the season 2-0. Shot clock at 3. And Johnson can't triple again. Boy, they're taking every second off that shot clock.
And I really don't think that's a by design.
Caden Lowry can't hit. And in the lane, we've got problems. Jathan Spain picks up a foul, his first.
You know, there's some talk that when you name your children, you're sort of putting a little bit of their destiny out there by what name.
I was thinking the exact same thing.
Goliath Morris Young had no choice but be 6'4" and a strong. I mean, can you imagine if he just happened to be 5'3", 110? Not with that name. I love the name since I got here.
Lowry at the 10 finishes. 6-5 Rams. We saw the lead in quarter one. It's one of the better names we've run into in a while.
And it fits perfectly.
They tried to go inside to him, and the ball got tipped and turned over. Cape Central already with 3 turnovers here in just over 4 minutes. Rams add one of their own, and now we're even in the turnover count. Cape Central started the season with back-to-back wins at the Fountain City Classic, North in DeSoto. They beat Fox and Fort Zumwalt West. They lost to Sykeston and then went to their conference tournament where they had a first-round win over New Madrid. They were the #1 seed and lost in the tournament semis to Dexter, lost in the third-place game to the #1 seed here, Jackson. The Indians were a 3 in that tournament. And then Cape Central's slide continued. Morris Young in the paint, flipped it up, no, got it back a second time, yes, and fouled. Goliath Morris Young, 10.6 points a game, 43% from the floor. Tigers lost to Farmington and at Jefferson City. How about that trip? 52-48 to Jeff City. Scott City foul on Carter Berger. Morris Young good from the line where he's 70% on the year.
Now, Greg, there's no doubt that the absence of Tashandre Edwards changes the look, but there's enough season left and enough talent on the floor. You got time to figure things out. I don't know at this juncture, no confirmation that we've been told exactly what's going on and how long for Edwards, but in my head, if somebody's got an injury of that nature, my head just seems to go, hey, I'm gonna think of it as what have we got to do long term if we're not going to have him around.
Braden Walton right at the rim scores another. He's got 4. Scott City's had some success in the lane here in this first quarter. We're tied at 8. Well, we know what the issue is. It's a knee issue.
Right.
The not how long part
right.
is the unknown.
And that, I think it's wise to just say, you know what, it may be a while. And so let's figure out what we got to do if it is a while. And then if it's not, it's a lot easier to adjust to him coming back.
Yeah, for sure. Shot clock again. 4, 3. Morris Young, deep triple. And a long rebound comes back to Landon Coney for Cape Central. Now they're on the interior with Morris Young. And again, an and one. Braden Walton with the foul, his first. I still love the idea and the snow-capped graphics on the score bug for you by Andrew Moore from the Aycorp Sports Group. Nice touch. Morris Young back at the line, trying to make it a 3-point Tiger lead for the #3 seed. Hunter Speakman able to collect that rebound off the miss. Scott City 6-1 after the win yesterday. They come in here on a 4-game win streak. In the paint, Morris Young this time involved, but on the defensive side may have picked up the foul. Instead, they go Greg Nesby.
I was really impressed with Braden Walton in that win over Advance. I know it was lopsided. I know it was a game that they had in hand really from the outset. He scored 18 and just looked really good in spots just like that one.
And Walton's got 7. Scott City opened the year beating St. Pius and Orion. Lost to Farmington and then won 4 in a row. Kelly, New Madrid, Greenville, and Advance yesterday. Ball tipped into the backcourt, out of bounds. Stays with the Tigers. Shot clock at 18. You talk head-to-head between these two. Proximity-wise, fairly close. since the start of the 2015 season, they've met 4 times. 2 of those in Christmas tournament play. Shot clock at 5. Tigers better do something with it. Open, Coney, clock expiring. Another long rebound volleyed in and collected by Deshaun Sims, who gives to Azrael Massey. That 2015 meeting was a Christmas tournament game. A 2023 meeting was a Christmas tournament game. 2 of the 4 have been in this tournament. 2 regular season meetings, both at Scott City, and Cape Central's won them all. They're 4-0 head-to-head since 2015. Sims off a deep 3 miss from Johnson, puts it back up and in. Rams with some defensive rebounding issues, and they're down by 1.
They've been rebounded 6-3 here in the early stages.
50-50 ball, Coney takes it away. Coney fumbles, then kicks it out of bounds, and the Rams will get it back with 15-2.
That keeps turnovers even, now at 4 apiece.
Last shot time for Scott City, the 6th seed.
It's that perfect scenario that you can run it down, get that shot. You should have time to get a good one. We'll see how they execute. We see a lot of teams not execute well.
Caden Lowry at the controls. They go baseline, now to the interior. Speakman fouled.
You'll take that possession. Nothing wrong with that. Got it down low in a great spot to score. Got hammered and has to earn it at the line.
Azrael Massey, his first. Speakman at the line, the freshman. Best he can do is now tie it. Tigers want to go big for the rebound, so why not bring Goliath in? That's appropriate. Rock solid first quarter to kick off the second to last game on day 2. 12 each way in the 3-6 quarterfinal. Cape Central, Scott City. Happy holidays to you on Aycorp Sports.
Bud Shell Ford in Dexter, we've provided sales and service for all of Southeast Missouri for over 80 years. From personal automotives to commercial vehicles, we're here to serve. Bud Shell Ford. We make the car you want easy to own.
Back inside the Show Me Center. Entertaining first quarter between these two combatants. Oran looking for their second straight trip to the semis. They lost to Jackson by 10 a year ago, then lost the third place game to the 6th seed Woodland. That's their best showing in the Southeast Missourian Christmas tournament since at least 2008. It's a whole different ball of wax for Cape Central. They have been to the semis every year since 2017. The 16 campaign, they lost to Advance in the quarters and then won 2 more after that to take the 5th place game. Won the title the year before that. If you want to go back farther to 2009, Cape Central has only not reached the semis 1 year. That 2016 season. Every other year, you can pencil or black magic marker the Tigers into the tournament semis. Rams got the opening points of the quarter. Looking for more, and a 3 from Lowry. Not friendly on the rims. But as the rebound came to Jackson Gloth, there's a foul underneath. It might be on Morris Young. It is his first. On-air housekeeping. I missed the opening bucket of the quarter partner by the Rams.
Carter Berger now has 4 points.
Thank you. Speak of the devil, Berger. Put it on rim, no. Couple of cracks at it. Boy, going up to get in the shooting position. Walton got hit, no call. Johnson in and out, no good. Rebounded by Max Snyder, brings in just shy of 4 a game. Braden Walton back to the point. On the move on the sideline, Snyder through traffic, tripped and hit the deck hard, and Goliath just picks him up.
And lifts him over his head. No.
Talking about the absence of Tyshandre Edwards, 22.5 points a game come off the floor with the absence of the senior. That foul, the second on Josie Seaball, and that's going to be the second on Jathan Spain. Tell you what, Scott City might not be scoring on every trip in the paint here early in this game, but they're working Cape Central into some interesting foul situations.
We've watched throughout the tournament a little more concerted effort from a number of teams to try to do something other than stand on the three-point line and just let the ball go. We've seen it a lot more in this tournament than we've seen in a lot of games we've done.
And the inbound kicked out by Berger. Boy, they had a great play set up. The inbound pass was at his feet, though. That's more on the inbounder than Berger. And, Mike, wasn't it Mark Dandenmueller's bunch yesterday that only shot 4 threes?
Yep, and the discussion was, you know, 2 or 3 of the coaches have said, like, we take him when we need to, not just because. And I thought, that is a foreign concept.
Can you please go tell the NBA that?
Yeah, and the majority of the NCAA teams, I mean, it's you know, when we need them, it's okay. But if we don't need it, we've got other options.
Rams with a loose basketball timeout. Speaking of Coach Dandenmueller, he'll take that one to preserve that possession. And just over 2 minutes gone by in the second and the 30-second timeout gives us time to tell you. The Simo Sports Zone with Dave and Drew, our podcast focused on basketball every Monday. David Jenkins and Andrew Moore for insight into local high school basketball and other subjects as well. You can find them on Apple Music, Apple Podcast, Spotify, Amazon Music, and to see them as well as hear them, check out the Simo Sports Zone YouTube channel. That's every Monday with Andrew Moore and David Jenkins. Two more spots in the semis on the winner's side. 2 more spots in the semis in the 5th place bracket. Delta and Chaffee losing today have gone to the 5th place bracket. Jackson and Woodland are into the semis on the winner's side.
I would think in terms of, we talked earlier this week, and Matt Asher was talking to you about kind of the big 4 who, on semifinal night and championship night, if they're in it, it really ramps up things. I guess we've got the chance of a couple of party crashers still, right?
Yeah.
Woodland still a chance, despite being a 2 seed, to do that.
Front rim banged off the window, off the miss from Braden Walton. Cape Central to basketball back. They come up floor with Jaden Johnson. Johnson goes over a ram, and Max Snyder's called for a block. Well, the Tigers will have to get past. That's not going to be on Snyder, so hold the phone on that. Carter Berger picks up the foul. The Rams get a shot here to knock out Cape Central. Woodland waiting in the wings should the Tigers get past Scott City. Jaden Johnson, 58% free throw shooter.
You had a Woodland Scott City semi, which is possible with a Scott City win. You're guaranteed somebody who normally isn't in that championship game being there.
You'd be talking a 2 or a 6. Those would be your options should that come to fruition. Braden Walton. Braden is a little bit different. Braeden. Can I buy a vowel? Turnover. Brayon Clemens rimmed it off. Speakman grabbed it. Here come the Rams with Lowry. Euro step floater. No. Long rebound out to the wing. They tried to knock it off Jaden Johnson, but then it went back off the Scott City player, Chase Knight, who was falling out of bounds. This has been a disjointed second quarter. Only 3 total points scored in 3 1/4 minutes.
Now, we're not lighting up the scoreboard, but because of the score and the nature of the game being in a quarterfinal and what's on the line, a close game definitely 100% keeps your interest and makes you want to watch and see what's going to happen. This same game, I don't know, December 4th, just as a random game, you'd probably be going, oh, this one's having a hard time getting going. But because of what's on the line, you find yourself very intent in your interest in the energy you want to expend to watch it.
Johnson comes up to the foul line, feathers it back out. Kristen Murdoch connects. Murdoch had 7 yesterday in the 74-16 win over Meadow Heights. Flop job down low, no, charge called. Braden Walton guilty of his second. I thought there was a little acting job there by the Tiger defender. We'll take this 30-second timeout with Lamont Frazier's group. They lead 16-14, midway just about through stanza 2 on the Southeast Missourian Christmas Tournament on Aycorp Sports.
Mathis Funeral Home of Dexter and Bernie strives to provide their community with the accommodations and services needed to relieve your family during times of loss. For more information, give them a call and see how Mathis Funeral Home can help meet your expectations in celebrating your loved ones.
I'm Karen Hillis, and I think you'll love what's behind this door.
Unique 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath brick ranch just outside Malden. 2-car detached garage on a double lot.
Let's walk through it together. Give me a call today.
There's Lamont Frazier, head coach of the Cape Central Tigers in his second season. He did apologize for not coming over after the game yesterday. He said, never even thought about it. I said, man, you got a lot going on. He said, I'll try to do better today if we win. So don't feel like you were jilted.
I didn't feel too bad about it. I mean, we hope to get every coach of a victorious team on with us, but every so often there are things. Your mind at the end of the game is not always, let's go talk to the guys on the video side of things.
Goliath Morris Young can finish. Offensive board for Jade Johnson. Christian Murdoch stands just above the eye and the Red Hawk logo at center floor. Southeast Missouri State University, part of the Ohio Valley Conference, hence the OVC in the paint. Morris Young went up, ball knocked out of his hands, and it stays with Cape Central. Jathan Spain didn't get to the table in time to come in on that last exchange. He can now on a hand check foul on Max Snyder. His first, third team foul on Scott City in stanza 2. That has been sludging along. Cape Central has outscored Scott City in this quarter 4-2. 4-2. Tigers turn it over. Lowry using that forearm as kind of a shield, comes down the right side of the lane, draws a foul. Mason Oliver, the offender. Well, Mike and I are done after today. We head to Park Hills for coverage of their Christmas tournament up there. We have been so fortunate to be a part of this tournament this year. The Aycorp Sports group bringing us on, and I know they're stoked with their obligation now with the Southeast Missourian Christmas Tournament. So glad we could finally get down here and not only see it, be part of it, be part of the experience, be part of your watching and listening and viewing enjoyment of the tournament, hopefully.
Had a discussion in the hospitality room.
Goliath Morris Young right of the paint. Nope. Rebound Jackson Gloth.
Notified a couple of people that were in there. We were talking about coverage. That we have full intentions of doing upwards of 5 regular season basketball games with Aycorp Sports. So we're looking forward to that too.
Can we wait like a week before we start doing that?
It's not until the latter stages of January that we do our first one.
I have a feeling after 8-8-6-2-4, we're going to need a bit of a break. Jackson Gloth dumps in his first point. Gloth has 2. Rams back in front by 1. Tiger fell baseline and just flat turned it over. That's Azrael Massey.
Each team has turned the ball over 8 times. Greg, you want to get into those things that, tell you it's not a real pretty affair. 8 turnovers for Scott City. They've made 7 field goals. Cape Central, 8 turnovers. They've made 6 field goals.
Add a turnover to the Rams side of the ledger.
When your turnover number exceeds your number of field goals made, as you get deeper in the game, early on it's too much of a small sample size. We're deep enough into it now that you don't want your turnovers to exceed your made baskets.
Morris Young almost had one for Cape Central. Shot clock at 18. Massey for 3, buries it. Azrael Massey, 6-foot junior, in the book with his first points. Under 90 seconds to go in the half. Lowry dancing on perimeter with Clemens. Got in the lane, got fouled. Deshaun Sims was down there, and he picks up his second. Two-point Tiger lead. Plotting. Does that fit this game?
Yeah, it does. Again, there's all kinds of different basketball games, and we understand that. You get games like this. You get games 90 to 88. You get games very clean with very few mistakes, and then you get games that's just a battle of attrition. But they all end up with a winner. And at this point in this tournament, you want to be the one that's the winner, however this game is played.
67 seconds away from intermission. Cape Central yesterday, 74 on the board. Scott City yesterday, 64 on the board. Loose ball in the end line. Sims was on the end line when he tried to throw it off a Ram. So it'll become Scott City ball anyway with just under a minute to go in the quarter. Rams can take the lead with a field goal. Their leading scorer at present, Braden Walton, was 7. Cape Central's Jaden Johnson was 6. Jackson Gloth didn't play his first game of the season until Monday when Scott City went on their home floor against Greenville and won 66-39. We saw Gloth yesterday. Gloth had 4 points, 2 boards, and 4 assists against Greenville. Lowry finds himself at the foul line. Massey his second. That ties us at 19. A whole pile of blue to wrap up the night. Cape, Notre Dame, and Charleston. Couple good at the foul line for Lowry. Would you do your own homework and quit cheating? These are my papers.
I'm missing.
Those are your papers.
I am missing a point. But I think you're missing the same point, so that's the point.
20-19. Cape Central's going to hold for the last shot. I would love to go talk to both coaches at halftime and ask them how close to the plan did this half go. I did not expect 20-19 at intermission. 7 on the shot clock. It's a little ahead of the game clock by about a second. Johnson for 3. High, Rainbow drills it. Elevation, young man. 22-20. The Tigers head off to the locker room with a 2-point lead at break. We'll come back with that halftime report. Aycorp Sports bringing you wire-to-wire coverage of the Southeast Missourian Christmas Tournament.
Agriculture is not a fad, and it's not for the faint of heart. Long days become long nights, sacrificing time away from your family, even on weekends, just so you can get the crop in and get the crop out. This is your way of life. At Farm Credit Southeast Missouri, we are 100% bought into your commitment. Because we are customer-owned, it is our mission to be your ag lender, and we intend to be your value-added partner for next year and the long term.
Your ag lender will always be there. We're not saying we'll bubble wrap your money, but we do protect it like family. At First State Bank and Trust, your money is safe with us. First State Bank and Trust.
Hi, I'm Linda Collier with Young Real Estate. Buying a home can feel overwhelming, but you don't have to do it alone. I'll guide you every step of the way. Let's turn your search into a success.
People come in here to shop that are visiting in Dexter. The first thing I always do is ask them where they're going to eat and give them pointers on some of our great local-owned restaurants. We have a lot of good local shopping that I always point them toward. A lot of people like more of the nature and wildlife.
Ribs and barbecue is our thing. That's what put us here to begin with. The hickory log name.
Built by us.
I inspected that.
Oh yeah, I framed that.
I built that.
I stained that.
I hinged that.
I bet that.
I inspected that.
I bought that. I loaded that.
All of this crafted with personal pride. Built by us.
At First State Community Bank, our why is simple: to bring a positive impact to every community we serve. We are your neighbors and partners in building a stronger hometown. We work side by side with our community to help local businesses grow and families succeed. Our team takes the time to understand what matters to you, combining personal services with the latest technology so you can bank your way. Stop by one of our locations or visit us at fscb.com.
I'm Karen Hillis, and I think you'll love what's behind this door.
Unique 3-bedroom, 2.5-bath brick ranch just outside Malden. 2-car detached garage on a double lot.
Let's walk through it together. Give me a call today.
Mathis Funeral Home of Dexter and Bernie strives to provide their community with the accommodations and services needed to relieve your family during times of loss. For more information, give them a call and see how Mathis Funeral Home can help meet your expectations in celebrating your loved ones.
In farming, the weather always cooperates. The soil is always balanced. Seedlings always flourish.
But that's fantasy. This is farming. Seed, bred and tested for your reality. Dynagrow seed, for real.
Please Pass the hot sauce. No, none of that watered-down ketchup. Give me the heat.
At Southern Bank, we're never not helpful.
Next stop,
Spicy City. Helping spicy grandmas and everybody else.
Your animals depend on you every day. So we build equipment you can depend on every day. So cutting hay, feeding livestock, and managing land is easier. Loaded with intuitive, innovative features and tech, Case IH equipment isn't just built to work. It's built to work for livestock producers. Case IH, built by farmers. Talk to your Baker Implement dealer today.
At Simo Health Network, we strive to provide caring and affordable health care. We provide medical, dental, OB, and behavioral health services to everyone that may need it. For more information, visit our website and let Simo Health Network take care of you.
What does it take to stand tall? To let curiosity take root? To let your dreams take flight? You have to be fearless. Carve your path without permission. Turn your grit into greatness. This is your small town with big ideas. This is where you find your fearless. This is Simo.
At Focus Bank, we understand your community because it's our community too. With branches across Southeast Missouri and Northeast Arkansas, Focus Bank offers services such as fraud protection, really free checking, and mobile banking that lets you bank simply and securely, anytime, anywhere. Stop by any of our branches or visit us online to open an account today. Plus, you'll receive an awesome free gift just from opening your really free checking account. And when you refer someone who opens an account, you'll both receive a gift. Focus Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
American energy dominance. It's how we secure our future. By harnessing homegrown energy, we fuel our economy, power industries, and drive innovation. At NextEra Energy, we're investing more than any other company to deliver low-cost, reliable energy that powers our country's future. NextEra Energy Resources, ahead of what's next.
At Bud Shell Ford in Dexter, we've provided sales and service for all of Southeast Missouri for over 80 years. From personal automotives to commercial vehicles, we're here to serve. Bud Shell Ford. We make the car you want easy to own.
Agriculture is not a fad, and it's not for the faint of heart. Long days become long nights, sacrificing time away from your family, even on weekends, just so you can get the crop in and get the crop out. This is your way of life. At Farm Credit Southeast Missouri, we are 100% bought into your commitment. Because we are customer-owned, it is our mission to be your ag lender, and we intend to be your value-added partner for next year and the long term.
Your ag lender will always be there.
Cape Central on a three-point basket. Takes a 22-20 lead into the half. Get ready for the start of the third. Let's go team perspective first. Mike Stats, what do you got?
Tigers 8 of 20 from the field, 40%. Rams 6 of 14, 43%. Three-point shooting, 4 of 9. It's 44% for Cape Central. Scott City, just one three-pointer attempted, missed it. Free throws, disparity as far as getting to the line. 4 free throws for Cape Central. They're 2 for 4. Scott City shot 12 free throws, made 8 of them, 67% there. Rebound advantage, a slight one to the Rams, 10-9. 9 turnovers for Scott City, 8 turnovers for Cape Central. Are you okay to do the individual numbers? You were kind of sulking.
I'm despondent, but I can do it.
All right, go ahead. You got the individuals then.
42 total points. It won't take long. Cape Central gets 9 from Jaden Johnson. Goliath Morris Young has 5. They get 3 from Azrael Massey and 2 from Deshaun Sims. Scott City, Braden Walton, the leading scorer, has 7. Caden Lowry's got 5. Carter Berger with 4. Jackson Gloth with 2 and a free throw from Hunter Speakman. And away we go in quarter 3. Just going final as we were at the half. Number 2 Puxico down number 7 Risco, 76-55. They get ready for the tip of the last game as we get a travel to start our third. Number 3 Bernie, number 6 Twin Rivers for the second straight night. They will finish earlier than us in Bloomfield. Life is not fair.
Much earlier with no break. Yeah, that's all right though.
Don't talk about how your parents told you life isn't fair. I don't want to hear it.
No. Think about this for just a minute, though. If we were down there, think about our drive home tonight.
Now, that's true. Good point.
So we're closer to each of our homes when we head out of here in the blanket of fog that has apparently overtaken all of Southeast Missouri.
Josie Seabaugh, no, the tip didn't go. Morris Young tried 2 more times. And finally, a foul. We'll see Cape Central get to the free throw line. Caden Lowry with the personal.
A really good play. It's an alley-oop without a dunk at the end. It's a tip to put the ball in. Results in the same thing, 2 points. He tipped it just wouldn't fall, but then stayed with it. Got on that pogo stick and got back up to get 2 different rebounds and put-back opportunities.
6 for Goliath Morris Young. He's made 2 of his 3 charity stripe tries. Tiger lead is 4. That's Mike Reeves. I'm Greg Allen. A very Merry Christmas to you. Work our way towards semifinal basketball, and off the ball, we've got a problem on a 3 from Max Snyder. We'll let the officials sort out the particulars on that.
Had that gone, it would have still counted. He had released the shot. It would have been on the battle underneath.
Inbound lob, catch and shoot. Braden Walton's got 9. That was pretty. It was the 3rd on Jathan Spain was the foul. Brayon Clemens just in front of the Cape Central bench. The orange sweater-clad Lamont Frazier. It's not quite the Jim Harbaugh look with the khaki pants, but it's close. Turnover Tigers. Here's Chase Knight. He'll finish. 4.3 a ball game for Chase Knight. He's got 2, and we're 2 dozen up. I don't think there's much discussion, Mike, that Cape Central's going to be a much different team without Tyshandre Edwards. Now that we've had a look and a half at this group.
I like their effort. I like their grittiness, their determination, but they are missing an important link on offense.
Brayon Clemens can't convert. Walton with the look off. Spies Snyder on the sideline. Lowry wide open 3, no good. Morris Young rebounds that. Bad outlet pass turned over by the Tigers. 10th turnover, Cape Central. Lowry fades. That one rolls off. Morris Young with another rebound.
He's got 7 of those.
He averages just under 7. Eyeing a double-double tonight. Just muscling his way down the lane. Ball ends up in the hands of Walton, and a foul coming up on the Tigers. And it's Goliath Morris Young's second.
On that shot attempt, take your pick. He either got fouled, or if you want to rule, he dropped down and plowed his way through the defenders. But one of those has to be a call, I think. I think I would go with he got fouled. But if you want to go the other way, that's fine. But just to say, we're just going to let all that go, that was a bit much to me.
Teardrop floater, and Max Snyder able to drain it. Snyder, a 13-point per game guy, just getting in the score column now. That's the third Cape Central foul of the quarter that is not even 3 minutes old. And he got the free throw to go as well. 62% shooter at the line. Greg Nesby. Back in the hands of Jaden Johnson. He hit the three to close the half. That gave him 9. He nails that three. That gives him 12.
Yeah, his natural arc on that three-point shot is a very rainbow high arcing shot.
Takeaway by the Tigers. They give to Johnson on a run-out reverse layup and blew it. Didn't need the extra flair with that one. Goliath Morris Young falls down in front of the play. That opens up a wide open lane for Caden Lowry for an absolutely uncontested layup. He's got 7. This thing has been back and forth, and I won't swear to it, but it just feels like no one is led by more than 3.
Yeah, I don't have a running score total to confirm or deny it, but let's just say the score being what it is, and every time we've looked up, it's a one-possession game. Gaining separation has been a chore, either team.
There's a travel on Walton. He wanted to go backdoor to Lowry, but that got covered, and so he had to hang on to it, and by that time, he had shuffled the shoes. You got this fancy little computer system. You're telling me that that's somewhere in there that results in you not even needing the sheets I printed you? Can't tell you what the largest lead has been, both teams?
I have no access to that entire outfit. I'll check it later and see if it has that in all of those different pages that I don't have access to. So just let you know, maybe.
Azrael Massey with 5. Rams last year, 23-4. Tigers last year, 18-8. Scott City made the district championship, lost to number 1 Woodland. Caden Lowry's got 9. Lost to the Cardinals by 1 in that district championship game. Here's Massey for 3. That's good. 8 for him. And timeout taken by Lamont Frazier. With just under 3 minutes remaining in the third, we'll join him 32-31, slimmest of margins. The number 3 seed in front of number 6 on Aycorp Sports.
At Simo Health Network, we strive to provide caring and affordable health care. We provide medical, dental, OB, and behavioral health services to everyone that may need it. For more information, visit our website and let Simo Health Network take care of you.
Hi, I'm Linda Collier with Young Real Estate. Buying a home can feel overwhelming, but you don't have to do it alone. I'll guide you every step of the way. Let's turn your search into a success.
What does it take to stand tall? To let curiosity take root? To let your dreams take flight? You have to be fearless. Carve your path without permission. Turn your grit into greatness. This is your small town with big ideas. This is where you find your fearless. This is Simo.
Scott City with the basketball. We sit courtside at the Show Me Center. 2 days removed from Christmas Day. Jackson Gloth and the Rams. Gloth open, passed on a 3. Moved in on Sims. Snyder will take it. Snyder will miss it. Long rebound is loose. Taken away by Johnson. We'll see what he has here. He'll throw this one down. Well, he missed a layup moments ago and said, all right, well, let's try something better than that. There's a travel called against Snyder, and the Tigers get the ball back. (34-31).
I will say he got the dunk over the rim and down, but after missing the layup, you better make sure that you get the 2 points there.
I know.
You better make sure you get the 2 points there. He did.
Winner gets number 2 Woodland Monday at 7:30. Top seed Jackson gets the winner of the late game, Cape, Notre Dame, and Charleston. So you're telling me your fancy computer system does have the ability to give you that technology. You're just too lazy to go find it.
I asked you if you'd like to help, and you were lazier than me.
I helped. I stayed up for hours at your sister's house providing you with all your nice sheets. I've done my work.
At the end of the tournament, I will ask Philip Britt to go back to this game and check and see if there was ever a separation of more than one possession.
I will have lost interest by that point. Don't worry about it.
You'll be shocked on like January 3rd when I say it was 12-8 in the second quarter. You'll be like, what? I'm like, I had him look it up.
Walton to Snyder. Tied up against Massey on the sideline. And a blocking foul on the aforementioned Azrael Massey. A minute 27 removed from the close of the third. Tiger lead is 3. Make it a foul on Sims, his third. Tigers over the limit for the quarter. Scott City's been at the foul line in this game as a team. Carter Berger's first trip, he's 69% on the year. They are 9 of 13, 14. That in my book is Kristen Murdoch, 5'10 junior.
That should honestly be an official stat designation. And I think most fans would get it. Like,
Spain to the rack, no, but fouled. Excellent, great, good, bad. I go with it. Works for me. Second club foul on the Rams.
Well, still, if you want to, talk about some of the things that have made the game a little difficult on the eyes at times. Cape Central just recently has surpassed their field goals made with their turnovers. They have 12 made field goals, 11 turnovers.
Jathan Spain, 1 of 2 at the line. Over the front of the iron, and it falls for Lowry. He's got 11. It continues to be a tight one here at the Show Me Center. Slimmest of margins for the 3 seed. Number 2 Woodland waiting in the wings. Three ball, Johnson. He's hit some big ones already. Rebound taken away by the Rams. They want to outlet, they want to run. Snyder, does he challenge? Flips, banks, and hits. That was not an easy shot at all. Final 18 of the third. Now it's the Rams by 1. 5th meeting between these two since 2015. Cape Central's 4-0 head-to-head. Missed out of the corner. And before that double clutch shot, a travel called. And with 0.8 of a second left, Scott City will inbound on the sideline by the Tiger bench. And they won't try anything fancy. They'll be content with a 1-point lead of the fourth quarter. We got a good one. Settle in for the final set of 8. Last game was fantastic. This one might have just as doozy as a finish. 36-35, number 6 in front on Aycorp Sports.
Please pass the hot sauce. No, none of that watered down ketchup. Give me the heat.
At Southern Bank, we're never not helpful.
Next stop, Spicy City.
Helping spicy grandmas and everybody else.
At Focus Bank, we understand your community because it's our community too. With branches across Southeast Missouri and Northeast Arkansas, Focus Bank offers services such as fraud protection, really free checking, and mobile banking that lets you bank simply and securely, anytime, anywhere. Stop by any of our branches or visit us online to open an account today. Plus, you'll receive an awesome free gift just from opening your really free checking account. And when you refer someone who opens an account, you'll both receive a gift. Focus Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Irrelevant of game winners only out of this facility today. Leopold, Oran, Advance, Bell City, Jackson, Woodland. In Bloomfield, Kennett, East Prairie, Doniphan, Dexter, Van Buren, and Puxico. You want to know where they are in the bracket, who advanced to where, you got to do more work for that. I mean, you've been sitting around all day just letting us tell you all this stuff. You got to shoulder the load at some point. Greg Allen, Mike Reeves back inside the Show Me Center. Southeast Missouri State University Redhawks, their facility hosting this annual holiday tradition. Mike's got the end of third quarter numbers.
Scott City's 13 of 25 from the field, 0 of 4 from deep, and 10 of 15 at the free throw line. The Tigers, they're 12 of 33 from the field, 6 of 15 from deep, and 5 of 8 at the line.
Tigers back to work on offense. They're down by a penny. We start the fourth quarter. So glad you could be a part of it, however long you've been involved today with whatever tournament you've been involved with, this one or the one farther south in Bloomfield. Aycorp Sports doing a great job. Busy people throughout this holiday season. Johnson almost traveled. Morris Young goes back to retrieve the basketball. Feed to Jathan Spain, back out. 16 on the counter. Checked up on back plate and fell in for Massey, who's got 10. Massey had 10 yesterday. And Lowry draws a foul. It's on Jaden Johnson, his first. Continues to be no separation between these two, but we've seen it time and time again over the last 2 days. Games so close, one team just falls off the map in the fourth. I do not expect that to happen here in the least, by the way. I'm just telling you what has happened, not what will.
It's just been incredible how tight this game has been.
Yeah, you can see exactly how tight, you just don't want to do the work.
If I was doing the work now, I wouldn't be statting any other stats, and then you'd be mad I didn't have the other stats. It's a no-win.
You should be used to that, though.
I've decided we're not doing 16 games in 2 games again in 2 days again.
If this is the lip you're going to get from me.
That's right.
Johnson, baseline pull up at the side of the glass. Rebound spiked into the floor. Shot clock ran out and never hit the wind, never hit the rim, and hit the window. That's got to be a shot clock violation. They throw it up, and now it's a foul, and Mark Dannenmuller absolutely has an argument. I don't know why anybody in striped shirt won't go talk to him.
Well, they're talking about it now, and I think they're trying. I think that they now are thinking, wait a minute, that was backboard, not rim. They hit the side of the backboard. There's no question.
They're coming to the scores table first. I'm going to think they're going to change this all and say it is a shot clock violation, which everybody knows is the right call. and the big thing is, Mike, they got it right.
Yep, kudos to get it right. I don't care that it took a little while to do it. You get it right when it's all said and done. That's all that mattered. And it takes a takes a little bit of guts to do that after you let the play go. And it's like, hey, guys, let's talk about this. So everything correct, and we move on.
Well handled by the Zebras when it's all said and done, and that's all that matters. Max Snyder. Right off the leg of Lowry, out of bounds. And it's so funny, having officiated so many baseball games, it's crazy when weird things like that happen. You think to yourself, did I really just see, did that really just happen?
Yeah, let's back up, replay that in my mind a little bit.
Right. And honestly, it's great to have other people to talk to with 3 officials on a basketball floor. Brayon Clemens, they swing to Johnson. Right of the paint, flips, no. Great rebound on the left, blocked by Braden Walton. That ball ended up over the Scott City bench, tipped by Jaden Johnson.
That's where all the reviews and replays at the college and pro level have really taken, a lot of officials were going to be kind of upset they were going to go to that. It's taken a lot of heat off of them because mistakes they make do get corrected.
There's a basket and an and one for the aforementioned Walton, who's got 11. Cape Central team foul number 2 in the quarter. One more game to go after this one. 4 and 5 Bulldogs and Blue Jays, Cape, Notre Dame, and Charleston.
A chance with this free throw to have a rare 2-possession game.
Of course not. Why would we want to do that? Tigers down the triple, 40-37. Last time these two hooked up, January 20th of this past season, Cape Central won it 53-51. That a precursor to this. Goliath Morris Young creating space to the basket. No, rebound out of bounds. Berger had it and could not secure it.
Morris Young has missed all 5 of his field goal attempts in this half. He scored 7 points, 5 of those in the first half.
Azrael Massey in and out with the 3-point shot. Jathan Spain, though, with an offensive board and a new clock for Cape Central. And then an offensive foul on Massey. Things are getting interesting in the fourth quarter. That is his 4th. Club 3rd, Scott City yet to commit one. And now a full possession to take a 2-possession lead. Lowry almost double dribbled. Swings a pass in the lane. Berger on rim, no. A second chance, no. Morris Young fouled.
After that sequence, we are destined to never be separated by more than one possession. Those are 2 point blank. Greg just right there to put them in, and the ball said no.
And I don't know for gospel that we've ever been more than one possession, but man, does it feel like it.
We haven't been for more than one possession since we started talking about it, and that's been a while ago.
Tigers down the triple. Approaching midway through the 4th. Blue Jays are in the tunnel watching. Jathan Spain banking. They don't stay open that late here in Cape Girardeau. It's after 8:30. You got to hit the ATM if you want to do that. Here's Max Snyder, who's tripped. That is the last foul to give on Cape Central in this game. It is the 4th on Massey. Now check that, Spain. It's on Jathan Spain. And he'll check out. In comes Deshaun Sims. Long inbound lob over the top, catch by Walton. Strong inside with a floater. And a 2-possession lead. Timeout, Mark Dannenmuller. Finally, for the Rams, got something to go after an exchange last possession where they had a number of cracks at it and couldn't put one down. And finally, somebody leads by more than 3.
You had back-to-back sequences where both teams had point-blank looks and didn't convert. You had the 2 at the end of the floor for Scott City where they couldn't take the 5-point lead, and then Spain missed that at the rim, just couldn't get it to fall. That would have brought it back to within a point. And finally, Walton knocked that down. Walton in this half is 3 of 3 from the field. Greg, in the game, he's 6 of 7 from the field. He's got 5 rebounds. Stellar night. And a 5-point lead for Scott City with 3:38 to play. As you said, 1 foul away from Scott City shooting free throws the rest of the way. The next free throw puts them on the line for the rest of the game. And the Rams have only committed 1 team foul in this quarter. Each team has 3 timeouts remaining. Possession arrow right now belongs to Scott City.
Rams trying to get to the semis of this tournament for just the second time since 2008. Now, the only other time they did it happened last year, but that's the only time since 08. They lost to Jackson by 10 and then lost the third-place game to the 6th seed Woodland, 81-76. Here they are the 6th seed, trying to upend number 3 Cape Central. Five-point lead, 3.5 to go. Well, I really thought the last game of the night, Cape, Notre Dame, and Charleston, was going to be a rock-solid basketball game. This one has been ultra tight. The game before this came down to the final shot just about. Mike, this latter half of this day 2 quarterfinal day has been rock solid.
Absolutely.
And kind of what you and I wanted to see. You kind of know what day 1 of a tournament's going to be with 16 teams. You get a lot of mismatches and games that kind of get out of hand. This has been a good last 3 games.
2 big defensive stands.
Berger blocked, blew the putback. It's a 50-50 ball, taken away by Walton. The foul, out of the line he goes. Landon Coney, the foul. Free throw good for Walton, who's got 14. Walton's had another big game. Takeaway by Walton, fouled by Massey. Massey is done. Walton's going back to the line. Everything right now in favor of Scott City, and Cape Central's got to find a way to right the ship.
And once they got a 2-possession lead, it's taken off from there.
Now it's 7.
The way the game's been played, you feel like you put it away at 7. You haven't. There's 2:39 left. It's not even close to that discussion, but a heck of a run here.
3 straight makes for Walton at the foul line on the year, 66%. Today, 4 for 6. Misses that one. Rebound comes down to Josie Seaball. I haven't seen Josie Seaball much lately. He played early. He hoists from 3 and hits. Of course. Full timeout, Cape Central. Well, how big was that shot?
Next things were, you were going under quick. The water was rising. It was getting to the point that you didn't have a lot of time left, and knocked that down, and all of a sudden you look up and you're like, okay, not great, but we're back to within striking distance with 2:28. I will say this from the Rams' perspective. Greg, if they continue to execute like they did the last few trips, they've gotten great looks, and when they didn't make them, they got to the foul line. They keep doing that, they're going to be okay to try to close out the game with 2:28 to go. But there's a lot of basketball still to be played given the timeouts that are remaining. 3 for the Rams, 2 for the Tigers. given that I think we're going to see Scott City on the free throw line a fair amount. Can they convert and make it work? They were 10 of 15 at the line prior to this fourth quarter. Walton knocked down 3 in a row before missing one.
Following the tournament, Cape Central goes to Dexter and Cape Notre Dame. They'll host Woodland, a team they could see Monday if they can come back here. They go to New Madrid, and then Jackson comes to town on the 23rd of January. Scott City's got a January 6th date at Oak Ridge before Delta comes in to face the Rams. They go to Chaffee, host East Prairie, and go to Advance. Another Ram possession, up 5. Back to the foul line they go. A perimeter foul on Jaden Johnson, and Lamont Frazier left with palms turned up.
It looked for all the world like the type of foul you commit when you're trying to foul and put them on the line. Feels a little early for that with a shot clock in effect, especially. D it up there and try to get a stop.
Lowry's got 14. He's a 77% shooter. Johnson out along with Mason Oliver. Spain back along with Landon Coney. After that conversion, Lowry now 4 of 6, 5 of 7. He's got 15. 2:17 and moving in the fourth. Back out to a 7-point lead for the number 6 seed. Seaball around Spain, leave it off for Coney. No good. Offensive board, Goliath Morris Young, that was big. And that's going to be on a pass, not a shot, that foul. So no free throws coming up for Cape Central.
And it ended up being a really good foul since he didn't put the ball up on rim. Just an inbound situation with 1:56 to go and a few more seconds guaranteed to run off the clock before they can get a shot at putting the ball at the basket.
Caden Lowry is second. Tigers trying to square away personnel. Under 2 minutes. And a travel.
14th Tiger giveaway. That's one more than their opponent, the Rams.
Seven-point lead and the ball. And now you can work on that counter that sits above the backboard. Or do you just keep playing, Mike? Lowry in the paint. Back to the line he goes.
Given the difficulty you've had at times to take care of the ball, 13 turnovers. It doesn't sound terrible, but it's been a low possession game.
Third personal on Jaden Johnson. Lowry has made 4 in a row. He's got 15 in the game. I'll take the hit.
I kind of like the attack, though, there of not just completely pulling everything back. Yeah, because they haven't taken care of it a lot when they've had to handle it. They've done a better job of just getting inside, trying to get to the line or make that shot at the rim.
16 for Lowry. 8-point game. Rams lead by a snowman. None of those in real life in Cape Girardeau these days. And a charge called against Goliath Morris Young, his third.
It did look like he kind of decided, I'm going to the basket. You're in front of me or not, I'm just going to go to the basket. If I run over you in the process, so be it. And he's played a very physical game. There's been a couple of times I thought he got hit a lot and didn't get a call trying to get a basket. That one I didn't have any trouble with. I thought he was determined, I'll go in there and we'll just see if you're in the way, so be it.
Walton can't convert, and another whistle and another foul against Cape Central. 2 free throws for the Rams for Lowry again. Four on Seaball. Lowry now is 17.
Feels like you make this one and go to 10 and be up 4 possessions, you ought to be home free.
Cape Central needs points in a big way. Not going to get him on that shot. Spain lost the handle, foul on the floor on Scott City. It's their third.
Tigers have been held to, sorry, Greg, 5 points in this quarter.
Wow. Max Snyder's second. We talked about it at the outset, Mike, how fourth quarters have changed in the last 2 days' games. And I even said I don't expect it to happen in this game. And it's not to the degree that we saw a lot of games happen. 33-9 in the fourth quarter, right? To turn a tight game into a 20-point win or something. But based on what we saw for almost everything since halftime, 10 is huge.
And 14-5 fourth quarter. That's, given the low-scoring nature of the game, that is big.
Jaden Johnson his fourth. Snyder pours in his sixth. I'll give him this. The Rams are making the most of all these free throws. Snyder almost got a loose ball off the miss. Under a minute. Johnson for three. He's got that high arcing shot. He missed it. It's an 11-point game. Berger makes it a baker's dozen. Goliath Morris Young going to the rim again. This time he'll draw a foul that results in shots. How about the performance by the number 6 seed? They led by 1 after 3. They trailed by 2 at the half. It was tied after the first. This entire game has been so tight until about a minute and a half into the fourth quarter. And then it sort of started to lean towards Scott City's way. And once they got momentum, it was just jump all over it and pedal down. Morris Young with 8. One more to go after this on day 2. Cape, Notre Dame, and Charleston. Lowry rebounds that miss. Scott City with the shot clock turned off. It is just the second time since 2008 the Cape Central Tigers will not play in the Christmas tournament semis. That slot in 2025 reserved for number 6. The Rams of Scott City take down the Tigers 53-41. A semifinalist for the second consecutive Christmas tournament. They're 7-1 on the year. They drop Cape Central to 4-6. And it is an unexpected semi Monday at 7:30. Woodland and Scott City. And one of those two is going to play for the championship. What a fourth quarter. Scott City held the Tigers to 6. They scored 17 of their own. It's Tournament's been wild through 2 days. We'll expect Mark Dannenmuller to come over and talk to us in just a little bit. Final numbers coming up as well. We'll take a break and come back with all of that. The Scott City Rams, the headliner so far through day 2 of the Southeast Missourian Christmas Tournament on Aycorp Sports.
Your animals depend on you every day. So we build equipment you can depend on every day. So cutting hay, feeding livestock, and managing land is easier. Loaded with intuitive, innovative features and tech, Case IH equipment isn't just built to work. It's built to work for livestock producers. Case IH, built by farmers. Talk to your Baker Implement dealer today.
What does it take to stand tall? To let curiosity take root? To let your dreams take flight? You have to be fearless. Carve your path without permission. Turn your grit into greatness. This is your small town with big ideas. This is where you find your fearless. This is Simo.
Agriculture is not a fad, and it's not for the faint of heart. Long days become long nights, sacrificing time away from your family, even on weekends, just so you can get the crop in and get the crop out. This is your way of life. At Farm Credit Southeast Missouri, we are 100% bought into your commitment. Because we are customer-owned, it is our mission to be your ag lender, and we intend to be your value-added partner for next year and the long term.
Your ag lender will always be there.
We're not saying we'll bubble wrap your money, but we do protect it like family. At First State Bank and Trust, your money is safe with us. First State Bank and Trust.
Final numbers from the most recent day 2 and the day 2 upset. Number 6, Scott City, 53. Number 3, Cape Central, 41. Rams win it by a dozen. They get 18 from Caden Lowry, 16 from Braden Walton, 7 from Carter Berger, 6 out of Max Snyder, 2 each Jackson Glothan, Chase Knight, and a Hunter Speakman free throw. Cape Central, 14 from Jaden Johnson, 10 from Azrael Massey. Goliath Morse Young had 8. They get 3 each from Josie Seabaugh, Kristen Murdoch. Deshaun Sims had a pair, and Jathan Spain had 1. And Scott City, the big upset to reach the semis for the second straight year, 53-41 over Cape Central. Team numbers, partner.
49% on 17 of 35 shooting for the Rams. Just 32% on 14 of 44 for the Tigers. Scott City, 5 3-pointers attempted, did not make one. 7 of 19, 37% for the Tigers from deep. Free throw line, Scott City shot a bunch late when they were being fouled and put to the line, but they did end up with a tremendous advantage of 28-10 at the line. They made 19 of 28, 68%. Tigers went 6 of 10. Rebound advantage, Cape Central by 2, 24-22. Cape Central 16 turnovers, 13 turnovers for the Rams. And Greg, it turned out it was true for an entire game, and it's hard to win when the number is Cape Central's turnover number exceeded their made field goals.
Wow.
They
for the whole game.
Turned it over 16 times and made 14 shots. And still we're in it till the final 4 or 5 minutes is when it kind of started to slip away. It's hard to be in a game when that's the case. And again, we are not oblivious for those that are out there and are Cape Central fans and going, guys, again, Tyshandre Edwards kind of makes a difference, and he's not available to. We're fully aware of that. But you played the game you had to play tonight, and Scott City did the right things to win it late, made some really important plays late, got this thing done, and they do advance, and it sets them up in the semifinal against Woodland, as you mentioned. The interesting thing in that 5th place bracket is that Chaffee, as that 10 seed that won and then lost a really tight game tonight, now it's, we get Cape Central now, you know. You didn't necessarily think that would be who you would see in that part of the bracket. And we even talked about it that night. Winning that game as a 10 can sometimes put you in a real difficult spot. And they almost pulled it off tonight. Hey, they lost by a point to Woodland, the number 2 seed. They were right there and almost were in the semifinal. So there's no way they're going to say, hate that we got in that bracket and took some. That was, if there's a good loss to take, that one tonight by a point to the number 2 seed was a good loss. And then they'll see how they do in that game against Cape Central. They will get a challenge. They'll get an opportunity to go at it. We'll see how that one goes. What we're going to do here is have one more game, though. And after everything that has transpired this week and the number of games we've done, one more left. Sounds
amazing.
Yeah, it sounds pretty incredible. Cape Notre Dame and Charleston just about 8 minutes away from tipping this off in the final game of the night. Scheduled for a 9 o'clock start. We're going to start closer to 9:25, it looks like. But, again, that's not horrible in tournaments like these that tend to get off schedule by at least a little bit.
Rams improved to 7-1. Tigers fall to 4-6 on the year. Cape Central, they get, as Mike mentioned, Chaffee Monday at 4:30. Scott City gets Woodland Monday at 7:30 in the final game of day 3, the second boys semi. Jackson's opponent named in the game next. Cape Notre Dame, Charleston. We work our way to the tip after this on Aycorp Sports.
Your animals depend on you every day. So we build equipment you can depend on every day. So cutting hay, feeding livestock, and managing land is easier. Loaded with intuitive, innovative features and tech, Case IH equipment isn't just built to work. It's built to work for livestock producers. Case IH, built by farmers. Talk to your Baker Implement dealer today.
What does it take to stand tall? To let curiosity take root? To let your dreams take flight? You have to be fearless. Carve your path without permission. Turn your grit into greatness. This is your small town with big ideas. This is where you find your fearless. This is Simo.
Agriculture is not a fad, and it's not for the faint of heart. Long days become long nights, sacrificing time away from your family, even on weekends, just so you can get the crop in and get the crop out. This is your way of life. At Farm Credit Southeast Missouri, we are 100% bought into your commitment. Because we are customer-owned, it is our mission to be your ag lender, and we intend to be your value-added partner for next year and the long term.
Your ag lender will always be there.
We're not saying we'll bubble wrap your money, but we do protect it like family. At First State Bank and Trust, your money is safe with us. First State Bank and Trust.
People come in here to shop that are visiting in Dexter. The first thing I always do is ask them where they're going to eat and give them pointers on some of our great local-owned restaurants. We have a lot of good local shopping that I always point them toward. A lot of people like more of the nature and wildlife.
Ribs and barbecue is our thing. That's what put us here to begin with. The Hickory Log name.
At First State Community Bank, our why is simple: to bring a positive impact to every community we serve. We are your neighbors and partners in building a stronger hometown. We work side by side with our community to help local businesses grow and families succeed. Our team takes the time to understand what matters to you, combining personal services with the latest technology so you can bank your way. Stop by one of our locations or visit us at fscb.com.
At Focus Bank, we understand your community because it's our community too. With branches across Southeast Missouri and Northeast Arkansas, Focus Bank offers services such as fraud protection, really free checking, and mobile banking that lets you bank simply and securely, anytime, anywhere. Stop by any of our branches or visit us online to open an account today. Plus, you'll receive an awesome free gift just from opening your really free checking account. And when you refer someone who opens an account, you'll both receive a gift. Focus Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
(53-41) over the Cape Central Tigers. Did it with a big fourth quarter, a 17-6 advantage. Mark, Dan, and Mueller, I want you to tell me what you like best about that, other than the outcome that you had the more points at the end of it. What'd you like about that performance?
I thought our kids were really tough. You know, we didn't play well offensively. We missed some shots. We just kept playing, kept guarding. They hit some tough shots. I mean, they banked in free throws, banked in a three, banked in a shot from the free throw line on a runner. I mean, and our kids never stopped playing, so they kept guarding. And we just kept telling the players, just keep going, and they just did. So I was proud of them.
What is the importance of gutsy wins like that? Because you're going to have your pretty wins. You're going to have your nights knocking down shots. We look great. What's the importance of winning one like that?
Yeah, I told him that in a timeout in the fourth quarter. I said, this feels like a district game. It feels like a game at the end of the year where, or a conference tournament championship feels that way, where you got to find a way to win when you don't play your best. And, a lot of credit goes to Cape Central, for that. They made it, they made it that way, but it was big for our kids. They needed to see that, and I was just proud of them.
Given the history of this thing and everything else that goes into it, what does it mean to get that opportunity to play in a semifinal over here, and you get to do it a couple of years in a row? Yeah,
I mean, it don't go around, a lot. It seems like every year we were in the 8-9 game or the 7-10 game. It felt like forever, and we've kind of been a little bit higher seed the last couple of years, and put ourselves in a position to play in these games. And so I'm just proud of our players, man. You get happy for your kids, and you want them to experience these things. So
got the last one of the night coming up. We'll let you go and keep it short and sweet. Best of luck to you the rest of the way. It's a pleasure to see you.
I appreciate it.
The head coach of the Scott City Rams with us, Mark Mueller. 16th year for him there. His squad's 7-1 now, and they have a 53-41 win tonight under their belt against the Cape Central Tigers. That moves us right into our final game of the night, and
one more game?
Hey,
one more game?
And it'll put a wrap on 16 of them in 2 days, and that's what's been happening over here. And Greg and I and a few people with this crew have been here for everything. And as we move forward, this crew that's been so good to us and it's been so good to work with, they've still got more of the be here every game of the tournament as it moves into Monday and Tuesday. You and I will take our show to a different venue with a prior commitment that, well, I guess we've had that commitment for a year, and we're going to head to Park Hills starting on Monday. But we still got this one to go tonight, and it might just darn well be another good one.
Cape, Notre Dame, and Charleston, the 4-5 matchup to see who takes on number 1 Jackson come Monday at 6 o'clock. You get those middle 2 seeds, Delta, Leopold in an 8-9 in the first round, 4 versus 5 in a second round, 2 versus 3 in a semi. The seeds get tight. You expect the game to follow. And Mike's got the starting lineups for this one.
Bulldogs are the 4 seed. They're 5-4 on the year. Jeremy Brinkmeyer, their third-year head coach, beat Oran 71-29 to get to this game. They start Colton Londaway, a 5'10 senior. Cole Adams, a senior sophomore at 6'1", 5'10 sophomore. Colin Earps, along with Braden Robert, a 6'1 sophomore, and Gabe Jones, a senior at 6'5". Charleston's Blue Jays 5-3 the record. They're the 5 seed. 50-year head coach Jamarcus Williams. They win over Kelly to get here 70-55. Remember, that game, a game in which they trailed by 4 to start the fourth quarter. They start Trayshawn Shandon, a 6'2 junior, along with Shylon Anderson, 5'9 and a junior. Trinez Lane, 5'10 and a junior. Martavius Biles is a senior at 6'1, and Tim Frazier, 6 foot and a senior. And we have tip-off, and we are underway.
Notre Dame in the white, Charleston in the black. Loose ball in the Charleston backcourt, and it's out of bounds to Notre Dame. Absolute pleasure to be part of the Aycorp Sports group during this tournament and bring you wire-to-wire coverage for Mike and I, day 1 and 2. We will turn things over to more capable hands on Monday. Cole Adams drills the 3 to get the party started here in the day 2 finale. But it's been a good indoctrination into what happens annually down at this Southeast Missourian Christmas tournament. We've heard about it for years. Finally get to see it, finally get to be a part of it, and get a front row seat. And be part of your holiday tradition. Adams and the Bulldogs, a minute in with a 3-0 lead. Notre Dame got here with a 71-29 win over Iran. They've won back-to-back. They took down Fredericktown by 10 the game prior to the start of the tournament. Cutting into the paint, Londaway. He'll float, he'll hit. Charleston, that huge fourth quarter against Kelly, 33-9 in that final stanza. They trailed by 4. Going to it, they win by 20. 75-55. They've won back-to-back. They won at Kennett 70-56 prior to the tournament. Floater didn't go, but the follow does for Trinez Lane, who was so good yesterday. Lane came in averaging 16.4. Londaway got rid of it up top to Colin Ernst. 2 minutes in a 5-2 game. And our first whistle and stoppage. And it's called against Charleston. Not Martavius Biles, his first. Charleston 5-3, lost to West Memphis, Arkansas in the Riverbend Classic back on November 28th, right around Thanksgiving. Came back and beat Dexter and Festus. Went 1-2 in the Simo Conference Tournament with a win over New Madrid, losses to Dexter and these Bulldogs, 68-59. So familiarity between these two. Notre Dame trying to go 2-0 head-to-head. They can't finish. They can't control it on the end line. And it's Blue Jay basketball.
And you would think the group from Charleston, they know, hey, we were really close to not getting a chance to play in this game. We were in a fight, but yet they came away, and they'd like to take that momentum into this one.
Another second opportunity put back. Trayshawn Shandon has his first basket. He averages 14.1 a ball game. Notre Dame started 0-2, and Jeremy Brinkmeyer talked about the schedule last night with you on how they really kind of amped it up and sort of added St. Mary's. Well, that was their opener. They lost 84-53. Lost to Sykeston to kick off their Simo Conference Tournament. Came back and won the next 3 in that tournament. Kennett, Poplar Bluff, and these Blue Jays. Lost to Farmington, Sykeston, and then the 2-game win streak coming into here. Notre Dame is 5-4. Cross-court pass through a set of hands from Charleston. Came to a then open Erbst, and he hits. 7-4 and good pace, good energy for the finale of day 2. Charleston with Shylon Henderson in the lane. Back out open, Shandon, triple try, got it. 5 for the junior. And we're 7-all coming up on midway through the first. And again, seeds are close. You'd expect the game to be close. And no feeling out. They played each other once already. Just go at it. Let's go to battle.
There's not a lot of secrets, right, with
Nope.
these two.
On the wing, cutting to the paint. Londaway can't finish, got it back. This is Braden Robert. He'll hit from the foul line, but this one counts for 2. Three-pointer out of the corner for Charleston, doesn't fall. Lane missed the 3. Ball ends up out of bounds. It goes to the Bulldogs. You mentioned familiarity. There better be. Since 2008, these two have played 36 times. It's like being next-door neighbors. Charleston has won 23 of those 36, with the Bulldogs getting the other 13. But Cape Notre Dame, including the win this year, has won back-to-back. In the paint, boy, lots of contact, let go. Trenton Powell ends up with a loose basketball. He couldn't finish that. And then hand fighting for the rebound. We go to a held ball situation. Arrow belongs to the Blue Jays. Timeout. Jeremy Brinkmeyer will duck out as well. 3:10 remaining in the first. It's only a 30-second stoppage. We're back after these messages on Aycorp Sports.
We're not saying we'll bubble wrap your money, but we do protect it like family. At First State Bank and Trust, your money is safe with us. First State Bank and Trust.
Maybe there's something in the 3-6 game. Final game of the night in Bloomfield going on right now. You can catch that on the Aycorp Sports YouTube platform. Number 6, Twin Rivers leads number 3, Bernie, by 9. 2:56 to go in the third. It's 41-32. We just had the 6, Scott City, beat the 3, Cape Central, here. Blue Jays back on offense with Lane. Notre Dame won a Christmas tournament meeting last year, 39-26. 26 for Charleston.
Be a time that just you can't even wrap your head around that.
Trying to stand in front of a passing lane. Braden Robert picked up the foul instead, his first. Prior to the recent 2-game head-to-head win streak by the Bulldogs, Charleston had won 7 of 8. Ball out of bounds, stays with the Jays. Out of the 36 meetings since 2008, 10 of them have come in the Christmas tournament. 8 of them have come in the conference tournament. 1 of them has come in a district tournament. That ended the 2023-24 season for Notre Dame when they lost to Charleston 71-65. Empty possession for the Blue Jays. Notre Dame in front by 2.
It's interesting that all these matchups over here, so many, they only see each other in a tournament, or they play each other every week.
Right, that's what it feels like. There's kind of nothing in between, right? Here's a nice sprint down the right side of the paint. Shylan Henderson finishes. Spin move, baseline, offensive foul, wave it off. Evan Schweinbold, his first. Yeah, it's kind of like the game just before this. Cape Central and Scott City have played 4 times. 2 in a Christmas tournament, 2 in a regular season in recent memory. I could look up the exact date since.
But in the time, again, the times that you could track back to, given that this isn't our normal area to cover, you can go back, look, try to find out as much as you can. You know they haven't played each other much.
since 2015 for the Tigers and the Rams. Now the Blue Jays and Bulldogs are back to 08, but again, 36 meetings. They've met a bunch since 15 if you want to keep it equitable. Nice floater across the lane by Shandon, who's got 7. Strong move to put Charleston up by 2. Ball movement by the Bulldogs. Erbst, 70 to go on the first quarter counter. And held ball.
Trey Shandon scored 3 points in that opening round win over Kelly and has, as you just mentioned, 7 out of the gate here.
Well, you knew that his game 1 performance was not the norm. He entered the tournament, Mike, 14.1 points a game. And shooting 45% from the floor. Londaway out of the corner, good. He's got 4. And a foul on Notre Dame as Tim Frazier was coming near the time stripe. Londaway is first. Notre Dame's 3rd foul. Charleston's only committed 1. What makes a game entertaining and more watchable? Not a lot of fouls, 4 1/4. Not a lot of turnovers, 4 1/4. And not a lot of missed shots. I'd make Mike add that up, but I don't want to make him do work. He refused that the first time, not going back to that well.
Talking to me?
Nope. You just sit there. Sit there and look pretty. Lane down the paint, couldn't finish. Comes off the rim to Devin Dannenmuller. Final half minute of the first. Final game of day 2. Final game of 16 for us. And a foul, it didn't fall for Ajare Wells. He was sensational on day 1.
Charleston, 4 missed shots. They're 5 of 9 from the field. Cape Notre Dame, they're 5 of 10. Rock solid both ways.
Foul on Dannenmuller, free throw off for Wells, who entered the tournament 2 of 4 from the line. Wells with his first point. He came into the tournament averaging 9. Could be last shot time if the Bulldogs want it. We're down to a dozen now, under that remaining in the first. Back to the point, tons of ball movement. Nobody has really looked for a shot. Now they have to with 1. Dannenmuller baseline, and that'll wrap it up. Out of no surprise, 4 versus 5. We told you we expected close, no closer than tied. A dozen up to wrap up the second day of the 81st Annual Southeast Missourian Christmas Tournament on Aycorp Sports.
Agriculture is not a fad, and it's not for the faint of heart. Long days become long nights, sacrificing time away from your family, even on weekends, just so you can get the crop in and get the crop out. This is your way of life. At Farm Credit Southeast Missouri, we are 100% bought into your commitment. Because we are customer-owned, it is our mission to be your ag lender, and we intend to be your value-added partner for next year and the long term.
Your ag lender will always be there.
Just about a half a minute gone by in the fourth quarter in Bloomfield's final game. And right now, Twin Rivers is still up 9 on Bernie, 46-37. Here inside the Show Me Center, we're a quarter down between the 4 and 5 seeds, Cape Notre Dame and Charleston. We're 12 apiece. We go to the second.
Numbers from that first half, Cape Notre Dame.
Or quarter.
First quarter, 5 of 11 from the field, 2 of 2 from deep. No free throws attempted for the Bulldogs. Blue Jays went 5 of 9 from the field, 1 of 2 from deep, and 1 of 2 at the line.
Treshawn Shandon with the charge, his first. It's only the second Charleston foul in the game. Quarter, half, it's game 16, whatever. To the basket, good for Dylan Rubel.
The fact I knew which teams were playing should be just that should just be accepted as good enough.
Everything else in the accuracy column's bonus.
Yep. Had the score right. Just don't know what quarter it is.
Or half. Down the paint, Shandon. Hit it off the window, he's got 9.
Well, you hit the nail on the head, though. A player averages 14 a game. It's really a frustrating day if you only score 3. And I know there's other things you can do. There's other ways to play the game. I get it. But when you are typically a scorer, that's what you want to contribute in that column. And so you almost knew that he would come out tonight and have a much different type game. And already 9 points. And we have played 48 seconds of the second quarter.
And look at the efficiency he's done that with.
Yep, 4 of 4 from the field, and now 1 of 1 at the line.
And he's only a 58% free throw tosser. Londaway sprints in front of us down floor, creating a 3-on-2. Adams from downtown can't connect. Shandon rips down the rebound and wants to run. Trayshawn Shandon gives it up to Wells. Lot of movement down the lane. Didn't think there was much dribbling. They didn't call any kind of travel. And that foul is going to put Charleston back at the line. Devin Dannenmuller's second. Ternez Lane's third point. Notre Dame 5 times a champ over here, most recently in 14. They beat the number 1 seed Jackson 60-58 to garner that title. Lane's got 4. First championship came in 1970. 2 years ago, they made it to the semis, lost to number 1 Cape Central. This year, if they make the semis, it'll be number 1 Jackson. And a held ball right near the center stripe, arrow to the Bulldogs. They went to the finals in 19, played in the semis in 18, played in the semis for 3 straight years, 14 through 16. So they've been deep in the tournament recently, but haven't won it all since 14, and reside on the 4 line this year. Charleston, they are the winningest team over here. That foul on C.J. Kimball, his first personal. 20 Christmas tournament championships out of the 80 played. They own a quarter of them. Londaway misses the 3, rebounded by Shandon. Shandon had a Bulldog poke it away for a moment, but got it back. Everybody on perimeter for the guys in black except Wells underneath, and then coming down the lane. That opened everything up for Ternez Lane, who put it in. He's got 6. And the Blue Jays own a 5-point lead. 2 minutes gone by in the second, and Rubel connects from distance.
I feel like that is a big early shot. We know that Charleston's a team that can start to put runs on you in a hurry.
Walking into a 3 that goes, but they're going to call it off on a lane travel.
Well, your description of the shot was perfect because he did walk into a 3. That's exactly what happened. He took steps to set his foot, to set the footwork where he wanted it. The officials saw that and called the travel.
We told you, if you were with us at the conclusion of the game before this, the loss by Cape Central, nifty move by Trenton Powell to get down the key, and then after he missed it, a travel called against Charleston. It's just the second time for Cape Central since 08 that they will not appear in the semis. The same can be said for Charleston coming into today. They've only not been in the semis twice since 08. That three off the mark by Robert. Rebound volleyed around. Powell grabbed a handle on it. They didn't make the semis last year as the three bounced by the number 6 Woodland in the quarters, and also didn't make the semis in 14. Talking about Charleston. That foul on Cole Adams, his first. The 14 season, they were the 5 and lost to number 4 Scott County Central. But other than that, I mean, it can be in Sharpie. Bracket comes out, put Cape Central and Charleston in the semis.
And what have they both had at times just lights out incredible teams that they brought in here.
Ajare Wells misses on that one. Notre Dame back on the attack. Down the paint, basket continuation, yes, for Braden Robert, who's got 4. They're counting that basket. He's gonna go to the line for 1.
Greg, a lot of the teams that have multiple championships over here, you just go back in your memory bank, and again, I'm going to have a little bit different perspective than you, having spent my entire life in Southeast Missouri. But there were teams that you almost felt like these are like watching college teams play.
Foul is on Wells, his second. Notre Dame number of cracks at it. This one from the perimeter doesn't fall. And Colin Farrell, who took the shot, got the rebound. It's a fresh clock, no need to rush it. Adams goes to the bank, not open, won't hit, but fouled. And this time it's Shandon with his second.
Missouri's football Tigers wrapped up their season tonight in the Gator Bowl. Yes, I have to double check. I'm not real sure, but I think it was the Gator Bowl. Lost 13-7 to Virginia. That's the response to most bowls that are not CFP bowls. That's what the CFP has done to the other bowls that probably have no real reason to be played anymore.
Adams goes 1 of 2 at the line and ties this thing at 19. Shandon in the paint, missed it, rebounded by Robert. Dealing with Wells in the backcourt. Robert picks up the dribble, still not across the timeline, now is with the pass up to Gabe Jones.
I'm going to take notes here. There's huh and there's right? 2 different things.
They mean 2 different things,
okay,
yes.
All right.
Different meanings, different sounds. Counter down to 7 on the shot clock. Powell trying to deal with Lane. Clock to 2, but a turnover instead. Well, that was great defense by Charleston on that Cape Notre Dame possession. Out of the corner, Trenez Lane, and over a Bulldog for a charge. First personal on Trenez Lane.
This game feels a lot like the one we just watched.
I feel it's more up-tempo.
But the scoring number is about the same. The shooting number is about the same. Turnover numbers about the same.
3:14 to go in the half. Powell way off the mark, way short with that shot. Charleston back with it. Lane got it maybe away with a bit of a double dribble, and then a foul on Powell, his first. Fourth Notre Dame team foul. Charleston's got 5. Things continue Monday afternoon. Day 3. The noon game, Leopold, Oran, and then it's Advance Bell City at 1:30 in the consolation semis. 5th place semis after that, Delta and the loser of this game. And then Cape Central and Chaffee at 4:30. 6 o'clock, The winners bracket semis get underway. Lane, nice find downstairs. Henderson wide open. He's got 4.
What a pass. I thought he was about to travel. I really did. I thought he's in a bad spot. He's going to end up traveling. Got rid of it at the last moment and a bullet feed.
Robert back to the point. Jackson at 6 against the winner of this game, and then the 7:30 contest, Woodland and Scott City. Londaway's got 7. Notre Dame by 2. The 4 has the mini lead. Wells ties it. Three points for Wells. Under 2 minutes to go in the half. Final game on day 2. Three-pointer for Jones. Wide left, no good. Long rebound, kicked around a little bit. Adams with the putback twice, doesn't go. And into the corner, they'll leave it in the hands of the officials, and he says keep it right here. Both these clubs with 5 wins on the year. 5-4, 5-3. Both clubs 14 wins a year ago. Notre Dame lost 14. Charleston lost 11. Fumbled inbounds, comes to Robert, and he'll flip and score. It is still an 8-point game in Bloomfield with under 2 minutes to go. Twin Rivers now leads by 9 over Bernie. Wells can't connect. Shandon had a crack at the rebound. It's loose. Tuck and cover and a timeout. Coach Brinkmeyer, after his guys got possession, will take it with 1:11 remaining in the half. And Notre Dame in front of Charleston, 25-23 on Aycorp Sports.
At First State Community Bank, our why is simple: to bring a positive impact to every community we serve. We are your neighbors and partners in building a stronger hometown. We work side by side with our community to help local businesses grow and families succeed. Our team takes the time to understand what matters to you, combining personal services with the latest technology so you can bank your way. Stop by one of our locations or visit us at fscb.com.
That Bernie Twin Rivers game wraps things up from Bloomfield. This one finished things off from the Show Me Center in Cape Girardeau.
Need your opinion on something. I would never be disrespectful to a parent. I really wouldn't. I mean, not since my teenage years. Okay.
But those have long gone.
Those are long gone. That's off the table. My mom, who has followed part of this on the Aycorp YouTube page, I received a text that said, "Aren't you guys tired? Would it be disrespectful to send back, duh?" I don't want it to be.
I mean, disrespectful, it depends. I mean, it's true. Is it disrespectful?
What do you think?
I'm still waiting for you to answer the question from your wife, when will you be home?
Yeah. She thought we were done after the first 4, I think.
Wait, you have more basketball? Wells, empty on that one, but Shandon right there for the stick back, doesn't go. Rebound volleyed out long, and Notre Dame's got it with Londaway and fouled. That's on Wells. It's number 2 on him, and it is.
Well, you got to have that put back if you're Shandon.
And he wanted it.
Yeah, great.
It's right there.
Such a good rebound, and you're right there to put that thing back in, and just overshot it by just a little bit from a very short distance.
Londaway's got 7. First trip to the line tonight. Misfires there.
Now, that one didn't look good off the hand.
No.
It looked short and was.
He's got 8 now. And the lead is 3. 4-second differential between the clocks. Inside to Wells, back on perimeter with Kimball, who lost it. It stays with Charleston. Our official has to chase down the basketball down the tunnel before we can continue playing.
Impressive, but it didn't go out the door and onto the parking lot. We did experience that in a volleyball match in St. Genevieve. Am I correct?
Yep.
Yes. Ball somehow went outside.
And the worst part was when it went outside, it then went down some stairs to get into the parking lot. And that was the ball we had to play with. Can't grab another one that's just sitting around in the gym. 10 seconds. Adams way left from three, but a rebound put back by Rubel. Reverse underneath for 7. High three-point shot. And Notre Dame takes a 5-point lead to intermission at 28-23 over Charleston. The 4 leads the 5. Your last day 2 halftime report coming up next. It's all part of the 81st annual Southeast Missourian Christmas Tournament on Aycorp Sports.
Mathis Funeral Home of Dexter and Bernie strives to provide their community with the accommodations and services needed to relieve your family during times of loss. For more information, give them a call and see how Mathis Funeral Home can help meet your expectations in celebrating your loved ones.
Hi, I'm Linda Collier with Young Real Estate. Buying a home can feel overwhelming, but you don't have to do it alone. I'll guide you every step of the way. Let's turn your search into a success.
Agriculture is not a fad, and it's not for the faint of heart. Long days become long nights, sacrificing time away from your family, even on weekends, just so you can get the crop in and get the crop out. This is your way of life. At Farm Credit Southeast Missouri, we are 100% bought into your commitment. Because we are customer-owned, it is our mission to be your ag lender, and we intend to be your value-added partner for next year and the long term.
Your ag lender will always be there.
In farming, the weather always cooperates. The soil is always balanced. Seedlings always flourish.
But that's fantasy. This is farming. Seed, bred and tested for your reality. Dynagrow Seed, for real.
At First State Community Bank, our why is simple: to bring a positive impact to every community we serve. We are your neighbors and partners in building a stronger hometown. We work side by side with our community to help local businesses grow and families succeed. Our team takes the time to understand what matters to you, combining personal services with the latest technology so you can bank your way. Stop by one of our locations or visit us at fscb.com.
I'm Karen Hillis, and I think you'll love what's behind this door.
Unique 3-bedroom, 2.5-bath brick ranch just outside Malden. 2-car detached garage on a double lot.
Let's walk through it together. Give me a call today.
At Simo Health Network, we strive to provide caring and affordable health care. We provide medical, dental, OB, and behavioral health services to everyone that may need it. For more information, visit our website and let Simo Health Network take care of you.
People come in here to shop that are visiting in Dexter. The first thing I always do is ask them where they're going to eat and give them pointers on some of our great local-owned restaurants. We have a lot of good local shopping that I always point them toward. A lot of people like more of the nature and wildlife.
Ribs and barbecue is our thing. That's what put us here to begin with. The hickory log name.
Your animals depend on you every day. So we build equipment you can depend on every day. So cutting hay, feeding livestock, and managing land is easier. Loaded with intuitive, innovative features and tech, Case IH equipment isn't just built to work. It's built to work for livestock producers. Case IH, built by farmers. Talk to your Baker Implement dealer today.
American energy dominance. It's how we secure our future. By harnessing homegrown energy, we fuel our economy, power industries, and drive innovation. At NextEra Energy, we're investing more than any other company to deliver low-cost, reliable energy that powers our country's future. NextEra Energy Resources, ahead of what's next.
At Bud Shell Ford in Dexter, we've provided sales and service for all of Southeast Missouri for over 80 years. From personal automotives to commercial vehicles, we're here to serve. Bud Shell Ford. We make the car you want easy to own.
What does it take to stand tall? To let curiosity take root? To let your dreams take flight? You have to be fearless. Carve your path without permission. Turn your grit into greatness. This is your small town with big ideas. This is where you find your fearless. This is Simo.
Not saying we'll bubble wrap your money, but we do protect it like family. At First State Bank and Trust, your money is safe with us. First State Bank and Trust.
Built by us.
I inspected that.
Oh yeah, I framed that.
I built that.
I stained that.
I hinged that.
I bet that.
I inspected that.
I bought that. I loaded that.
All of this crafted with personal pride. Built by us.
At Focus Bank, we understand your community because it's our community too. With branches across Southeast Missouri and Northeast Arkansas, Focus Bank offers services such as fraud protection, really free checking, and mobile banking that lets you bank simply and securely, anytime, anywhere. Stop by any of our branches or visit us online to open an account today. Plus, you'll receive an awesome free gift just from opening your really free checking account. And when you refer someone who opens an account, you'll both receive a gift. Focus Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Please pass the hot sauce. No, none of that watered down ketchup. Give me the heat.
At Southern Bank, we're never not helpful.
Next stop,
Spicy City. Helping spicy grandmas and everybody else.
We are halfway through the final game on day 2 of the Southeast Missourian Christmas Tournament. Coming to you live from Cape Girardeau, Missouri, inside the Show Me Center, home of the Southeast Missouri State University Redhawks. Along with Mike Reeves, Greg Allen, and Aycorp Sports. 28-23, Notre Dame leads Charleston, 4 leads of 5. Welcome those of you who just finished watching Twin Rivers knock off Bernie down in the Bloomfield tournament, 55-47. We also had a 6 upset the 3 just prior to this contest, as it was Scott City 53, Cape Central 41. But this one in progress sees Notre Dame lead Charleston by 5, and Mike's got the team picture from a stat perspective.
Bulldogs 41% from the first half. They were 11 of 27 from the field, 9 for 20 for Charleston in that first half. That's 45%. Three-point shooting, 4 of 11 for the Bulldogs, 36%. Just 4 attempts and 1 went in for Charleston. Free throw line, both teams shot 5. Notre Dame made 2. Charleston made 4. Rebound advantage to the Bulldogs, 14-7. 6 Notre Dame turnovers, 5 for Charleston in that opening half. And honestly, I still feel like this is the 5-point advantage for Cape Notre Dame, but I don't think we determined or decided a whole lot in that first half. I think a lot of big plays are going to have to be made down the stretch, but I will say this for Cape Notre Dame. Very good job in that second quarter, especially to get 16 points on the board in a game that has been hard to get points in. We're seeing a lot of games that kind of look like this, and I don't know. I always say I don't like to watch these teams just stand on the three-point line and just shoot. But when you try to go inside, boy, it's tough sledding to get those points inside.
Opening possession, backdoor cut, and a beautiful feed to Cole Adams, who's got 6. We'll give you the individual numbers. First for Notre Dame, that foul, the first in the third quarter, obviously. Londaway's got 9, 7 from Dylan Rubel, 6 each. Cole Adams now. Braden Robert with 6, and Colin Erbst with 2. Free throw, no good for Adams. He's now 1 of 3 from the line, rebounded by Charleston, who has Trayshawn Shandon, their leading scorer, with 10. Trenez Lane with 6, Shylon Henderson with 4. Ajay Wells has 3. And Lane got in the air and was pushed baseline. My guess is Gabe Jones. Guess confirmed.
Did he ever get that ball on rim?
On rim? No.
Did he even
but
go
that
into
doesn't
it?
mean he wasn't in the act of shooting.
I don't think he was ever in the act of shooting. He jumped in the air.
It's game 16. Just whatever.
Jeremy Brinkmeyer has the same question. He just asked, he said, why is he shooting?
Lane with 7. He's at least getting an explanation now. I'll give him that. One of 2 at the line. Robert, they go in the corner. Londaway good. Colton Londaway's got 11. Each team with 5 wins on the year. Winner to the tournament semis to take on number 1 Jackson Monday at 6. Lane knocked out of his hands, came to a teammate. This is Shandon, pull up right of the paint, good. A dozen for Trayshawn Shandon. A rebound performance for him from yesterday. Charleston getting here with the 75-55 comeback win over Kelly. It'll be Blue Jay ball on a held possession. And a travel up top on Lane. I'm just going to let you know, and we don't have to talk about it more right now, there's going to become a point in this game, and I don't know when it's going to happen, but my entire focus is going to change from what is going on the floor to what is going to be open at 11:30 that we can get dinner at on the way home.
Fortunately,
I'm just telling you it's going to happen.
Fortunately, we're on the weekend, so we got a prayer, right? We got some kind of chance.
Because if nothing's open on the way home and it's 11:30, I'm not going to be happy. Just telling you right now.
Got to be something. I mean, either in town or on our way back. Now, on a weeknight, we know
we'd be toast.
That gets to be a difficult chore.
Well, the action is done in Bloomfield. Their day started an hour later than us. They finished earlier. Bloomfield 50-48 over Richland. This is all in a consolation quarter. Kennett beat Holcomb 67-34. East Prairie took down Gideon 62-45. Donovan, the 14, survived the 11 Portageville 60-44. Then to the winners bracket side, Dexter, you talk about survive. They got a big-time scare against the 8-seed East Carter, 48-45. Bearcats do advance to the semis, and they will get Van Buren. 76-59, they take out Malden. Puxico, the 2, 76-55, downing Risco. And Puxico will square off against Twin Rivers, the 6, who to wrap up the day upset number 3 Bernie, 55-47. So we've got the entire Aycorp Sports audience, all eyeballs to finish day 2 here from Cape Girardeau. Lane in the paint, can't hit. Colin Earps with the rebound, but he lost it in the backcourt. Blue Jays had another crack and still couldn't finish. Charleston with their second personal. Martavius Biles, that's his second. Landaway to Adams with his back to the basket. Robert into box and down low will score. He's got 8.
We just had enough to get that to crawl over the rim and fall in. I thought he left it a bit short, but he got that roll that created 2 points.
Cape Notre Dame led by 5 at the half. They've extended that to 8. Frazier in traffic off his hands and out of bounds, stays with the Jays. January 6th is going to be a busy day of basketball in Southeast Missouri. Every team, it seems like we've talked about in this thing, after the tournament plays on January 6th.
I think it's that way almost across the state because everybody comes out of their holiday break, and that's a typical night to play. Yeah, it'll be crazy.
I mean, even if you're not a sanctioned official, go buy a striped jersey. You can probably ref a game somewhere and make some money.
Go to a game. We've seen it in baseball and softball. You know, hey, the base umpire is not going to be here on time. Jerry, can you do it? Yeah.
Shandon way beyond the arc, connects. He's got 15. I mean, heck, in volleyball, they pull him out of the stands and let him do it.
That's right.
Dylan Rubel has 9 for Notre Dame, answering the Shandon 3 with 2 of his own. 3 minutes elapsed in the third. Cape Notre Dame will play host to Cairo, Illinois on the 6th, and then New Madrid comes in, and Cape Central follows on the 13th before a road trip to Kennett, and then these two renew their pleasantries on January 23rd. Travel out top by A.J. Wells. Charleston travels to what was the 12 seed in this tournament, Kelly on the 6th, and then to Sykeston on the 9th. We'll join them in this timeout, mid-third quarter-ish, 36-29, Notre Dame by 7 over the 5 seed on Aycorp Sports.
American energy dominance. It's how we secure our future. By harnessing homegrown energy, we fuel our economy, power industries, and drive innovation. At NextEra Energy, we're investing more than any other company to deliver low-cost, reliable energy that powers our country's future. NextEra Energy Resources, ahead of what's next.
After the hiatus tomorrow, day 3 on Monday commences at 12 o'clock. Leopold earned a trip to the consolation semis with a 70-40 win over Oak Ridge. Today, they'll meet the team that opened the day with a win, Oran 59-43, ousting Kelly. Bottom half of that consolation bracket, Bell City 63-40 over Scott County Central. They get advance 81-48. They took out Meadow Heights. Then in the 5th place semis at 3 o'clock, Delta will get the loser of this game. 4:30, Chaffee and Cape Central do battle. Jackson beat Delta 72-51. They get the winner of this game Monday at 6. Woodland and Scott City are set to tangle in the last game on Monday as Robert scores 2 more. He's got 10. Woodland held on to beat Chaffee 68-67, and Scott City forged the upset of Cape Central 53-41. We have a 9-point game here, Mike. Midway through the third, and Charleston scored 29.
Too early for your math, but starting to feel like it could be a factor later. But Trayshawn Shandon says, nope, I'm going to try to keep us in it all by myself if I have to. He's got 18 of their 32.
What a bounce-back game for him. Now the defense just let Schweinbold get way too deep, too easy in the lane. Schweinbold with his first 2. Up and under move, and it goes for the Blue Jays. What a shot. Trenez Lane has 9. I didn't know if he had the strength to get that over the rim. Schweinbold's third, 1 more for Lane. Couple of 3-point trips for Charleston has quickly cut this thing from 9 down to 5. Robert back to work. The Bulldogs are almost getting uncontested penetration in the paint.
Well, if they're breaking the pressure and then having numbers the other way.
Schweinbold offensive foul. That's 4 on him.
That miss by Robert just a minute ago was one that hurts because you did everything perfect against that pressure. Split it. He got a wide open lane and just rolled it up off the brace and off the other side. It was a chance to continue that answering of what Charleston's bringing at the other end of the floor, and you didn't have an answer there.
Henderson split a double team. Henderson floats down the lane but couldn't finish. And again, Shandon having a terrific game. Misses there, finds Lane, flip, no. Strong rebound by Gabe Jones. Boy, a lot of action continues. This has been high-paced. The scoring isn't off the charts. Held ball here as Lane and Robert come together. Lane kind of ended up throwing him down as he was ripping the basketball, at least trying to, out of his hands. And then a great job by Lane to help Robert up. Robert right off the inbound on the other side of the rim. Nobody accounted for him, and he put it in easy. He's got 12. (42-35). 3-point shot off the mark for Henderson. Offensive rebound, Frazier in the lane. Ajay Wells couldn't put it home. 4th Bulldog team foul here in this third. Wells to the stripe.
Greg, in a game that's been played with as much physicality and the defensive intensity has been there the entire day, I think the turnover numbers of 9 and 7, 9 for the Bulldogs, is okay. Let's just say respectable, I guess. It's not.
Yeah, better than midway through the third,
yeah,
sure.
It's not off the charts, but I think there's been so much intensity.
Wells makes a pair, he's got 5.
And everything's contested.
Yes.
Dribble is contested.
Except a couple of Notre Dame trips down the paint, as you mentioned, breaking pressure and then having numbers.
You get that advantage if you can break the pressure.
But that contestedness that you're talking about, yes, it's a word, I used it,
yep,
is in the backcourt still. That was contested, but scored by Adams. Contestedness, look it up. Frazier to Wells.
I've been with you so long, and there's so many words that I just let them go now.
Henderson and a bounce pass to Trenez Lane down low, able to get that to go. He's got 12. Now we're getting a little back and forth in the scoring column too. And back to a 5-point spread. Rubel bumped, foul.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. going way back in the day to my coaches and what they talked to me about, it would be a million times more true today. Two things. Number one, make a crisp pass. And number two, go meet it. If you don't do those two things today, the way they play basketball with the defense and they get out and try to get in passing lanes, every pass you throw is going the other way. You better do both those things. We see it sitting at courtside like we have. How many passes are just a foot or less away from somebody's fingertips?
Mm-hmm.
And then we see a lot, of course, that do get tipped and taken the other way. You can't lob a ball out there anymore. I mean, even the cross-court pass, even if you're going to try to skip pass from wing to wing, you better put something on it. You better not just float it out there. These athletes are too good now. They're too quick. Very impressed with the way that these teams in this tournament, for the most part, I'm impressed with the way that they've gotten after it on the defensive end. You know, we've heard for years coaches say, man, I can't get my kids to buy into defense. Can't get my kids to play as hard as I want them to on the defensive end. I haven't seen a team here yet, especially in this side of the bracket, who could say, yeah, we don't get after it like I want to defensively. These teams, they get after it. They make an effort, and I'm very impressed with that because it's hard to play defense. That's the hard part of the game.
And you even said no kid wants to go to practice
No.
and say, yes, I get to practice defense today. But to their credit, they've bought into what their coaching staff, not just these two teams, but like you said, most of the teams here, the coaching staff is asking them to do.
It's hard. It is incredibly hard. And to watch these young men go after it the way they do and play as hard as they do. There hasn't been a game here. And again, I'm gonna clarify. I'm gonna stick to the winning side of the bracket because every once in a while when you get a couple of teams that got down by 30 or 40, you're gonna see a little bit of a letdown. In the games that have been competitive that get you over to this side of the bracket, I haven't seen one game where I even at any point questioned their effort. You know, I don't know if it's there. Hadn't even been in my mind. And I tip my cap to the coaches and the players for being able to pull that off.
Shylon Henderson at the foul line, just a 40% free throw shooter. Trying to shave one more off this Bulldog lead, which sits at 5. Loose ball grabbed by Dannon Mueller and fouled. Charleston's 4th team foul. First on Henderson. Backcourt problems by Dannon Mueller. He's got to get rid of it. Boy, a lot of time coming off the clock. And they do give a 10 count. Coach Jamarcus Russell was screaming at the official, hey, the 35-second shot clock is down to 24. That's 10 seconds. And the official turned to him and said, I got it. We're going to call it.
Hey, and when you're using the shot clock, that could be the easiest way in the world to make that call. Because
that's literally 10 seconds.
Yes, because prior to that, you and I have this conversation a number of times going back over the years. It's a 10 count. Not necessarily a 10-second, but because you have no reference point.
Right.
But when
and everybody counts differently at different speeds.
And when you have the shot clock up there and it inbounds at 35, well, you could actually go by the letter of the rule. That one got down to 23 before they blew the whistle. And I was watching the same thing you were. Jamarcus Williams is like, it's at 20.
And he was adamant about it, too. Offensive board for the Blue Jays off the miss. Can be a beneficial trip here. Down 4 at present. Wells in and out. Boy, it seemed like yesterday every shot like that for Ajere Wells would hit twine.
Well, he scored 21 yesterday. He's got 5 today.
And Robert at the other end converts. He's got 14. Braden Robert makes it a 6-point Bulldog lead. Across the baseline, try to cut it in half. They can't. That was Lane. It comes to Wells on an offensive board, clock to 6. Shannon way out on perimeter, clock to 2. He checks, he chucks. Couldn't bank it home. 46-40 with a quarter to go. The final quarter of day 2 from the Southeast Missourian Christmas Tournament coming your way next.
In farming, the weather always cooperates. The soil is always balanced. Seedlings always flourish.
But that's fantasy. This is farming. Seed, bred and tested for your reality. Dynagrow Seed, for real.
People come in here to shop that are visiting in Dexter. The first thing I always do is ask them where they're going to eat and give them pointers on some of our great local-owned restaurants. We have a lot of good local shopping that I always point them toward. A lot of people like more the nature and wildlife.
Ribs and barbecue is our thing. That's what put us here to begin with. The hickory log name.
Numbers
Fourth quarter upon us. The tournament semis await the winner. Number 1 Jackson sitting in the wings. They were a 72-51 winner over the 8th seed Delta. And a date Monday at 6 o'clock on the line against the Indians. 46-40. Notre Dame by 6 to the 4th. Greg Allen, Mike Reeves from the Show Me Center in Cape Girardeau. Getting everything straightened out before Charleston takes the inbounds just in front of us with Tim Frazier. Eight games on day 1, 8 games on day 2 for Mike and I. 6 coming your way on Monday. They'll bring in a whole new crew and then wrap it up with 4 on Tuesday. Mike's got the numbers through the penultimate quarter of the final game on day 2.
Bulldogs 20 of 38 from the field, 4 of 12 from deep, 2 of 6 at the free throw line. Blue Jays 14 of 37, 3 of 9 and 9 of 14.
Robert lays in 2 more. That offensive foul was on C.J. Kimball for the Blue Jays. And now the margin is 8. Half a minute gone by in the 4th. Kimball tried to muscle his way in, lost the ball, comes to Wells, he's tied up, and a hold instead is called on Rubel. I actually think that's a good call, Mike. I didn't think he had ball first, and I thought the Charleston player had better positioning to possess the ball.
Really good defensive sequence. It just resulted in a tough foul call because they did a lot of things right. Knocked the ball loose, had a chance to gain it, but then once it was gained, it's hard to get a held ball from the side or from the back. And he kind of had to reach around him to try to secure the held ball.
And I thought he was more on the side. Nice backdoor cut, nice look. Wells got the pass from Henderson. Got blocked, ball's out of bounds off Charleston. But this game has just had the intensity ramped up from the tip. When I say it's been very physical, I don't mean that in a bad way.
No.
Like you said, contested, hard defense, that kind of stuff. Ball dribbled on the sideline by Rubel. He turned it over.
And that's why the turnover numbers of 10 now for Notre Dame, 8 for Charleston don't bother me too much because this is a game that screams for a 20-plus turnover game on each side.
Yeah, it does.
It just you feel like if you don't handle the ball well or make good passes, this thing is, well, what happens is what Charleston did in their game against Kelly can happen for a whole game.
And what they did was turn up that defense in the 4th quarter and came back from 4 down going to the 4th and outscored the Hawks 33-9. and just ripped that game out of the hands of the Kelly Hawks and earned a trip here. After the turnover, Dylan Rubel's got 11. All right, it's a 10-point game at 50-40. How late does the clock have to get with the margin still at 10 when you say Charleston's in trouble?
4-minute mark.
Wow. That's much earlier than I thought you were going to say.
Because of the way the game's being played, making up margins is going to be a lot more difficult. Now, if they've got another level of the defense that they can go to late, like we saw in their win over Kelly, if they can ramp it up one more and then create turnovers and runouts, okay, I'd take that off the table and say, no, not 4 minutes. But we haven't seen that yet in this game. It's been very good defense. I think exceptional defense. But what we saw in that fourth quarter of their last game was smothering just absolutely off the charts.
Oh, Henderson looked like he got hit in the face, lost the ball. Robert got run up on and called for a double dribble. Turnover each way. Back to the Blue Jays it goes.
Original rules of basketball. If you dribble it once, you may not pick it up and dribble it again. There.
30-second timeout. 5:21 to go here in the final stanza. Thank our entire crew with Aycorp Sports. Tyler Lassiter and Matt Walker doing their thing on the computer side. Brad Halford, Peyton Hartline, Marley Hatton on the cameras. Matthew Williams sitting next to you for the last 4 games. Our statistician for this one. It is a professional outfit that we have just had the pleasure of working with for 2 straight days, 16 straight games. And Mike, you and I have worked with a number of outfits that try to do high school video, and this is top flight stuff down here.
Without a doubt. They've made it their 100% priority and made it what they do. And I'm as much impressed, as much as what we've got to experience here, that they're running this operation at 2 different significant Southeast Missouri tournaments at the same time. That they've got enough to do that.
Bodies, equipment.
And make it work at both locations. And the viewership numbers have warranted the fact that the people like it. And that's great for everybody involved, including us.
Well, it's been a pleasure to be a part of it. I'm sure Monday and Tuesday we'll just ramp things up with the energy, the atmosphere in both buildings, but certainly from where we are here at Cape. In and out on that shot. Spin move Shandon. On rim, no. Couldn't get the follow to drop through, and the ball squirts into the Blue Jay bench. It's out of bounds. It belongs to Notre Dame. Well, we'll certainly follow the rest of it from afar with our usual sort of holiday stomping grounds in Park Hills when we head there for tournament continual action on Monday. Shandon called for a bump, his 3rd. And now that I know it's so easy to access on YouTube, I mean, no problem following the action.
Yeah, I sent links out to a number of people that knew what we were doing, and they're like, hey, you know, and just by sending a quick and easy link, they're like, wow, that's the way to watch it.
Shyland Henderson, after it was turned over by Londaway, layup at the other end, run out, Henderson, bucket. He's got 6, margin 8. Backcourt pressure, here is that pressure by Charleston. Notre Dame trying to break it. It's on the deck. Londaway fumbled it, came to Robart, knocked a guy down. They call a flop on lane. The basket's going to count. 18 for Robert. We're getting down to money time in the final quarter. As they'd say in the sport of boxing, rounds 11 and 12, the championship rounds.
That previous basket, if that's not a charge, and I didn't think it was, if we were playing hockey, you got somebody sitting for 2 minutes, right? A little embellishment.
Yeah, I'd say. I mean, if you're not going to call the charge, I agree. Ajay Wells off with the shot, but Henderson follows with the rebound putback. He's got 8. Ajay Wells has not enjoyed the kind of success he had yesterday. Gabe Jones better be careful with that timeline trap. Londaway walked. Shuffling of the shoes. Not allowed.
Shoe shuffling, walking, dribbling after you've already dribbled. We're covering the gamut here.
Ternez Lane sticks it from 15. He's got 15. And the Blue Jays have cut it to 6. Well, we might be in the midst, Mike, of that extra gear you talked about defensively. Charleston's trying to ramp it up. You can feel it. Henderson with his second, club third in the quarter.
Henderson did a pretty good job to keep emotions under control because he really felt like I got that pick clean.
I thought he did too, frankly.
Yes.
Hey, we had a great look. It's right in front of us. Now Rubel on the sideline in front of his own bench. Jeremy Brinkmeyer in his third year with this crew, spent 2 years at Kelly. Jamarcus Williams his 5th with Charleston. What patience in the lane on that shot by Robart. Wow, 20 for him.
He's hit 5 straight field goals.
Back to an 8-point spread. 3 minutes remaining final quarter. Lane, right-hand flip. Wow. Here's that Blue Jay pressure. They lob it over the top. It comes to Robert. He's one-on-one with Shandon, who didn't want to foul him, so he sort of let him go. Contested it as best he could. Missed the shot, did Robert at the other end. It's going to be Kimball to the line.
There have been just enough, both ways, missed shots uncontested that you've left the door open for the opponent. And those are so frustrating because you don't get a whole lot of uncontested in this game, and they broke that pressure again. And that time, Robert, who's done just a remarkable job, just missed a gimme after he had made 5 consecutive field goal attempts.
The foul was on Evan Schweinbold. He fouls out with 2:27 to go in the fourth. Kimball, entering the tournament, had taken just 2 foul shots on the year, made 1. Same story on that trip alone for his first point tonight. Margin 5, 2:20 to go. Hook pass to Robert down the lane. If that's Shandon, that's his 4th. It is. And 4th on the Blue Jays as a unit.
But you can't really afford to just give up the basket there. You got to challenge it.
Winner gets Jackson Monday, 6 o'clock. 21 for Braden Robert. Boys are such clutch free throws by Notre Dame. Are my numbers right? Notre Dame has only taken 7 free throws in the game?
8. They have 8 free throw attempts. They've made 4 of the 8.
Shandon for 3. Off the mark, collected by Adams. Robert being hunted, and a reach-in foul on Charleston. That's on Ternez Lane, number 2. Number 5 on the contingent. Free throws for Notre Dame, with the Blue Jays being over the limit.
Notre Dame has 2 fouls to give if that becomes a factor in the final 2:03.
Scott City Woodland in that second semi Monday at 7:30. Two dozen for Braden Robert. Lee said 4 minutes down 10. I was just going to ask you, how about 9 minutes or 9 points down with 2 minutes to go? But that shaves 3 off it. Now it's 6. You okay with where Charleston's sitting?
I'm okay from the perspective that there's things they can do to still make a run at this. I'll also flip that thinking and comment and tell you if Notre Dame does what they are going to attempt to do, which is number one, first and foremost, take care of the ball. That's the first part of the equation. The second part of it is going to be obviously make free throws if indeed they foul you to put you to the line. I'm not sure they need a foul right now. You've got the shot clock in play during this tournament at the high school level. So the most they can hold it is 35 seconds. They're going to have to take a shot with 30-ish, even if they try to hold it all the way down. If you can just get a defensive stop, you're in good shape to go ahead and come back. You don't have to go to that foul now, but here's what you also can do. If you're not against committing the fouls and hoping they miss free throws, that ultra aggressive defense that we saw against Kelly, that they were, if you got that in your back pocket, you got the energy now with 150, now's the time to expend it and see if you can do that. You risk fouls playing that way, but you also have a high reward of the possible turnover. So we're not done by any stretch. I'm just curious to see how the teams decide to play it.
Notre Dame able to break it rather easily and get a wide open layup by Cole Adams, and that's the flip side. If Notre Dame's able to handle that pressure by the Blue Jays, it can turn into trips like that.
I think they've handled it pretty well. They've made some mistakes, but they've handled it pretty well.
Shandon end line, out of the double team, back to the corner. 90 to go in the fourth. Shandon open in front of his own bench, can't triple. Rebound comes right to Gabe Jones. Notre Dame pressuring. Rubel hung it on the rim and it fell off. Blue Jays in a hurry every trip now. Henderson hard to the hole. He's fouled. Gabe Jones likely got him.
If you're going to take that layup that Rubel attempted, you got to make that in that spot. That was just about put the game away layup, don't you think? Had that gone in?
Made it 10 with 1:15-ish to go. That'd be tough to overcome. Henderson is 0 for 3 at the line. 40% for the year.
Not a good free throw shooter.
One more for Shylan Henderson. Missed that one badly off his hand. You can tell it was off. It was strong. And just even with the two misses, Charleston's still in a mess. Down 8 with under a minute now. Londaway, why take the 3? It's in and out. You can't add on to the lead, and it comes down to Henderson. Now a 3 the other way by Lane. That's good. Wow. That exchange was monstrous. And now with a just 3-second differential, now you've almost got a foul. And look at Jeremy Brinkmeyer calling over Londaway like, what are you doing taking that shot?
It's a shot you might see more from an inexperienced player and not, one of your seniors has been through the ringer of these tough kind of games before. He just made a mistake. He knows he did. I mean, right now, I don't even think the coach has to tell you. You probably knew it as soon as you missed it. What in the world, But he did open the gate to this thing still being in question.
It's going to be a 2-possession game, even if this goes in. And the fact that Charleston hit a 3 at the other end kept them breathing. 0 for 2 at the foul line. But look who comes up with the rebound. Oh, your coach gets in your ear, and go make him proud after that.
How many times have we heard over the years, next play? Can't do anything about the ones that are in the past anyway. Well, he just made the next play, and that was a huge one.
And it's also the 5th personal on Trayshawn Shandon.
Finishes with 18 points in this one, 9 rebounds.
Londaway 1 for 2 at the line. He did a good job to get the offensive rebound. Now he wants to make 2 free throws. $13 for Londaway, making up a little bit for the missed An inadvertent three-point attempt. Lane, spot up three with an NBA shot clock to go. He connects. It's down to 4. Boy, you talk about some cold-blooded threes.
Well, Lane scored 27 in that come-from-behind win over Kelly. He's got 23 now, and of that 23, 16 in this second half. And he's kept them right there with 23.2 to go. The one thing that I will say that has been very impressive, the Bulldogs' ability down the stretch to not only handle the pressure, but basically just shred it and get what you want at the other end, shoot the layup or whatever. Now, they missed a layup that Rubel didn't convert that I said that might have just put it away.
Yep.
Then they broke the pressure and just inexplicably, Londaway took a 3 with lots of time on the shot clock that kind of opened the door to allowing Charleston to get back in it. Now, the free throws that Londaway just hit are also very big after getting the offensive rebound. But you're one really good defensive pressure situation away if you're Charleston from being right back in it. If you can get that steal right now before they can cross the timeline. Now, if they reach the timeline, you have to foul, and now you're in the foul and hope situation. I think you can play defense, though, in the backcourt and try to get the steal, because if you can get the steal and then the bucket, you've got 23.2. Part of the issue, too, though, they burned their final timeout, have the Blue Jays.
They'll foul immediately. That's C.J. Kimball's third. Bulldog bench barking for an intentional foul. I didn't think so.
No, not the way they let it play out at the end of the game. You knew that there was a chance you were going to get that foul. He went up, he played. He happened to go to the ground. He was bumped. No, I wouldn't have liked intentional on that one.
Londaway back at the line for 2 more. Well, he made those 3 that he's taken so far in the last 20 seconds look easy. That one's strong. He's looking for his own rebound and got it against 4 Charleston Blue Jays. How about that? Jeremy Brinkmeyer needs to call him back over after he had the talk on the inadvertent 3 and say, okay, you made up for it. You're good.
and that's, I think that's probably what part of the talk is about, is that plays behind you. Now, it was a bad decision and you shouldn't have done it. But it's not easy sometimes, too, for a high school kid to put a play behind you. And he did more than that. He's made multiple big plays since then.
Wow. And he ends up making both free throws on that try, so a 3-point trip for Notre Dame. A 7-point lead. Lane way off with the 3. It belongs to the Bulldogs and the game to Notre Dame to send them to the semis to face Jackson. 65-58. Second time this season that Cape Notre Dame has dispatched Charleston. They got them in the Simo Conference Tournament. They get them in the Christmas Tournament. Notre Dame has their 6th win of the season. And they'll face the tournament's #1 and defending champion Monday at 6 o'clock. It's the 3rd straight Christmas Tournament win for Notre Dame head-to-head over the Blue Jays. And they win it by 7. And a little bit of redemption for Colton Londaway with the free throw prowess, the offensive rebounds to basically lock up the win. After he could have been the heel on the why did you take it 3. But he comes back to redeem himself, and the Bulldogs close out the victory. 65-58. Jeremy Brinkmeyer on his way over. We will actually get the Notre Dame assistant coach for a post-game conversation after a 7-point win.
Cape Notre Dame winning this one 65-58. Welcome alongside, sir. Thank you. Corey Johnson joining us here in our post-game report, a game in which I told Greg during the contest, Coach, this is going to be a game that, I mean, somebody's got to make some plays late. Right. It's going to be a defensive struggle. I know people say, well, 65-58. No, that was a defensive battle. Both teams going at it. What did you think of it?
It always is with us in Charleston. You know, we've played them so many times. We're so familiar with them. They're familiar with us. You know, we know what they run. They know what we run. So it's always going to be one of those where it's like somebody can get a 10-point lead, 12-point lead, and then all of a sudden you look up and it's a 2-point lead, you know. So it's just who's going to make plays in the end, you know, and I thought our kids did a good job. We handled the pressure there late. They started making a run on us there late. We got to the foul line, made some free throws, and we're able to close it out.
What is the key to dealing with their pressure? Because we saw in the third quarter and the fourth quarter of their win against Kelly, we saw them just absolutely shred them. What's the key to handling it?
You know, you've got to be strong with the basketball. You got to make good, strong passes. You got to meet every pass. You know, and we really emphasize that every time we play them in our practices, our pregame stuff is make sure we're meeting passes, make sure we're strong with the ball, make sure we're trying to get to the middle of the floor. They really like to pressure high. So if we can get to that second level, a lot of times, and you saw it tonight, we got a lot of easy baskets on the backside because we were strong with it up front, got it to the backside, and got some easy buckets late.
I know you've got a lot of strong kids that play the game, but Braden Robert does some really tough things as a young player.
He does, doesn't he?
He made some plays.
Yeah, and it's not pretty, is it? Sometimes it's ugly, but, you know, he gets the job done, and we like it. We like the way he plays. He's a physical kid. He, you know, no regard for his body, and he goes in there and really battles. I don't know what he ended up with tonight, but he was big for us, I think, you know, offensively especially.
He ended up with 24 points in the game.
Absolutely.
That's huge. I want to ask you about the end of the game because we knew the situation and we know the experience and what Colton Londaway has meant to this program. That's not a play he's going to typically make. I know he had that brain moment of, why in the world would I take that three there?
It was, you know, and hopefully that's just a confidence thing. Maybe he thought, hey, I'm gonna you know, put the nail in the coffin here. But he knew as soon as he shot it, he knew that was a huge mistake, and you know, he'll learn from it. Even though he is a senior, he's a kid that hasn't had, you know, these guys we're playing now have 8 games now of varsity experience. That's it. Even him, you know, he didn't get many minutes last year as a junior. So, you know, this year's kind of new to him as well. So he's learning on the fly, and, you know, he'll learn from that mistake.
What does it say to you guys as a coaching staff that after he made that play, he turned around and had an offensive rebound and got to the line, then got the ball after he missed a free throw, nobody else down there, he gets back. I love to watch a player who can do what coaches talk about so much is like next play.
Absolutely.
Whatever. Yeah. How impressive is that, though, that he was able to?
It is, and he's one of those kids. I mean, he's going to be on the floor. He's going to take the charges. He's going to be the guy that gets the, you know, the rebound when there's nobody else in there, and he goes in there and gets that one late and basically sealed the game for us right there doing that. So, you know, that's what we expect from him every game. So no surprise for us, and we love having him.
Looking ahead, your initial thoughts on Jackson and the Indians?
They're a very good team, very well coached team. You know, we're very familiar with each other, of course, and you know, we know what we got. We got a big task ahead of us, and we're going to go prepare. Luckily, we got a day tomorrow. We can you know, watch some more film, study up on them a little bit, come in, prepare tomorrow hard for them, and then you know, come in Monday and just, you know, play our game, and hopefully it's a good one.
Congrats on this one. Best of luck to you on Monday. We appreciate your time.
Absolutely.
Thank you for stopping by.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate what you guys do.
Cape Notre Dame wins this one 65-58. They take the victory over the Blue Jays out of Charleston. They move into the semifinals, and they'll get that Jackson team Monday at 6 o'clock. That was their assistant coach, Corey Johnson, taking time to visit with us here this evening.
Get you the final numbers. Mike will tally up the team particulars. We will wrap it up, and then the focus turns to dinner at post 11 o'clock. That's your job. Cape Notre Dame wins this one by a final score of 65-58. 24 from Braden Robert, 16 from Colton Londaway, 10 from Cole Adams, 11 Dylan Rubel, 2 each Evan Schweinbold and Colin Erbst. Meanwhile, for the Blue Jays out of Charleston, 23 from Trenez Lane, 18 from Trayshawn Shandon, 8 apiece from Shylon Henderson and Ajare Wells, And a free throw from C.J. Kimball as Notre Dame pulls away. The Londaway free throws late, just absolutely monstrous. And it's number 1 Jackson, number 4 Cape Notre Dame, number 2 Woodland, number 6 Scott City in the tournament semis. Charleston will play Delta. That'll be the Monday 3 o'clock game in a 5th place semi, bottom portion of the bracket. And we'll have the semifinals coming up on Monday at 6 and 7:30 right here on Aycorp Sports. Cape Notre Dame improves to 6-4 in the season. Charleston drops to 5-4 on the year. And Notre Dame has now won 3 straight head-to-head, including 2 this season, dating back to last year's Christmas tournament when the Bulldogs got them 39-26. For the final time of 16 games in 2 days, Mike has the team numbers.
Notre Dame, 53% on 25 of 47 from the field. Charleston went 21 of 51, 41%, 4 of 13 from deep for the Bulldogs. The Blue Jays went 6 of 16 for 38%. At the free throw line, 11 of 18 for Cape Notre Dame, 61%, 10 of 18, 56% for Charleston. Rebound advantage to the Bulldogs, 26-20, 13 Cape Notre Dame turnovers. Charleston gave it up 11 times. All that adds up to a Cape Notre Dame win and an advancement into the semifinals.
Just a really good basketball game. 12-12 at the end of one. Notre Dame won the second quarter 16-11. Bulldogs won the third quarter by 1. They won the fourth quarter by 1, and they win the contest by 7, 65-58 to advance into the semis and get a shot at Jackson. They've got Jackson in the regular season on the 27th of January. Haven't played them yet this year, so that'll be an interesting matchup coming up on Monday on day 3. And we will send you there with a whole different crew come semifinal day. Mike and I will head back to our sort of usual holiday tournament stomping grounds in Park Hills, but this has been an absolute thrill to be a part of this, and great job, partner, for 16 games in a row in 2 days.
Hey, we added another thing to our long list of things that we have tried to do and finally accomplished. It was quite the ride and love the opportunity to work with this group. And our plan is at least 4 or 5 regular season games with Aycorp as the season moves on. I think our next one hopefully is on January 23rd. We're working on the schedule there, but would love to continue the relationship with these guys. It has been an absolute blast and an honor. It's been a lot of fun, and we hope that they enjoyed our presence as well, and let's just hope we can plan on doing that again.
For everybody involved in the coverage today, for Philip Britt and Joshua I with the Aycorp Sports Group, on the computers for the final game, Tyler Lassiter and Matt Walker, Matthew Williams on the stats, and our camera folks, Brad Halford, Peyton Hartline, and Marley Hatton. That's Mike Reeves, Greg Allen saying so long for the final time of 2 straight days, 16 consecutive games here on the Aycorp Sports Network and airwaves. As we bid you farewell from the Show Me Center, Cape Notre Dame takes down Charleston to win the Day 2 finale 65-58. Have a good night, everybody.